unions. And once again, it's not just revenue sharing.
Not,
everyone always focuses on that aspect of it, but rev sharing comes in the form of benefits. Rev sharing comes in the form of like how much we invest in R&D, for example, or what kind of R&D initiatives we invest in. All of these decisions are made by a board.
Well, that's all regulated.
Fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders that is not regulated under social democracy. This is the major point of contention. What do you mean by rev share then? Because you see, in our example, like in Germany, they have a trade union representative that sits on the board of executives, but that's only one aspect of a larger board that is still representing the interests of the shareholders, those who own the company, who never have seen the company. They can even globally own it, right? So having one vote in that situation is not as good, in my opinion, as having all of the vote, all of the power, making these decisions as a collective, something that kind of is not legally enforced here, right, in your structure, but you abide by because you're a nice guy. Many people are not going to be like that. And I'm saying that we shouldn't rely on the magnanimous nature of bosses.
We're going back to this point because we don't have to with the right.
Well, even an example like the one I mentioned in Germany still yields terrible, still is susceptible to the influence of capital.
Let me ask you this.
Wait, yes, it is.
Germany arguably is.
Yes,
not as much as.
Okay, I don't know a lot about Germany, so I'm not gonna. I don't want to get into that.
America is a social democracy as well. The problem is, like, American social democracy is a laughable example of social democracy. So
let's not use it then. But going back, why is it better? Because I don't think I ever got an answer. To have a strenuous hiring process.
Why is it better to have a strenuous? When you engage in commodity production with another person, I think it's perfectly valid to ensure that this person is not going to be like a scumbag and cheat you, fuck you over. I think it's good business practice, even in a capitalist sense, to ensure that the person that you're hiring is not like some fucking random dickhead.
That's just common sense.
And the more you
do acknowledge that. So you do acknowledge the hesitant.
Yeah, Ethan is making a classical capitalist argument. Oh my.
See, to hire people.
I do. I'm not necessarily saying it's a bad thing.
I don't know what. Okay.
I don't think it's a bad thing.
I guess a bit of an
because and as companies grow, you have different people in different units that also are, engaging in hiring. Like, it's just that workers now have more of a say in which direction the company should go, and that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. Worked
for me for like a week, and on my business, I spent 5 years building. I don't want to give him a decision on where the company goes.
I think that.
Why should he have that right?
Well,
you know what I mean?
I'm not saying the janitor comes in and unilaterally makes decisions. That's not how that works.
But I'm curious how it does work.
So it's communication. The other person is a human being as well. If you have a major disagreement, then you look for someone else to work in that position. This is how it works.
Okay.
The only difference in that situation is that you don't have the fear of like subsistence living at the other end of that bargain. Whereas like you have better amenities, better protections, and therefore you're more comfortable.
You just make good living conditions because.
The idea is
that's what I'm already saying. That I don't think that makes socialism unique because we can provide good living conditions and benefits.
We can, but we haven't. Now, that, by the way, one aspect of social democracy that we've talked about is the domestic one. We have yet to even uncover the other, much worse side of social democracies, which is resource extraction in the third world and imperialism. And that is a necessity under global capitalism, and that is the reason why we have the haves and the have-nots. On the domestic level, you believe that there's a regulatory agency that can make things more just.
I don't feel prepared to have a conversation about the third world stuff because I'm not super familiar with it.
Perfectly fine.
But like I can.
But you understand that like that's a part of how everything works.
So exploiting in the truest sense of the word is definitely what's been happening.
Even on a capitalist understanding, that's like hyper exploitation.
I mean, clearly, I think that all humans on this earth deserve. Rights and comfort and a right to, you know what I mean?
It is funny though, like one thing I will mention in the domestic, going back to the labor force thing is that like we're so susceptible and so programmed under capitalist dogma that we refuse to see a world outside of it, and we're so captured in that worldview that oftentimes the number one counter against a socialist governance or democracy in the workplace or anything like that is always like, what do you want, the fucking janitor just came in yesterday to make these decisions? Like, no one said he's the CEO now.
I just want to understand how it works because you keep saying rev share.
Rev share is only one component of it. Rev share can be democratically assigned.
We'll say what?
Okay, here's an example. When I first started the podcast, I was originally undercast. It was fucking terrible. We quit. We started our own podcast, me and Will. We needed a producer because we don't have that skill set. We needed someone to change the cameras and maybe do a little bit of, someone to post the videos, do the captions, titling, thumbnailing, right? So in that situation, we looked for someone, we found someone, and we were splitting it 3 ways. We were splitting the revenue 3 ways, anything that we made, right? And even before that, I was also giving March money as well to make sure that he like at least had a fucking, had a revenue opportunity even when we weren't generating a lot of revenue, right? So what did I do after that? The podcast grew. Fear and now has 5 cast members. We brought in Austin Show, my good friend, and Cutie Cinderella. And when that happened, us three, we got together and we had a conversation.
Okay.
Do we need more hosts? Do we think that this will be beneficial?
Right.
Do we think that we will end up making, more revenue, generating more revenue in the long run?
Right.
Will we have people with unique creative ideas? Like, I care more about the creative output than anything else, than revenue. I haven't even touched the fucking revenue that I've generated from the podcast.
Libs are loving him for the heel turn. Yeah, it's
and
it's really frustrating. He is bringing up like a classical argument for capitalism. He's also, like I said, the model of Ethan's, like looking at Ethan's podcast as being the prototypical business is just not, that's just not right. Like, that's not, like, you're talking about entertainment, you're talking about art, you're talking about a podcast, right?
We got together and we had a conversation, and I think that,
well, here's a better example. All right, I mean, God. So what Ethan is doing is actually like more on the lines of like a partnership or something. And like, let's say that I made a partnership with an editor, right? Let's say that I found somebody that was able to, edit my stuff. I maybe like one segment per day, right? So you're getting a video now every day on YouTube, right? And oh God, this is a bad example, right? This is a bad example too. But just in terms of the direction of the, sort of input, right? So like this editor maybe is getting a percentage, or maybe even all of, let's say like, the way that Hasan does it, I think is like all of the ad revenue on YouTube. But at my level of production, at my level of views, that's not a lot of money, right? They can make it more money if they do really good thumbnails, make really good titles, edit it really well to make it really watchable and compelling. So, right, but they need the show to grow, or else they're going to be getting peanuts, right? So if my deal with them is you get the ad revenue, then really what they're thinking of is like, yeah, the ad revenue is peanuts right now, but if I can do something with her videos to make the show grow, then my ad revenue is going to be a lot more than peanuts, and it's actually going to be, it's actually going to be a really good deal, right? Wouldn't you say that it would be fair if I said, you know what, we're going to do the Book of the Month Club now, editor, and the next video is going to be me, talking to a bunch of people on Discord about Doppelganger by Naomi Klein. Right now, I'm taking this from a real world example. Like, this really happened to somebody on Twitch, right? And the editor then has the right to say, I don't think that book reviews, book clubs, book discussions do numbers on YouTube. And although I really like Naomi Klein, I've read the book too, I really enjoy that, I think that's a good subject to talk about. Maybe instead of doing that as like a book review, as you could do it as like, talk about a popular issue, like talk about Russell Brand. Russell Brand is trending right now. You should do a video applying Naomi Klein's concept of diagonalism to Russell Brand, right? And then maybe we could get some revenue going, right? And maybe the editor will be making more than peanuts, right? I think it's completely fair in that sort of situation that the editor should have some say over what I'm doing. And realistically speaking, like if I'm like the Book of the Month Club, then probably that editor's not going to stay with me because they're going to know that there's going to be no growth, right? Like, so yeah, it makes sense that if you're a partnership, then you should have some say. You don't have all the say, but you have, some say. You have your opinion counts, right? When Hasan's talking about a co-op, it's more along the line of a partnership, different people with different sets of skills coming in and making a business together, rather than what Ethan is saying, which is like, I created this business from scratch. It was nothing, and I built it up, and I built it up, and I did all this hard work, and now some janitor is going to come in and tell me, hey, you're not going to do the leftovers with Hasan. You're going to bring Trish Paytas back because that makes more money. Like, right? That's, I think, like, it's a different situation entirely.
That That
that was a stun lock, by the way.
Significantly more equitable and just and better way of doing business than me hiring March, me giving Will some money originally, like a fat salary, or maybe cutting in on the rev share for him, and then giving March like a super high fucking wage, right? Way higher than like the average producer, and then making these decisions single-handedly.
Let me add another aspect to your example. Let's say you need to hire a cleaner to come clean the office. She works for the podcast. She comes, she cleans the office. She works full time. How do you pay her?
The cleaner side of this is not like, I mean, I don't have an office like that, but the janitorial services
theoretically
in a theoretical situation where we have someone that needs to do it, we would also get together.
That's a good point, Reverend. Money is not necessary for a society. It's just useful for kind of keeping track of like, something like productivity, value essentially, and making sure people are fairly compensated. Totally agree. Money is not necessary. Well, under communism, right? You'd be striving for a moneyless, classless, stateless society, but it doesn't happen all in one fell swoop.
As a unit, okay, the existing company would get together and decide what level, just like hiring the two other hosts, we decide what level of revenue cuts we are going to take from our 5% to give
you're making
to the other person.
It's not really that different than a salary.
And once they get that job, and there are many different ways of doing this, but once they get that job, and let's say they worked for 2 years.
I mean, I'm using the example of a content creator because it's something that I'm familiar with, both in terms of, creating content myself and like observing other people in the game who do that. And I have seen an editor in that situation try and fail to exert some creative control over the streamer that they were working with, and as a result, they cut off their relationship with that streamer because the streamer wasn't making the kind of content that the editor thought they could succeed with, right?
3 years, then they have a say in the revenue sharing structure and the power sharing structure as well, because it doesn't have to happen like instantaneously. A lot of people forget that.
My problem is that in the socialist economy, if this is being regulated by the government, people can get together now and decide to do whatever the fuck they want in their company. And that's great, But in the socialistic economy, there's rules that says you need to pay her X amount of rev share.
What you're saying is not true.
Okay.
You want to know why?
Yes.
Because you want a social democracy, which kind of exists, and market regulation exists under capitalist formations, and plenty of capital.
And minimum wages exist,
Owners hate that. As a matter of fact, I would say universally capital owners hate any kind of market regulation, which is why they choose to erode it as best as they possibly can, or they use it to their advantage to create an artificial barrier of entry into certain sectors.
I'm saying in a socialist economy, there's going to be laws.
Just like there are laws in a capitalist economy that capital owners hate.
Socialism, how
Ethan is pissing a lot of chat off. I can see that.
I'm saying the government is telling you how much you need to pay the janitor.
That's not how that would work.
Then how would it work?
But it would be government.
Isn't that how is that functionally different than a minimum wage in our
society?
That's
my point.
Yeah.
Why do they?
It's along the same lines. I mean, like that's a form. You could even look at that as a regulation. Like minimum wage is a regulation on pay rate. Ethan, why you got to do this? Yeah, exactly.
But socialism is much more radical. We're talking.
It's
not.
It doesn't have to be.
Moving America to a purely socialistic society.
I wonder what Ethan thinks that would look like, right? I wonder when he says moving America towards a socialistic society, what does he think is gonna what is he envisioning?
My thing is, I think social democracy is better than socialism. And you guys are explaining something that to me sounds a lot like something that we can already do without this huge
Well, I mean, I think what he thinks is that social democracy, maybe Scandinavian style with a larger social safety net, is better than democracy. Like from what I've heard him say so far, I think that's what Sock did. Yeah, that will. He doesn't seem to get that he's already in a hybrid system that is, technically speaking, a social democracy, although the welfare state has been really eroded and a lot of the regulations have been eroded. You got to look at this as there's under a social democracy, there's going to be an ebb and flow of policies according to who's in power, and that the ebb is so the flow was New Deal to the 1970s, right? Or to the 1960s, really, when you had an expanding state, expanding regulations. God, this is think, and Ethan is genuinely trying to understand this. I think Hasan is still talking within. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing that's frustrating about this debate, is that it's really not clear at any point. Like, are we talking about a worker co-op? Are we talking about like a hybrid system with a little bit more of a robust social safety net, or are we talking about socialism proper?
Of changing our economy from a capitalistic social democracy one to a socialism one. You're talking about a minimum wage. We already do that, and we can already do better.
Ethan thinks it will look like the inside of a gulag
with that via regulations.
But the reason why we haven't been able to is because, like, I think the best way to explain it is this way. Okay, you like capitalism with socialist characteristics. I like socialism with capitalist characteristics.
Yo, you just said that. So we're both social democrats.
So that doesn't mean.
I mean, Hasan's talking more like market socialism, I think. Is that right? Buffy, are you still in here? Is like market socialism a good descriptor of what Hasan's going for here?
That I still believe the government should be.
What's the difference now? You said you like socialism with capitalism.
The difference is, I said I like socialism with capitalist characteristics, meaning that the governing economy, like the entire economy, still revolves around a.
I'm sorry. I love that I'm using you as the Hasan expert, but I know that you've definitely consumed some of his content. This is a weird thought, but I remember this Dame Drops video where he was going around looking for a McDonald's serving breakfast super late at night or early in the morning, and it's hard going. At one point, he meets another guy doing the same thing in his SUV. Okay, and it stuck with me that this guy said, "I can't believe these workers want $15 an hour, and they're not even here at 4 a.m. right now to give me a freaking McMuffin." Oh my God! Well, I mean, look, it's a perfect example of how capitalism plays workers against each other.
Socialist mode of production, where the owners, the workers.
It was the guy that he met saying that. Okay.
Are the owners. They own the means of production.
You think that's fair?
They have they have a say in their benefits. They have a say in what happens in the company. And I can fire them whenever I want, though. Well, there will still obviously be protections against like unjust firings and whatnot, and there should be certainly.
There are now,
and there are now as well. Except
really good.
America is a great example of.
In California, there are really.
America is a great example, however, of like how there aren't.
Which how it shouldn't be, and it shouldn't be that way.
Exactly, but the reason why it's not that way is because we have capitalism with like laughable socialist characteristics.
Dude, we don't even have any very.
Like Ethan, like if Ethan ever watched this, if I could say something to Ethan, I would say, listen, Ethan, if you think you can get a SOCDEM party going, then do it. Like, make it happen, right? Let's do it, right? I'm not against that, right? If you want to displace the Republican Party with a party to the left of the Democratic Party, I think that would be great. Now, obviously, the fact that we don't have ranked choice voting puts a little bit of a kink in that, in that idea. But like, I want Ethan to understand two things, right? One, that somebody being a socialist, somebody being a leftist does not necessarily mean that they are against any attempt to make things better through electoral politics. And two, that there is a reason why the stuff that he's advocating for has not happened, or in the cases where it has happened, why it's been clawed back, right? There is a functional mechanism built into our democratic capitalism, which is like saying we have a hen house guarded by a fox, right? We got a nice hen house with a fox guarding it, right? That when you say a democracy under capitalism is always going to be a fox guarding a hen house, right? But I just want him to realize that there are reasons that we cannot get to the kind of social democracy that he's advocating for. And that, like, this is because of the amount of accumulation of not just capitalism, but power and leverage that has been aggregated through the continued functioning of capitalism, through the ability to pass down wealth through generations. And it's just building and building and building.
Interesting that you're saying you want socialism with capitalist characteristics.
Capitalist characteristics in the sense that it doesn't touch the means of production or the mode of production, but offers and
wait.
offers.
River Rune saying, I'm getting to the point where in this debate where it's so annoying, I'm just laughing with my hands outstretched like, yo, that's literally an NCC emote on Twitch. I feel like I should put that. Do we have that on YouTube? Any members on YouTube? Do we have that? Does that exist on YouTube too? I know we've got it on Twitch. Anybody want to post it on Twitch?
An abundance of resources and offers the idea that you have freedom. One of the major problems with former historic socialist projects have always been commodity production being streamlined on necessity.
Oh, we do.
And not necessarily.
We do have it on YouTube.
Silly things like lighter production, industries that revolve around making I don't know, chocolate and coffee. Coffee was a major problem in East Germany. So like things of that nature that people need, I think those are things that we need to work on. And that
Buffy's feeling angry cat.
Capitalism, I think, is done.
Okay, no, I guess that wasn't. You're saying hands outstretched. Wait, I should have. Oh my God. Wait a minute. I used to have like a thumbnail image that I would. Did anybody recognize like this? Like there was a moment in a debate a long time ago where I was arguing with somebody and I was like, and somebody took a freeze frame of it and I ended up using it on thumbnails and stuff. But yeah, you're talking about hands outstretched. I don't know. I don't know if I'm getting your emote right, River Varun, but I feel like you're discussing an emote that should exist, an emote that I should make, right? Because like, yeah, I feel like that too. It's big mood.
A much better job at offering.
I mean, the angry cat kind of works, right?
To people, and that has a very sedating influence on the masses.
I don't
consumerism.
I don't see what's so great and humanizing about hiring a janitor for 0.00015% of the company.
What do you? I don't understand. That's not what I said. You just made that assertion.
But we're saying there's a minimum wage. There's a minimum equity share that janitor would need to get.
Well, are you talking about in comparison?
I feel like Ethan is assuming like a situation in which the janitor is getting, far beyond, their contribution in terms of productivity. And that's, he's literally mad at strawman here of his own creation, like chimeras, if you will, of his own mind.
To doing profit sharing model?
Minimum wage.
Right. Well, but comparing it to a model where employees are cut in on the profit is what you're saying. Comparing that, what we have now to that.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, I would just point out that, well, so first of all, you had talked about it a lot earlier about like, well, what companies do that? There's a lot of examples of bigger firms that do this kind of thing.
Okay.
A great one is Southwest Airlines. Did you know that they have a massive employee profit sharing model?
How does it work? What's the details?
So it's a once a year payment, and they look at how they did the last year, and then a certain percentage of the profits they distribute as bonuses to all of the employees, and it's fairly significant.
Dude, that's great. Like in a socialist country, that's it? That's all you want? Because that's easy. I can, you know what I mean? Like what are you asking for when you're asking for socialism? Just a bonus fund based on profit? Because that's easy.
Like Ethan, I'm just imagining now he's gonna have dreams of a janitor coming in and be like, Ethan, I think we're gonna change a few things, and it's the janitor from Futurama. You know what I'm talking about? That dude, the dude with the mustache. It's that guy comes in and says, "We're gonna make a few changes around here, Ethan." Like, right? First of all, I'm gonna need a pay raise, and second of all, Scruffy. Okay, that's who I'm talking about. Oh, I didn't warn you about the ad break. I'm sorry, my bad, chat. Well, some people are experiencing that maybe for the first time.
No, not necessarily, but I'm listen, I wasn't trying to make any assertion about that. I was just trying to give you an example of, you were asking earlier.
Oh, Sisyphean, yeah. So Orthodox Marx, Orthodox interpretations of Marx, envision more of an international effort, socialism on an international scale that gets around the destruction that the U.S. is able to do to Cuba or to Chile. In look, the Chilean situation, like, we're not talking about like a socialist coming in in terms of Allende, right? Allende is like a sockdom. Allende is a pretty mild lefty, comparatively, right? But in the U.S. still felt the need to have him unalived and replaced with a dictator. Definitely hyperfixating on the janitor. It seems like he's like, he must have had a bad experience with a janitor, maybe at his school growing up or something. I don't know.
like what companies do that.
I think that's awesome.
Here's a big one that does it.
I think that's awesome. And I'd even be in favor of regulating that.
Yeah, Allende was a dim stock and still exactly.
And saying, yo, you need to put aside like 5% or 10% or whatever. I don't care.
I mean, the U.S. didn't just meddle. Like Allende lost his life.
Of your profits to distribute evenly amongst your employees. Is that socialism?
No, that all it takes? That would be some aspect of socialization, especially if it's like...
And he wasn't the... Oh God, I don't even want to... So someday I need to cover the real 9/11.
Earned by the workers that have some level of collective bargaining.
It just seems so bureaucratic. I don't understand the workplace.
Bureaucracy still is very much at the foundation of a bourgeois state as well. It's just that we
dude,
don't think
I'm talking like this is bureaucracy on bureaucracy on bureaucry.
No, I don't
understand your workplace.
I'll tell you
if
this
that's
much.
not good enough, then what is?
Here,
I don't understand.
There is, I think it's called People's Republic of Walmart. It's a really good book. And so like
the title.
There was a genuine problem in the USSR with how to deal with crops and agriculture. And central planning, unfortunately, had limitations at the time because we did not have the computational power. One of the, ironically, like steps in the right direction was actually coming from Chile, which then got there.
Is there an unorthodox Marxist interpretation? There are so many interpretations of Marx, and yes, a lot of them deviate from orthodox Marxism.
Around 9/11, 50 years ago, but we won't get into that because, you know, socialism bad. But there wasn't enough computational power to implement centralized planning at that time effectively, and it led to plenty of issues, right? So, ironically, nowadays we are...
In fact, one could argue that unorthodox Marxist interpretations are more predominant than orthodox ones past the...
We have centralized planning inside of Walmart, inside of Amazon, and...
does anybody in chat who maybe knows a little bit more about history and theory than I do, was it Spartacus? Like, I'm trying to think, there's probably examples like German Revolution of orthodox Marxist movements.
These companies are generating a ton of revenue that they could cut.
Yeah, Ethan is literally thinking about like a socialist bureaucracy on top of the capitalist bureaucracy, and it's just like that's not really
their workers into. Maybe they would be much smaller. Maybe they would be much smaller.
What's the minimum
size.
that would make it socialist? That's what I'm curious about.
I don't think there's like an exact dollar value, rather than, because you're looking for an exact dollar value, rather than I'm talking about an entirely different way of thinking.
But there's the law. There's a law in a socialist country that says you must do.
I'll give you one example. I'll give you a good example from your life, right? Right now, you have Cam, right? Cam does wonderful goofs, gaffs, and Photoshop.
Slaps. We love Cam.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And
let's give it up for Cam. Let's give it up for Cam real quick.
Yeah.
I love you guys. I love you guys.
So, technically, if you were interested in maximizing your revenue, what you could have done instead of hiring Cam was outsource it to Fiverr, or I don't know, get like some Filipino graphic design company. If you were one of those like TikTok guys out there who's like, I fired my entire workplace and like fucking hired everyone in Pakistan for 5 cents an hour. It's fucking sick. Like, you could be one of those guys and do that. But the reason why you didn't do that is because you feel as though correctly that Cam yields better output. Hey, no.
Chewing?
She almost. I caught her. No.
You do it.
No.
Alfredo, you got to enforce the law on her.
No.
Is it Kaya?
Alfredo has no interest.
Alfredo, you have a monopoly on violence in this office.
Dog.
Sorry.
It's okay. I'll welcome.
Look, Kaya is all like,
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Kaya did nothing wrong.
Welcome to
welcome break.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please continue how cool I am.
So you don't do that, and there should be restrictions on that. Certainly, like there should be restrictions on being able to do that. Being able to just like completely outsource your workplace. Those restrictions can come in a capitalist country in the form of tariffs, which many do, protectionist trade.
Do you like Hasan's dog interruptions more, or do you like my cat interruptions?
Or protocols exist globally, with the exception of the United States of America.
Angelica Ross says she's leaving Hollywood because of racism and transphobia,
which has some protectionist policies, but
cat is better.
Others that most protectionist policies still benefit the interests of capital rather than the working class there. And trade partnerships have created a structure where like labor has been outsourced overseas. Our manufacturing capabilities have been completely outsourced. These are very bad things that exist exclusively due to
Free Kaya.
Exclusively due to greed that you understand under capitalism that needs to constantly be put in check. But a government that is designed, a government that's full of rich people, that is interested in their own in their own wealth and wealth accumulation that has stock options and trades like Paul Pelosi and has, that gets jobs for their family members and Goldman Sachs.
Wait, what happened with Paul Pelosi? Whenever I hear of Paul Pelosi, I think of the incident.
Ted Cruz.
I think he's talking. Was Paul Pelosi accused of insider trading?
And many other examples is never going to truly represent the interests of the working class, and is always going to put the interests of capital ahead of the interests of the working class. You will never be able to have a real democracy. That's the difference between a bourgeois democracy and a proletarian democracy, or a dictatorship.
Yeah. So ironically, Ethan is looking at socialism as a danger to democracy. Can it exist in the presence of democracy? When in actuality, you don't have a democracy. You have the trappings of a democracy. You have the language, the vocabulary of a democracy. But a lot of what is going on in that democracy is going on behind the curtain, right? When I talk about there are two primaries, right? There's the primary that we see, and then there's the primary that is done with, who's getting donations and stuff like that. There's anybody who was around for the 2020 Democratic primary saw what happened to Bernie. Bernie was ahead, and then coordinated all at once. Candidates drop off, endorse Biden, and now Bernie. And Biden was not doing well either. Biden was eating shit in that election. But they all dropped out. They all endorsed Biden, and you didn't get the candidate that seemed to be winning.
For the proletariat, rather than a dictatorship of the capital owning class.
I just want to know how the socialist workplace works. It seems so nebulous when you talk about it.
Why is it? I don't think.
Okay, no, this is another argument against socialism that's pretty classic. Okay, you want socialism? Explain to me down to every last detail how it would work. And if you don't have like an answer for every issue that I bring up, then it's not real. It's vaporware. It's never gonna, it's never gonna happen.
I think it's nebulous at all.
Nebulous.
I have a living, breathing, working example of it that I've given you.
I know, but there's got to be like a constitution that says outlines, or I don't know, whatever the fuck you want to write, right? There's got to be something, and it says like, or rule laws. It says, this is the minimum that a person should get from the company.
Yes. And it should be married to the output. It should be married to the productive forces. It should be married to the output. That should be pegged.
We talked about this enough, though. I don't want to bore people.
That should be pegged to the performance. And I think that is the best possible way to work.
I guess my problem on that is like, how could you possibly
enforce that?
No, not even enforce. How could you possibly even analyze?
This is capitalist realism. This is it. This is what Mark Fisher was talking about.
That, like, how much more.
And I'm not a Mark Fisher stan.
How much more money are we making because the janitor comes?
That's where we go to the Walmart example. That like we are already completely aware of that. We have we have actuaries, we have CPAs that are working in real time, making mathematical equations to figure out exactly what not to pay people technically. And they could be in a total social reorganization of the economy with a socialist dogma. So would work in the opposite direction.
Okay,
it's kind of like this.
Please, let's move to another topic.
Okay,
I don't want to bore people.
Wealth was one aspect of this, right? Like we already have property taxes, for example, in America, but we never make similar mathematical equations on capital gains, earnings that you make in the stock market. Wealth accumulation could work in the exact same way as property taxes, and yet we don't have any mathematicians working on that.
That's a good idea, but
and that's a great idea, right?
People probably do that in a lot of countries that aren't socialist.
Well, this is not just the distinction between socialism and whatnot, because we talked about theory. We talked a lot about theory, but then we also have to talk about like what is possible, right? At least in the short term. And that is the reason why I always try to tell more rugged, more rigid, more passionate socialists.
That's where I'm coming from, though.
To cooperate with people that are also perceived as radicals in America. Like, there's a reason why Bernie Sanders, who has been a socialist his entire life, basically has only instituted, or advocated for social democratic reforms in the United States of America. That's it. That's the only. The only reason why he's done that is so that he can inspire the masses and create an opportunity where workers have more control over their own lives and develop autonomy and inevitably develop class consciousness, creating ample opportunity for, if you believe in that sort of thing, socialist revolution.
Right. But that would never happen if the people were happy with their conditions. I feel like that would not happen. But anyway, so let me ask you this, to peg this down even more. In a socialist workplace, a socialized workplace, certain jobs are still going to get paid more than others, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's still going to be class. There'll be class, right? There'll be class distinctions in socialism.
No, the class distinction is not on pay. That's a liberal understanding. That's actually
you
why
don't think people be like, I see people like, you're the rich dude in the Porsche.
Oh God, yeah. Look, I caught this. I noticed this when I watched, listened to it the first time, but I'm not. I didn't catch it this. I didn't mention it now. Yeah, like Ethan just said that people are happy with their conditions. Ethan is happy with his conditions, I guess. I don't know. That's like, oh my God, that's. Metrics measuring productivity. Ethan, people that Ethan knows are happy, right? That's not a real great metric there. Metrics measuring productivity are always to some level. Yeah. That's what I was saying earlier. You cannot exactly figure out the amount of productivity that somebody who drills the hole in the widget before somebody else puts a thing in the hole. You know, right? Like you can't get exactly, but you can ballpark it. You can at least tell if somebody's getting like vastly ripped off. And
working class dude in the
Great question.
You don't think people will see that?
But I mean, like what we do have metrics of the aggregate productivity of the entire country, and the results are that we are all getting ripped off. That if you are a worker, if you are earning your wage by your labor in this country, your pay rate is no longer even tracking with productivity. You are producing more and more every year. And that's due to a number of factors, right? Technology, but also people assigning more duties to every job. So in other words, they're working you harder. You're making more value, and you're still getting paid about the same rate as you would have been in the 70s, right?
So social hierarchies are inevitable. There will be different kinds of hierarchies. What you're talking about is perfectly valid. But the class distinction in a socialist economy is completely abolished, because the idea is that there will be those who have and those who have not, is what you're saying, at least in the interim.
Everyone will have. But everyone people that have more.
Exactly.
People will have a lot more.
Yes. Some people that want to have more will be able to have more, and even a lot more. Yes. This is why I always...
And they'll be part of a class, don't you think?
This is why I always talk about... No, because they have no control over the lives of others in that regard.
I find this idea that like people in a socialist country who have a lot more, they're able to make a lot more money, somehow won't be influenced by power or influence or greed. That somehow in this society,
you're saying no matter what happens, it will turn into capitalism, is what you're saying.
I think
there will be.
Well, these people are going to be influencing the system to benefit themselves.
Yes. The best way to stop that from happening is democracy. Democracy in the workplace. Actual we cannot even imagine. Mark Fisher once said, "It's easier to imagine the end of the world than to imagine the end of capitalism," and he was right. This is capitalist realism, because we are having this argument within the boundaries and within the cultural understanding of like existing capitalism today. And the reality is, we have no way, you and I, as it stands, I have no way of like helping you try to imagine a world where like each individual worker has more autonomy and does not suffer from alienation in their workplace, which would offer them plenty of more educational opportunities, plenty more free time. I guess the example you can point to in terms of different degrees of socialization would be a person doing contracted work at Uber, okay, to make ends meet in America, versus like a regular unionized factory worker in Germany. The level of autonomy that they have, and the level of interest that they have, and the level of engagement that they have in a workplace democracy or some form of it, is drastically different than the contracted Uber employee. Their worldview is drastically different. Their democracy yields drastically different results as a consequence.
But let's be realistic. We're not going to spring into an alternate reality where capitalism doesn't dominate the world.
Which is why I always advocate for.
Which is part of why I'm saying.
No, but that's why I always advocate for. That is why I always advocate for, in the interim, social.
That's why I always advocate for the top of the hour ad break, which is coming at you in a few minutes now. No, not a few minutes. It's coming at you in like 15 minutes, right? And that means that if you're on Twitch, you're going to be forced to watch an ad. You're going to miss whatever I'm saying. You're going to miss whatever Hasan's saying. You're going to miss whatever Ethan's saying. It's going to be like an interruption. If you want to avoid the interruption, you can do so with an Amazon Prime subscription for free. You can do so with discounted September subscription for 25% off. Or you could possibly do that by being lucky enough to get a gift sub, which is going to happen more often if you're more active in chat.
Democratic reforms that will yield.
I had to do that to Hasan.
More opportunities for that will yield more opportunities for workers to organize. Now, of course, you can prove you can.
I want to follow this out a little further because I think it's interesting. So, in a socialist country, there's going to be people who make a lot more, and within a company, are they exploiting their workers? The CEO, the founder of a car company, he makes a lot more than the workers.
As long as it is democratically organized in the sense that like every single person is like, no, your productive output in this circumstance is significantly higher than us, then yeah, that would be.
And how do they
valid.
determine that?
This is such a weird conversation because, when you're talking about like the founder, the owner, etc., you're talking about somebody that owns the entirety of the means of production, right? And that kind of key player is not endemic to the production of goods. Like in Ethan's example, it kind of is, right? Because you got to have a content creator. That's why I feel like, as much as I'm tempted to, and I have indulged in using my own business, using my own means of trying to scrape together a living as an example, I don't really think it's the best example thereof. Because, here you're talking about an entertainer, an artist, whatever you want to call people who make content on the internet, depending on what kind of content it is, right? And they are the key worker in that business. They are the majority of the labor that goes into that business. It's a lot different than somebody that is just like, I got like a shit ton of money passed down to me by my daddy. I could buy the factory that makes the cars and I could put together a car, like a car company. But that doesn't really, like, he's like the founder, the founder is some kind of fucking genius that was like, you know what we could do? We build cars, we could sell the cars, we put tires on the cars, people drive around in the cars. Holy shit, my dude. Holy shit. Yeah, we really needed that founder to invent fucking having a car, company, right? No, you don't. People know what like somebody invented the car, but they're not even necessarily getting paid for every sale of one. Ethan really only cares about the imperial core. Well, he's only thinking of the imperial core. Sisyphean, you're right.
Through a democratic
Sisyphean. Wait, did I pronounce your name right? I feel like I said it wrong. Has this ever come up yet? I've been on and off. Has what come up yet?
Process.
You said something. Less than 2% of human history is the only way things. Yeah, exactly. If you talk about the capitalist formation, the capitalist mode of production, how much of humanity has that been in operation for? Because when you're talking to some of these capitalists, you get the feeling like it's just like that is how things have always been. It's just like you got prehistoric capitalism with Ugg and his and his I don't know, like rabbit skins or something, and then it built up to now that it's not the same thing. You can't trace capitalism back to like the barter system, right?
A vote for everybody in the company has equal ballot power?
Depending on like how long you've worked at the company and things of that nature. These are different formations at this point. Like this is, now we're getting into...
has imperialism creating social democracy come up a little bit? Hasan touched on it, but yeah, like this is the problem, right? Is there's no chance to really drill down on some of these concepts, right? But he did touch on the fact that the Scandinavian model was dependent on some of that.
Like how do we organize our workplace, and like how much power do we give each individual vote in the workplace? Yes, they would have one vote, but ultimately, what are the matters that they are tasked with voting on? And there's even in unions, there's a structure, right? Like every single person does have a vote. The rank and file will always vote, but there's still a negotiations committee. There's still someone engaging in the contract negotiations.
Let me say this.
There's still elections being held inside of the union. Does that make sense?
It does. But here, does this make sense?
Yeah.
You're inside and I want to ask you, Dan, because I'm curious about your opinion. You're inside a big company. Let's just say they make cars. There's tons of employees there. The CEO, founder, he makes a lot more than the employees. Do you think that the leaders should make more than the workers, Dan?
Well, it just kind of depends on. I mean, I think there's nuance there because I think it really depends on what the company looks like, how it operates. Should the CEO
So like understand when we say CEO, there's a level on which you could say that CEOs are capitalist, in that their pay is sometimes in stock, so they're cut into the ownership of the company and thereby incentivized to maximize its profits, because in some cases those profits are like directly related to their pay rate, right? They make more if they can drive the profits higher. That's why you get a lot of times when you use quick and dirty way to get that to happen is just to fire a bunch of people, cut your labor costs in half, and now you're making more money. It might not be good for the long-term health of the company, but it is good for those profits. So but at its root, a CEO is, in terms of what they do, is they are a manager that is tasked with the highest level of control of that company. And so like
who is on a day-to-day basis
Ethan is quite understanding this correctly,
working and managing a company, make more money.
He works the same hours as the production people.
I mean, with more responsibility, I think should inherently come with some more privilege. However, I mean, now are we talking about a CEO or are we talking about an owner? Because a lot of owners don't do shit.
No, I'm talking about someone who's working, because the idea of ownership is probably different.
Yeah, but like he doesn't get it. It's not a clean break. Like literally being a CEO does not make you an owner, but most CEOs, because of the payment through stocks, are owners.
The socialists,
right? And the owners may be private, or it may even be a public company.
The CEO. So you agree he should make more? So
it just depends. Yeah.
There's not room
in general. Like I don't know, what are we even talking about here, right?
For nuance.
Here's what's weird. Here's what's weird. He was just worried about the concept of people having more power, like under a socialist government, right? And this has happened, right? You could look at the Soviet Union, and you could look at who's a party member, who's not a party member, who's in control of certain things, who's tasked with a lot of control over the mechanisms of production, and who is at a very low level with very little volition about what goes on. He's worried about that, but at the same time, like, he wants to maintain that the value of the leadership of the management of the company is just like a whole scale different than the workers. He works the same hours. Shouldn't he get paid more than the workers? Yeah, I mean, like, it's like make up your mind, Ethan. Which side are you arguing from? And that's why I'm saying, like, look, without even meaning to be, he's kind of like a natural debate, bro. He's good at this, right? And I think to a normie audience, like, what he's saying is actually pretty compelling, unfortunately. And like, part of that is, Hasan's streamer brain. Part of that is Hasan is tasked with this Herculean effort to try to be able to speed run these concepts that require a lot of foreknowledge in order to understand, right? It's like he's trying to explain, I don't know, advanced biochem to like a class of 101 chemistry students, right? Where do you start? Because they're not just missing a few steps here, right? They're missing, like, a lot, right? Where do you start? Where do you like, how do you explain the electron transfer chain to chemistry 101 students?
We're living in a socialist country. This shit needs to be like laid out. Like, there's not room for nuance in every workplace we're going to decide little different rules for everything.
Under capitalism, where you have the freedom to
but there's rules like minimum wage.
But with rules, exactly, you would have the similar structure pegged to, like,
I'm trying to ask you guys what the rules, and I keep getting these nebulous
like a maximum wage tied directly to your lowest paid employee.
This is what I wanted to say, though.
There we go. So there's an example. That's probably an example from worker co-ops. A lot of times we'll have the highest pay rate possible, a maximum wage, and have that pegged to the lowest wage paid at the corporation. So in other words, if you're a CEO at a cooperative and you want to earn more money than you're earning now, right? Your paycheck's not high enough. You want to increase your take-home pay, right? You've got to increase the janitor's take-home pay. So as opposed to what I described to you earlier, where you saw the interest of the CEO as being diametrically opposed from the interest of the worker, the CEO drives up the stock prices and makes more money based on firing the workers. The worker that gets fired obviously is SOL. Right now you've got a co-op, and you've got a situation in which is not socialism, right? That's, we're talking about a cooperative company under capitalism, that basically pegs the highest rate of allowable pay to being no more than like 10 times as much as the lowest paid worker there. So now their incentive, rather than to get rid of the janitor, right, their incentive is like to see like how can we as an entire organization of at that point really stakeholders, how can we earn more money? So it's not like there's no advantage to him fucking over the person at the lowest pay rate. His advantage is like he gets more money as the person at the lowest pay rate gets more money.
Let's say,
do you hear what I said?
I did.
Maximum wage tied to like there could be a situation where like,
yes, only men can run co-ops.
A maximum wage could be implemented under a socialist structure to ensure that every single workplace has at least a maximum wage that is directly tied to the lowest paid worker and their full-blown compensations and benefits package.
Well,
let's just go back to
Jack. That's why this conversation is so confusing. Is we're moving in and out of concepts of like cooperatives, socialism, social democracy, and capitalism, like without even really mentioning that that's what we're doing, right? You just have to be tracking along with it. Middle managers are actually do more of that than CEOs. Yeah.
So the CEO, he earns more. He has more responsibility. Oh, Hasan, you said
I don't agree with that either. No. I don't agree with CEOs having more responsibility or should earn more, for the record.
What? You just said
no. If you're an owner-operator, and you're literally fucking... I was talking to Dan about this earlier before you got here, but it's like the difference between what you do and the difference between, like, let's say a jewelry designer is that a jewelry designer can outsource their fucking labor, but you are the main product here, which is why it's very hard for you to see it.
I'm using a different example.
Yeah. So if you're a fucking jewelry designer and you are responsible for all the beautiful designs in your jewelry that's like super competitive, everybody loves it, everyone wants to buy your fucking jewelry,
right.
You can still hire other people like designers to help benefit that process and make better jewelry.
Workplace, okay, where everybody's altruistic.
Yes.
They vote to say the CEO should make more money than us.
Yes. Well, the way that works would be slowly but surely, as you bring on more people into your company, or as you expand and you grow, okay, in a democratic capacity, you are taking away the earnings that you have right now and eroding it because you're giving it to some people that are coming in because you think that they're valuable enough to be able to pay that way, But that process is being democratically voted on, and ultimately, you know that you're doing that because you're, in your understanding, later down the line, if you care about this sort of thing, you're going to make even more money. Or rather,
money shouldn't be a motivator.
Money should not be a motivator. You're right.
Why does
in my situation,
why
it's
does
not.
the CEO care if his company makes more money? It's not. He's not going to make more money.
No, it's in the long term, you are creating more stability this way because you understand that every expansion of your productive output, okay, yeah. Every single piece of expansion on your productive output yields better long-term stability and more money if that's what you're fucking motivated by. But ultimately, that's not the main motivator, and it should not be the main motivator.
I think that's a horrible thing to say if you're considering socialism, that money's a motivator. That's like almost like taboo, I feel like.
No, don't worry about what other people say in this situation or what you think people will perceive from what I'm saying.
Let me go back. Because
that part is irrelevant.
It's not because one integral part in getting to socialism is getting beyond scarcity. Yeah, productivity is still very important. Like that's
okay. So let's say in a world,
like although the goal might be a moneyless, classless society, you don't get there overnight, and overcoming scarcity is just it's prerequisite.
Where the CEO makes more money. Do you think it's a possible or even likely situation that the heads of these companies who make more money are going to want to influence the government and their workers to vote or support legislation that gives them more money or more influence? Is that a likely outcome?
So he's trying to say that with capitalism, there is a there's like a incentive for the CEO to make decisions which are going to end with the company making more money, right? And yeah, that's true, but like one of the ways that you get to that is could be through, in fact, most of the time is through diminishing workforce, is through cutting your labor costs, right? By firing workers and forcing those who remain to do the jobs of the ones that you just fired. So you're keeping your production more or less steady, or you're trying to drive people to keep the production steady, and you're paying less money to less people. But like I gave you an example, where like the way that they get to profitability is through firing their workforce, right? Which is not in the social good. It's a social ill, right? You're putting more people into unemployment to make the line go up, right? But realistically, like, what's to stop that CEO from going in, gutting the labor force, increasing the stock value, taking that stock, selling it off, and leaving? And yeah, no, this stuff happens. This is part of capitalism, right? This is completely most CEOs want to drive up the stock price, cash out. Exactly. Oh my God, Jules, you got there before I even got there.
Wait, can you ask that again? Sorry, I saw a comment saying you were rectangular, and it fucking...
Yeah, there a lot of these CEOs are on to the next gig in not too long.
My brain is a little bit...
I think that yes, and I think that speaks to what Hasan was saying. I think that's what...
Oh, so anybody that was wondering, is Zach there that day? Yes, Zach is there.
It speaks to what Hasan was saying earlier about why a lot of Marxists have criticism of social democracy, that lack of elimination of the capitalist profit motive part of the economy will naturally result in what you're saying.
That's my point. So thank you, Dan. In socialism, the money motive it's literally it's not compatible. It doesn't work because you're going to have people at the top who are going to want more. They're going to want more influence. They're going to want more power. They're going to want more money. Mm-hmm. And they're going to exert their influence, their status. Even if they don't make more money, they have status.
Yeah, they're going to be able to
influence.
Socialism is not egalitarian in the sense that there's like full-blown equity.
A problem here.
Socialism does not.
Socialism only exists when you remove the money motive, right? Dan?
Socialism, and the way we understand socialism, yes, the money motive is. Now we're talking about eroding it.
The profit motive, not the money motive. Come on.
I don't want to remove the money motive
because I'm in the middle ground where I'm talking about like what's realistic.
You're a social democrat.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about.
Sounds like you are.
I'm talking about the realistic short-term period because I don't live in that. I don't live.
Like, you got to see a difference between like earning money and scamming money, which is essentially what capitalism is, a type of pyramid scheme, and we are not at the top that pyramid.
With that
I
operational
agree that if we lived
myself,
but
I know that other people can't do that for the time being.
If we could just teleport into a utopian Star Trek world where money doesn't exist and everybody's equal, yeah, everybody would love that. But let's talk about real shit.
I am talking about real shit.
Well, that's all I'm trying to do too.
Ethan, if you want to talk about real shit, read Real Theory, okay? Like you just like. And I'm not trying to be a theory lord here. I am not a theory lord, for the record. I am not trying to gatekeep anything, behind like, have you read XYZ, right? But realistically speaking, this is a discourse. This is a subject. This is a topic, right? That has been much discussed throughout Marxist theory, right? And throughout socialist theory. And there are a lot of different ideas, right? You want to know the details, right? Well, then read up on that. If you're really interested in that, if you want to talk about that meaningfully, right, rather than just successfully debate lording it. And look, I'm not trying to say he's like debate lord like Vosh, right? I think this is just like kind of what Ethan does. He can't help that he's a debate lord. He's made different, he's built different. He's kind of good at like winning an argument even when he doesn't really understand the subject matter. And if you put this in the format of a debate rather than a discussion or or really like kind of building up from the ground as far as understanding these concepts, understanding the history behind these concepts, how they've been implemented to greater or lesser success, then you're not really having a productive conversation. I get that they're under a constraint of like, if it was like Hasan's theory, like this week, this episode of Leftovers, Hasan's theory hour, right? And it's just like Hasan standing next to a whiteboard explaining value. People act like there's no motive for progress. That's another thing too. Yeah. If it's not some greedy rich CEO, a co-op would inherently need to make decisions in its own interest collectively. It's like these people who act like there wouldn't be video games or smartphones under socialism. No fun under socialism. That's right. And only gray clothes, right? Like everything's got to look Soviet. Just make and even in the Soviet Union didn't really look like that in reality. I mean, there's brutalist architecture, but that's another discussion. Welcome to the chat, Soul Life. He's a contrarian no matter what answer Hasan gives. He's gonna argue with no actual arguments. Oh yeah, decommodification. Yes. Wait, what did I press? Press the wrong button.
Which is why I'm giving you an example of like the interim period of moving towards socialization or a socialist transitional state.
I agree with that.
But the problem is when I describe that, you say, well, that's not socialism. I'm like, yeah, I know. Money being a motivator for certain people.
I'm saying once you move to socialism, the system, in my opinion, falls apart. It doesn't work because it falls to the same trappings. Because
look, Ethan, I would love for you to go through the details, right, that you say won't work, and actually listen to what people who have studied this stuff and written about this stuff say and hypothesize, and then tell me that, right? Then tell me I've looked at it and it won't work, right? You're just like a layperson being like, I don't think that would work, dude. And it's like, yeah, that's called capitalist realism, bro. This is literally, your inability to see. You can't see a system where something like socialism works because you're living in a system that is very different, and then it, in fact, like kind of obscures the horizon of any sort of change in that direction because it has no interest in change in that direction. All it's ever going to give you is crumbs, right? When they think that you might be in a mood to revolt, when they think that the system is falling apart, they'll make things slightly easier. And then when it gets, when people are satisfied, they'll recuperate the whatever they've given. They'll claw back the regulations, they'll claw back the taxes, they'll claw back everything.
People are going to want more power. They want more influence. You're going to have capitalistic parties, thank you, Lena, that are going to want to influence. You're going to have these external forces that want that freedom, that want that individualism. There will always be,
even in a democratic organization in the workplace, there will be people that make more, right? That's what
I believe the best that we can do is provide laws and regulations that guarantees people a fair, equitable life.
Let me ask you this.
Within those rules, I believe if you're operating within those rules, then you can do and make however much money as you want if you're operating the rules with a super progressive tax rate and everybody's provided for. Because if you want to move to a socialist system, I don't think that system actually works.
So the cultural differences that we see in countries that are still capitalist but social democratic versus countries like the United States of America that are hyper individualistic and have like very little social democracy is the argument that I'm making, is that with more social amenities and with higher degrees of socialization, people's attitude towards money and money making becomes drastically different. There are different motivators. Yes, status can be an important thing, but that social hierarchy designed around status has nothing to do with the productive output and has nothing to do with like your material reality. It has the capacity to change like the way people perceive you. It's like an attractive person versus like someone who is maybe not as aesthetically pleasing.
Social hierarchy is not a conversation that I anticipated getting in to today. I have some thoughts about social hierarchy, and I do actually think it is, an issue and has been an issue And when we were talking about like social hierarchies or for governments in these situations, right? This is it is something that needs to be thought about, but it's just weird for Ethan to bring this up because we are inundated in social hierarchies that are enmeshed in every other kind of hierarchy as well, right? That's and that usually track along like capital or the lines of who owns the capital, right? Like it's very much like the person with the power, but
right? Those things are going to exist. Like there's always going to, socialism doesn't mean like LeBron James has to be the same fucking height as like, like a 5-foot person to play basketball. There's going to be different earners. There's always going to be some level of competition. Okay. This is not a bad thing. This is a good thing. This is how you innovate.
If there's different levels of earners, do you agree that seems to be incompatible with Marx's theory of socialism? Because
no, it's absolutely not. Because all and correct me if I'm wrong, Hasan, because you're more read on this than me, but all that is being said at the end of the day is that people are entitled to the value that they create. If somebody creates more value than somebody else, then they are entitled to more value.
The theory is wonderful.
Yes.
But we're talking about real shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's so ironic for him to say the theory is like.
But when people make more, they're going to want to influence. I'm not saying everybody, but again, this goes back to what I was saying last week. There's people who are pathological. Okay.
Yes, there's always bad faith
and even in a socialist country, the sociopaths are probably going to float to the top just because they're willing to do everything that other people aren't, or they care about status and power, where other people don't. And so these
look, I mean, I'm not super comfortable about bringing in like diagnoses, into the discussion. I feel like that's always a mistake. But I get what Ethan's trying to say, as far as maybe like I get like like antisocial impulses, right, can cause problems in any system, especially when there is some form of hierarchy, right? But under capitalism, you've got a system where antisocial attitudes are basically incentivized. It's not to say that wouldn't play any role under like a socialist system, but it's definitely not going to be the centerpiece, which it literally is now. Like I was saying before, making the company profitable by firing a bunch of workers, right? That's pretty freaking antisocial. What do you want to call that, Ethan?
Functioning, highly motivated sociopaths are going to want to influence government and business democracies to increase their power and influence.
Like they do now under a capitalist.
Yes, like they do now.
Right.
And that's why I think it's not realistic to expect that not to happen. And I think the most realistic and the best way is in between. Because capitalism...
Can I counter what you said?
Hold on. Capitalism doesn't work. We know that. And I think socialism doesn't work for the same exact thing. Because people are going to want to... The psychopaths are going to want to move it. And I think the only realistic solution is in the middle, where you just create a sandbox that is good for everybody and operate within that sandbox, because everything else seems like a fantasy to me.
Every single thing that you've mentioned in both of these equations still revolve around human greed, turning humanity and the way people operate into capitalism.
Yeah, just a few bad apples. Capitalism is putting the rotten apples in that centerpiece of the, they're at the center of things, right? That's what in some ways that is the driving force of creative destruction that capitalism
little demons who are driven by profit. I do believe self-interest is a thing that happens. That's certainly true, which is why you have to have certain restrictions placed upon people that ensure that they don't get out of hand with the level of power they have. The way I describe it is this. In America, people always say labor unions are corrupt. They're actually really bad. They have a rigid hierarchy, and they are also susceptible to nepotism. This much is true in certain labor unions. There's been a lot of reform in the Teamsters and the UAW. Shouts out to that. No, what do you mean? Historically, there absolutely has been. I
don't say that about
no, I know you don't say that about unions. My point is this, though. The way I counter that always is this. There's always going to be corruption. There's always going to be, bureaucratic red tape. There's always going to be nepotism. But I would much rather, if corruption is inevitable, I would much rather have a more just and more equitable, a more democratic process that at the very least, by its very design, like in the union structure, offers tangible benefits to the workplace, to the workers, rather than the corruption that we currently experience on a daily basis under the capitalist corruption.
That's the same thing I want.
Okay, which is why I said, but you're not comfortable with socialism with capitalist characteristics.
I also think that socialism, when you consider corruption and high-functioning sociopaths, there's a lot more risk when you centralize the power at the top. Let's say one party for
Where's the power centralized? So what you're? I feel like his argument here is against authoritarianism, not socialism.
Dictatorship or tyranny.
No, that I actually don't agree with at all. I think that the democratic process in and of itself, whether it's a multi-party system or a single-party system or a two-party system like we have that yields like results exclusively, like the material changes that are made are done at the behest of corporations and the wealthy, capital owners. No matter what, I think that a more democratic process is always going to be a better and more effective mechanism at fighting against centralized power.
Yeah, I get what you're saying about like Ethan having this discussion, especially in front of and these people are his workers, right? This is, the relationship that they have now is not a business to business relationship. Like, they also Rugged Island. Thank you for the follow. Ethan needs to be the Bill Maher, pay me well, but pay my writers more poorly, even though that's the team that makes the money. Yeah.
And sociopaths that want to assume control. I think that if there are, again, if that is an inevitability, no matter what happens, I personally believe that more of a democratic process is going to be more effective. I'll give you an example.
I like democracy
DuPont Chemical. DuPont Chemical, under the capitalist, liberal, bourgeois democracy in the United States of America, was able to dump toxic waste into farmlands and destroy natural water supplies and delicate ecosystems. They still do it to this day. We have PFAS, the forever chemicals, right? That is everywhere. We have microplastics, all that good stuff, right? In a situation where, let's say, DuPont Chemicals was like at least democratically organized, the workers themselves have more power to say, what the fuck are we doing? You're destroying my fucking uncle's farm. You're destroying my backyard.
Right.
And that way they can put a stop to it, or at least demand changes to happen, rather than expect the government to turn around and be like, all right, we're the EPA. We just realized that we are going to...
so you want less government or more government? Because socialism is like all government.
No, that's not true, Ethan. Socialism is simply giving more power to the individual in that regard. You have a government that also
exists. You're telling people you do not have a choice. You cannot run your business this way. You cannot.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a stronger government than we have. That's a really
but I think you want a stronger
government.
Government than we have. You want a stronger.
Well, I want a stronger government.
You want market regulation.
Yeah, but it's even stronger than the one that I want. It says, here's your workplace. You must exist in it. So you're saying on one hand, the EPA is silly.
Well, the EPA,
but on the other hand,
DuPont, in the situation with DuPont, if you want me to finish this, because it's not hypothetical, this is something that actually happened. EPA said, sorry, we're gutted. We don't have like enough researchers. A lot of the researchers that work at EPA also end up getting jobs at DuPont, or vice versa. There's always a revolving door, tit for tat. Regulatory capture is something that these corporations do in an effort to monopolize and also improve their profit margins, as always. So in that structure, the EPA basically delegated DuPont with figuring out how toxic their pollutants were. And of course, until a journalist uncovered this entire thing, they were able to claim...
Yeah, so like Ethan just talked about the EPA, and yeah, there's problems with the EPA. In terms of regulatory capture, the primary mechanism that people know about is the revolving door, meaning that people who were regulators at one point will anticipate moving on to being officials at the companies that they regulate and vice versa. Yeah, and they'll justify this by saying, well, we don't want a regulator who doesn't understand the market, who doesn't understand the business, who doesn't understand the industry. Let's hire somebody with expertise. Yes, somebody that's not only got expertise, but a huge conflict of interest in terms of the fact that they are counting on a job at one of the places that they're regulating later on in their career, right? They're a new president's going to come in, they're going to quit working there or get fired, and they're going to move on and probably to, honestly, like a more lucrative position. That's generally how these things shake out, right? You're going to get a more lucrative position in the company that you regulate if you go easy on them. And that's why the EPA, although I guess it's better than nothing, often doesn't really do what it's supposed to do. Look at what happens under Trump, right? Who does Trump appoint to the EPA to chair the EPA? Somebody who's been trying to destroy the EPA his whole life, right? This has happened with labor too. Like every time a Republican administration comes in, and they're in charge of the Department of Labor, right? These things are good in concept, and they're better than nothing, but they're easily co-opted by capitalism, as is everything. Like I said, saying that you want a capitalist democracy is basically saying that you want a henhouse in the fox yard. See the problem?
That these toxic pollutants weren't as bad, right? So there is no...
Although, look, having the ability to vote for one bozo over another, to say, like, we really don't want Donald Trump, let's, get this other guy instead, it's better than having that, forced on you, but it's not a democracy. You're not ever getting to pick who runs. And when you really do get behind somebody that might be able to make things better for you, you donate your $27 to help his campaign, that rug gets pulled right out from under you. All in one night. Every single candidate out of there, except for the one that's competing with the person that you want to vote for. And now your election, who your candidate was winning, is now losing that election. And we end up with somebody that is gonna... We end up with a 80-year-old.
Mechanism in the situation where we just,
capitalism.
Yeah, so we just sit there and we...
the 80-year-old who actually looks and acts 80 years old.
Expect the government that is, appointing people into positions of power that literally have a material... No, listen. We expect the government to enforce certain regulations and restrictions that they do not, because the people that are placed into that position of power have no interest or need in placing said restrictions, or maybe even lack the know-how.
Maybe people in the company don't want to make less money. So maybe they don't have access to all the data that the CEO
the beautiful part about that is that, at least historically speaking, what you're describing has never happened. What I mean by that is, when you look at the UAW, for example, it is supposed to be in their best interest to be anti-EV, and yet for some reason, Sean Fain and the UAW is perfectly understanding of a Green New Deal
never been a company that has a purely socialistic hierarchy where they make less.
There's cooperative corporations.
Where they make less.
Like Mondragon is a good example of.
And have they been levied with the task of deciding to make less money to help the environment?
Yes.
When?
Absolutely. Not to help the economy, but
my point is that saying one is better than the other is just theory. Well,
we are talking about simply theory.
I think a strong
agree that capitalism doesn't work.
I think a strong EPA is great. In fact, I think you'd still need an EPA in a socialist country. I don't think it eliminates the need for the EPA.
Agreed, 100%. Which is what I was saying is, in that socialist formation.
You need a part of the government to look at that stuff, but it's a little different than what the EPA does, right? In that, like, the EPA is what you get under Richard Nixon when the entire country rises up and presses him and says, you better do something about pollution. And he gives you this sort of, ironically enough, the Nixonian policies look better than some Democratic policies, right? But it's due to what's happened to the Democratic Party, due to the fact that they're afraid of their own shadow, due to the fact that a different kind of Democrat has ascended, the Democratic Leadership Council, the moderate Democrat, that's where you get this strange, sort of time distortions where you're like, well, Nixon did the EPA, that doesn't seem like, but what I'm saying is that, that would be part of the government if the government was even just acting in the interest of the people, right? That would be so obvious. Oh yeah, maybe don't destroy the earth, maybe don't cause climate change in your production of products, right?
There is actual real mechanisms of control.
EPA filled with people with the direct interest in destroying the environment. Well, yeah, often with people who worked in the industries that they're regulating, or people who anticipate working in those industries in the future, right? So that there's a built-in conflict of interest that's just completely allowed to go on, right? And that's how you have an EPA that doesn't really do much, or even like under Trump, like I said, person tasked with running the EPA was somebody who has been trying to destroy the EPA his whole life.
That can put a stop to this kind of thing rather than power accumulating in the hands of the few at the top of the corporate structure that then make these decisions, make these hiring practices to get these people in the revolving door.
Right.
In theory, what you're saying,
the oh my God, what is the river in Ohio that caught on fire?
In practice, it would be great as well.
I think in practice it would be great, but I don't think it's possible.
But okay, so now
let's go back to this idea of greed, right?
First you said the theory doesn't work. Now you're saying in practice it won't work.
No, because it's not. And what I mean is that you can't organize it that way. It won't work. And you know what I mean?
But what I mean is that we do see different.
Cuyahoga, thank you. I was about to say the Gowanus Canal, but that's not. It's literally not the Gowanus Canal is still polluted. East Palestine, to get a more recent example.
You and I are in agreement that higher degrees of socialization is a benefit. Okay, we're in agreement. You like unions. You want workers to have more control. You want workers to have more power, more say, and have more autonomy ultimately. So you and I are absolutely in agreement on that front. So to say that doesn't work in theory, I think betrays.
I'm talking about the workplace specifically.
Well, yeah, in the workplace as well. You're in agreement, no?
That's a huge difference.
We spend 80% of our adult lives in the workplace. This is the most important place for political organization.
Listen,
regulated, but he doesn't believe in democracy in the workplace.
We seem to have a disagreement about like greed. Like there seems to be this notion that people that live in a capitalist country.
C's H3, Dan.
We understand greed and desire for wealth differently than an example we see is like Native Americans. And that's part of why I can't conceive of a true socialistic country.
You're saying that like primitive communism or primitive accumulation, which has been the foundation of like societal development for much longer than the Industrial Revolution or post-industrial revolution capitalism, right?
I've seen a lot of people say that greed is learned.
This is so frustrating. He starts to talk about primitive communism, right? He starts to get to because that was something that we also touched on, is the idea that rather than the way that most people talk about these issues is by looking at capitalism as being normal, natural, and having existed since the beginning of time, right? But the concept of primitive communism kind of blows that apart. But yeah, no, he doesn't have time to actually get out what he's trying to say, because Ethan is on to the next thing.
If you grew up in a pure socialist society,
no, absolutely. Self-interest is a real thing that people have, but people can be taught and people can learn.
Oh God, yeah, he absolutely is.
Learn that the collective aspects of societal development are far more important for self-interest than the individual, the hyper-individualistic, like, I'm going to get mine, fuck everybody else.
So the point of going to this greed discussion is to talk about like human nature, in that I believe that in a perfect socialist society, there'll be forces of influence of wealthy people, people with status, people with power, wanting it more for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
True, Ethan, but not nearly as influential as the force of the middle of the hour ad break, which I think is coming at you pretty soon here. We're going to get a middle of the hour ad break. That means that if you are enjoying the stream right now, you will no longer be enjoying the stream. You will be enjoying instead an ad. If you don't want to have to deal with that, there are ways around that. If you have Amazon Prime, you can use that to make it to get yourself a free sub. That's a Prime sub. You just hook it up to Twitch, and it gets you out of the ads, and it gives you the emotes and everything else that you get with a sub. You can also pay for a sub. It is 25% off, I believe, through the month of September, or if you're lucky, you might get gifted a sub, in which case you're better off being more active and saying more in chat, because that way people will see that there's your name, you've got no avatar by it, you're going to get sucked into the ad break, which is happening right now, where some people are going through in fact, the people that need to hear this most are sucked into the ad break as we speak.
My argument
and I believe that's innate.
Yeah. If so, first of all, I don't think that there's a biological imperative. I think that, like I said,
Irena's going after your job.
Self-interest can be.
If you have a resource hoarding,
I don't know. I kind of want Ethan's job.
Greed.
Yes. So
how is accumulating lots of money different than resource gathering or accumulation?
I will describe it to you. A society that heightens collectivist understandings, okay, as a consequence of it being directly tied to our...
on YouTube, it's a whole nother deal. There aren't... sub just means you follow the channel. Memberships is if you want to get videos early and you want to get all the emotes that the members have and access to a whole bunch of cool stuff that we can do. That's a membership, but basically the main thing that you need to worry about if you're on YouTube is hitting that like button, because it does in fact help me out a lot, right? In the algorithm, right? That's your one most powerful shot against the algorithm, is being able to hit that like button. I know it feels really silly. It's just a thumb, you know, it's just a like, but it actually does a lot more than you think.
At this point, our means of production and how we understand it, how we generate commodities, is going to have...
Those are YouTube emotes, but we got our own special emotes on Twitch as well, on YouTube as well.
Exact opposite opinion on collectivism versus hyper-individualism in the way that you see it under capitalism. More people will have a collective understanding that, like, we are in this together and that we're working side by side.
Most, not all.
Then yes, you're right. Mm-hmm. And the reality is that there will still be people who are self-interested, people who will still want to utilize the existing constructs, the existing hierarchies to their immediate advantage at the cost of others. But my point is that if that is an inevitability, which I agree, because there will be people who are sociopathic, criminals, charlatans, the lumpen proles and whatnot, okay? That will...
Thank God. Thank you for becoming a member of E.
Always exist, but even if that exists in the and I'm being very realistic about this...
I feel like I need to give you all a better like membership alert than just the default one.
Wouldn't it be better to have more mechanisms of control in the form of democracy and and ensure a world in which everyone has more autonomy in a place where they spend 80% of their lives on?
It would be.
So yeah, then we're in agreement.
There's a rubber band, you know, it's pulling us. The center of gravity is social democracy, capitalism, socialism, and the rubber band's pulling us in both directions towards the center. That's what I believe.
Okay.
I feel like I've heard Ethan say the golden mean before. Yeah, this is kind of cringe. Centrism is a virtue in of itself, I guess.
My point always is that while marginal incremental reform in social democracies were made when there was actually a counterforce in the form of communists, trade unionists, anarchists, and the like, okay, they have been thoroughly eviscerated both in this country and in Europe as well, which is precisely the reason why you see Europe fall.
There we go. That's what the he said, like a rubber band. Like he's saying that there's like a magical force pulling us towards. You got problems with capitalism over here. You got problems with socialism over here. I'm standing in the sweet spot, right in the middle, right where the rubber band is pulling us towards. Like, right? I don't know. It's this centrist. What do you want to call it? It's the magical hand of the free. Well, I don't know, the magical hand of the free. I mean, kind of like, yeah, the Adam Smith notion of the invisible hand of the free market, right? But I don't know. He's just trying to, like, in capitalism, under a capitalist society, we tend to think of centrism, of being in the middle, as being a virtue. And who's that a virtue for, right? What does that do? You got two sides of the political, two parties in the political spectrum. And although I will say, yes, there's a difference. Yes, it's often worth your time to do some strategic voting, even if it's not the candidate that you really want, because the candidate that you really want isn't running, because they're never running, because they never want you to vote for that candidate, right? Even in that situation, one candidate might be better than the other. But the tendency is that when there's a crisis, when people are not okay, when things are going downhill, you get the Democratic Party voted in, and they've got some imperative to do some kind of reform, increase the size of the social safety net, for instance, right? Make regulations, minimum wage, et cetera, right? You get that kind of action, right? Which it really, if you think about it, only functions as a release valve, because the Democrats that you're getting to vote for aren't maybe the Democrats that you'd want to vote for. They're the Democrats that are trusted by, by the establishment to drag their feet as much as possible. So, you want all this, you want this, that, and the other. Well, we're going to give you half of that, right? Because we got to be reasonable. The Republicans on the other side, they don't want this at all. They don't want any social safety net. So we're going to make the social safety net a little bit bigger, but not as big as you actually want it to be, right? That's kind of the way that it functions, right? And then when there's a time when people are not watching, when people are not looking, when the country is prosperous, you have the Republicans come back in and say, yeah, we're going to lower those taxes and we're going to do, you know, like, or even sometimes, you know, when things are tough, right? They'll use that as an excuse to do supply side economics, even though it's been tested and we know it doesn't work. We know that Reaganomics is a big failure. They're still trying to do it because it kind of makes sense. I don't know, if you give money to the rich, since the rich are job creators, they'll take that money and they'll create jobs with it, or they'll take that money and they'll put it in their fucking pockets like they always do. I don't know. You guess.
Following the American attitude.
You look at history and tell me what happened.
Its own conditions getting worse and worse year over year.
If you're willing to at least acknowledge that there are going to be innately, just as a product of the human condition, people that are born greedy with a desire to want to hoard resources. I don't know why you're afraid to say greedy. They're hoarding resources. If you're willing to admit that they're going to be bad people, then that's okay for me, because there was some takes I saw that pretended like that.
Don't have a conversation with people on Reddit who also themselves will probably change their ideas. There's people are very rigid, especially under the guise of anonymity online. It's not reflective of the actual conversation that you could be having that's productive.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that.
But
so let's move on.
I fall into this trap too. I yell at fucking people in my chat all the time because I sometimes lose sight of like sarcasm, and I can't get an accurate assessment because I don't know where you're coming from.
Really bad.
Okay.
But I want to continue this.
If you go to pee, I'm fucking everyone's a communist after this. I'm just letting you know.
It's okay. You can have
while you're peeing, I'm just gonna
maybe we should both go so you don't get the advantage.
No,
right, you don't need to pee? You always pee before me.
No, I'm holding it in. No, I don't need to pee.
There's no shot you don't need to pee.
Yeah.
I'm not taking a pause.
Oh God.
He's gonna have Kaya pee for him.
No, do not.
You're gonna outsource that.
You want me to mute his mic?
That's fucked up. I'm reading the comments.
Nope, I have control.
There you go. I think this has been a relatively productive conversation. I mean, God knows what people will do to pick this apart.
You collaborator.
Because every single time we have conversations, it's very frustrating that like there is a secondary market, like a cottage industry of people who will like pick apart every detail and make these like grand assertions off of it, which is very frustrating because it's like I guess if you're from one of these communities out there, and there's plenty of them, there's so many people that make videos, right?
I mean, how we do it. I'm not going to say that the H3 podcast is. I mean, I would say the H3 podcast. We do that too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we do that as well. Yes, I do that as well. But like, my question always is like, if you're coming from one of these communities, like, don't you feel like you're duped a little bit by whoever you trusted into believing that there's like genuine discord and division here? Like,
chat. One in chat. If you feel duped by nocommentchick selling you a thumbnail, selling you a title that implies that this partnership between Ethan and Hasan has somehow broken apart, when, as you can see, they're having a lot of fun badly debating socialism.
About you and Ethan having a falling out.
Or even, well, people didn't attack you as much. Surprisingly, it was more so me, even though you and him had a big disagreement as far as
well, nobody gives a shit about me. I mean, come on.
It was odd. I don't know, because you have a lot of differing opinions as well, but for some reason you weren't getting criticized as much. It's almost like people are more self-interested in certain directions. But
I think there's definitely an element of that. People definitely have it out for you. And also, I think I saved myself a little bit by being at the beginning. I don't know if you caught how much of that conversation you caught, but I was very reluctant to engage in that conversation. And so, you know, anything that I said was kind of tinged with the fact that
his boss. It's one thing for Hasan, you know, who, like, I mean, you can see Hasan as like the junior partner in terms of probably, you know, gets less views in a week on, I mean, I'm guessing, is that right? Actually, I don't know if that's true. But whatever power differential there is between Ethan and Hasan, obviously the power differential between Dan and Ethan is going to be greater.
That, like, Dan doesn't even really want to be here, so I guess maybe that softened people's anger. I'm sure people did get angry about it, but frankly, I was stressed about it afterwards, just because, like, I don't know, I don't like being the center of attention, and so I stayed off of social media all weekend. I just didn't look at it. Yeah, Ethan just said they were glazing me up. Well, I'm sure some people were, but
yeah, they were saying Queen Dan, Wan. They were saying Wan.
You know, maybe I'll take this as an opportunity to drop a little bit of knowledge I don't think I've ever actually shared on the show. But,
knowledge.
My one side of my family was actually I am descended from a bunch of like hardcore Bolsheviks in the Russian Revolution.
I knew it.
Fuck, dude, that's you. That's right. We were actually trying to draw this out of you, dude. You're fucking done, son.
My last name Swerdlove is a
Chat, seriously, I think he really did drop some news on us, all right? I gotta say.
Oh boy, big news. Oh boy, big news. I haven't heard big news. Oh boy, CNN is more. So Donald Trump, oh boy, oh man. Here's a video of so Donald, big news. Donald Trump, big news. Donald Trump, oh boy, big news. Oh boy, so Donald.
I very much need that sound file.
Bastardization of Sverdlov, who was one of Lenin's lieutenants in the revolution.
That's definitely big news.
I mean,
I'm kidding.
We're talking great uncle or something here. It's not really directly connected.
Your family's proletarian violence and his contributions have been noted, man. Yeah. We're Tsarist here. How dare you?
Sorry. I didn't want to piss off the whites.
So I know. I always see this picture and I'm always like, dude, he seems a little too comfortable in that outfit.
But
there we go. It's because he's got Bolshevik blood running through his brains, through his veins.
Filling that uniform.
It was a Halloween costume. I'm not a weirdo.
Red scare.
Yeah.
Red scare.
Okay, so he's not talking about the Red Scare podcast. One in chat if you know who the Red Scare podcast is, because I might actually talk about them at some point. Anybody know about Red Scare? Anybody know what I'm talking about? This came up on the Majority Report the other day, actually, of all places.
Red Scare.
Okay, so I want to move on to some more practical topics, but before we do that, I want to say that I think this is a great conversation.
I agree.
And anyone that's mad, you're wrong. Anyone who's upset right now about this conversation, you're wrong. This is a good conversation we're having.
People get heated, but I've been keeping it up.
Yeah, Red Scare is kind of a pretty good example of diagonalism at work, right? The concept that Naomi Klein talks about in her new book, Doppelganger.
Eye on the chat, and I think a lot of people have found this really interesting.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Wrong. The last time was a little jading, but I wasn't going to stop me. But anyway.
Dasha, oh, that's right. Dasha's in Succession. I forgot about that. God.
Also, I want to emphasize that
But they're still going, right? They're still podcasting. They're not. The only reason I wouldn't talk about them is just because they actually aren't like that influential, and they never really did take off. But yeah, it's definitely like a diagonalist sort of career arc that they've gone on, going from being disgruntled Bernie bros to whatever the hell they are now.
Agree on so much, like literally
trad MAGA weirdos.
Really 95%.
In the practical application, in the short term, we are in agreement 100% of the way. If you like Bernie Sanders, then you're good with me.
But I mean, maybe they're not trad enough, right? Because the real trads, they convert to orthodox. Okay, you got to be like Rob Dreher.
That's
Dreher, sorry. Not Rob DeSantis.
Opinion, because Americans do not have any class consciousness, and you have to build that. There are certainly differing opinions, like people who believe in acceleration.
What? Oh my God. 1 hour and 15 minutes. 1 hour and 50 minutes into this debate, and we are just now getting to that concept. We are just now. Well, I mean, like, wait, we haven't really talked about class consciousness, have we? Right? Very grim case. Yeah, I guess so.
Or whatever, but I truly think that America will only accelerate towards barbarism as it has, and not necessarily socialism, without any kind of without people believing that like they have any kind of autonomy in the workplace, any kind of means of collective bargaining in the workplace.
Okay, so anyway, my point is, if you're angry, you're being silly right now. This is good. This is a good conversation.
I think this
and
is
my
chat that he's talking.
Again, I'm pretty, ignorant. So this is good for me to kind of.
I think you undersell yourself. I think you are, more importantly than anyone else. Ignorance is one thing, but you're very curious and you're charitable when you want to learn things. And I think that is truly important, as opposed to being like, I've made up my mind. This is good. I mean, obviously there's still hangups.
Yeah.
But that's always going to happen. It's just this kind of dogma is too powerful. Everyone has their own journey.
The fact that we have like over 30,000 people watching like a really analytical,
kind of nuanced debate about this.
Yeah, socialism and social democracy is pretty.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that. And like Hasan said earlier, I mean, I think there's been a massive sea change in this country in the last decade, largely thanks to Bernie Sanders. But I would even go further back and say like the Occupy stuff and the financial crisis is when it really started to creep into the consciousness. But I can't imagine having this conversation when I was like a teenager. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it would be a non-starter in this country. And
well, we're both radical, by the way, as we're saying. By
yes, you yourself in the eyes of the broader American
even
public
now,
are.
I would be considered radical by
compared to someone like myself. Yes, people will go, "Oh, he seems reasonable," which I personally love. I think that that's a
like if you're most people will not even allow the label socialist to be applied to them in any way, even if it's like social democrat or democratic socialist, even if they kind of do embody those beliefs, right? Like, wanting to, call yourself anything socialist is like on the marginal side of the left, unfortunately, in this country. And just so everybody understands, right? Because I'm definitely not trying to send any more hate Ethan's way. He is not, he is trying to win the debate. And in the process, sounding kind of like a capitalist pig, right? But comparatively speaking to a lot of people out there, he's not, he's not a right winger. He's not a super. The birth of Tim Pool, Occupy. Yeah, we'll talk about diagonalism. There we go. That's a great example. Tim Pool's trajectory from Occupy to whatever the hell he is now.
Great thing.
I don't think
because the more insane I look, the more sane you look. And in the short term, what you're advocating for is unironically a good thing, which is why I also.
This is so hard to take from Hasan. As somebody with viewpoints that he's regularly like made fun of and stuff and marginalized, right? I mean, I guess that makes him look better. I guess that makes sense, but like it's not exactly a fist bump. I don't feel very bro-fisted on the issue of Hogwarts Legacy.
You look crazy for once. I look sane for once.
No, but that's my point. That's why I also
we're working in the same.
That's why I also try to engage in movement building in the other direction as well. Whenever there's like. Because there's plenty of people who fucking hate me on to the left of me who have like radical, Maoist third worldist opinions or whatever the fuck. But I never give that any kind of light or any kind of attention or dunk on it because I feel like, yeah, they look crazy or whatever. Who gives a shit? Ultimately, if they are working in their own way to erode the power that capital has, then you're good in my book. And that even extends to social democrats to the right of me as well.
So just to summarize my point before we move on, it's essentially this. I believe social democracy can address all the issues that socialism attempts to address and also offers a more realistic and a proposition for an organization of society. That's it. But let's move on.
It is 12:20. I should just point out. I don't know how much we've been going for about 2 hours here.
If you need to bail, that's fine. But I have more questions.
Okay, what do you have? I'm down to keep talking.
Can I just point this out real quick? You sent this a moment ago.
Yeah, my dad got.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him
every time.
Tim was a narc even back at Occupy?
Every time.
Every time. What am I
to be fair, Perdukatons has gotten me as well in the past.
Yeah, but this was.
I may have used Producticon's tweets. That's why it's really important when you're reading a tweet to look at the name and see if it just looks like the word you think it is or it really is. Because it's literally H3 Productions, but with Producticons instead of Productions, right? It's a parody account.
My parents, every time we do a clickbait title, they go,
yeah, who are these Maoist third worldists you speak of?
Dan left. AB died.
AB's dead?
AB's dead?
What?
Yes. And in the role of a lifetime, Gary.
All right, let's talk about some like realistic or not realistic. Let's talk about some actual applications of socialism today, because I kind of want to understand it. So let's look at China. So I know China's done a lot of good for the massive amount of its populace. They've uplifted them out of poverty. They gave them access to health and housing. And on the whole, the
improved literacy rates.
Yeah, everything across
rapid
the board.
urbanization, rapid development.
Exactly. The quality of life of the average Chinese person is absolutely catastrophically improved.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now you tell me when I ask you,
seems pretty radical for you to even admit that, in my opinion. But okay.
Well, hold on. I've never denied that.
Okay.
But my question is, is China socialist or not? Because you always say China isn't a socialist country.
I think China, if you ask them, is a transitional socialist state. Do I think that it has certain socialist characteristics?
Who
Absolutely.
would say that in China?
What do you mean?
You said if you ask them.
The CCP, the government, the CCP.
Oh, okay.
That's their main thing. Is that this is like
they say we're
socialism with Chinese characteristics. We are a transitional socialist state. Every communist party will always say that they are trying to implement a transitional socialist state. Obviously, that socialism has to be adjusted to the material conditions and the needs that the people have. Socialism
last week you were telling me China isn't a socialist country, so I was curious what you meant by that.
It's not socialism in the sense that like there is.
I want to make this into like have you ever seen Bandersnatch? The Black Mirror game. It's on Netflix. It's a movie, but you can choose different options. I want to like right here. I would like Hasan. Do you?
Them.
The CCP, the government, the CCP. Oh, okay. That's their main thing. Is that this is like
they say we're
socialism with Chinese characteristics. We are a transitional socialist state. Every communist party will always say that they are trying to implement a transitional socialist state. Obviously, that socialism has to be adjusted to the material conditions and the needs that the people have. Socialism.
Last week you were telling me China isn't a socialist country, so I was curious what you meant by that.
It's not socialism in the sense that like there is collective ownership over the means of production across the board. It's state ownership that benefits the interests of the citizens, as you've also admitted or recognized.
It's not an admission. Yeah, I recognize that.
Well, it's an admission if you're living in the Western world, because in the Western world,
it's undeniable. It's just a fact.
Yeah, but people will use. Here comes the.
I'm not one of those people. I'm not one of those people.
You know
what I mean?
Okay.
Well, okay. Here's what I'll say about
Taiwan.
Here's what
statements.
Hold on, we'll get to that.
Before we get to
Here's what I'll say about China. China's economy was extremely stagnant for a long time, and even if you compare it to Taiwan, who separated from them in about 1950s, if you compare,
like I guess what I'm saying is you got the option here to maybe bring up try to explain dingism, but. Are you going to? Because later, spoiler, later it gets brought up, and I'm trying to remember. Somebody says something about the dingus state, and then somebody mishears it as the dingus state, like dingus.
More to that separation, I think.
Sorry?
There's a little bit more to that separation, I think.
Well, we'll get into more depth than that. But my point is, around the 1970s, 1980s is when China's economy started to boom.
Yes.
And the reason for that boom was because they started to open up their economy and lean into more capitalistic notions.
They got an influx of foreign capital, yes.
And that is when the average quality of life of the average Chinese person was vastly improved.
So here,
and before that, the Chinese...
It goes into Beavis and Butthead territory, pretty much.
Economy was extremely stagnant, and the quality of life was not good.
Yeah, so here's how that works, right? There is plenty of trade that occurs with other countries as well that do not have a mandate of trying to do even development, right? Let's not use the word socialism here. Let's just say urbanization, even development, like uplifting. Chinese people will say Chinese prosperity, right? Plenty of other countries that get foreign capital do not necessarily develop in that direction in the same way that China did. The reason why China was able to do so is not necessarily because foreign capital came into the country. It was because of what they did with said foreign capital. If China had developed in a similar structure with Western-backed kleptocrats that control it like an oligarchy in the same way of the democratized market and the dissolution of the USSR did, then China would objectively be in a similar situation to Russia and the Russian economy in general. Russia made all of its, or the USSR made all of its collectivization in that time frame, in a very short time frame, without 400 years of slavery and all of the many benefits that gave to the Western world, and went from fucking potato farmers to people that beat the United States to the space, to be the first person to go to space. Yuri Gagarin shouts out. Similar structure existed, and similar thing happened in China as well after foreign capital came in. But it wasn't necessarily because foreign capital came in. It was what they did with that foreign capital. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense? So
for instance, if they'd taken that foreign capital and used it to get out of the top of the hour ad break, then they would no longer have to listen to the ads that are coming up in just a few minutes. The ads that you're going to experience if you don't have a little Persona 2 avatar next to your name. There's several ways that you can get one. If you've got Amazon Prime, you can use that to get a free sub. That's the cheapest way. Probably the easiest way is if you buy a sub during this month, it's 25% off. So whatever kind of subs that you buy during the month of September are going to be 25% off. A much less certain way, but interesting way nonetheless, is that you might also get gifted a sub. That is a possibility. It happens from time to time when somebody's feeling generous and they see your little name come across there without an avatar. If you want that to happen more often, though, be active in chat, because then people will actually see that you don't have a sub, and you might have a chance of getting that. So yeah, I actually did it in time this time.
Because money is just money, right? If there was like I don't know, if we lived in a very different world.
Oh my God.
It was for cheap labor.
Yes, absolutely.
And so in a sense, they're serving.
Thank you, good for Gabby.
Capitalism.
And also good for Gabby for getting out of the good for Gabby will no longer see those ads.
Money.
It was
serving capitalism.
The dingus gambit is that
the dingus gambit.
It's just like utilizing the.
We need that sound asset. Can somebody clip this for me? We need that sound asset. We take this back just a little bit. Yeah, I wanted the dingus gambit.
Right? If there was like I don't know, if we lived in a very different world.
What was the money for? It was for cheap labor.
Yes, absolutely.
And so in a sense, they're serving capitalism. They're taking the money.
Serving
capitalism.
The dingus gambit is that
the dingus gambit.
It's just like utilizing the
Dang was the leader that
interests
did
of.
Oh, that was his name, Dingus?
No.
Dang.
Ah! Oh my God, I'm sorry. I don't know. I can't describe how much that tickles my funny bone. Like I feel like I don't just have a funny bone at this point. I have funny ribs. All of my ribs are being tickled from the inside by the fact that Ethan thought he was saying the dingus gambit. Yeah, that was when the dingus gambit came in and into play.
Dang.
Dingus.
Is that you can take advantage of Western society has this division of power.
Wait, can y'all not see the other chat? If you're having trouble, like look right above me, see where I'm standing, and I'm sitting, or yeah, I'm standing. That's right, I'm standing. I'm standing up for you for the entirety of this broadcast. But yeah, right above you is like the chat. That's like the entire chat. You should also be able to see like the chat through Relay if it's working correctly.
Where there's an imbalance there, where capital owners and their capital interests are better represented by their bourgeois government. So they will, if we offer them, cheap manufacturing, and then take their IP and start slowly but surely developing our country through rapid urbanization, like taking all that foreign capital and like building roads, building hospitals, building trains.
Yeah, no, that's actually true. That's actually true. It looks like YouTube's not getting the Relay, but if you're ever if you hear me refer to somebody that you don't see in chat, always like look above me. No, you're not Soul Life. You're not. You're giving me something to if you need it explained, probably other people need it explained too. And I didn't even realize that usually the Relay tells you in either chat like what's going on in the other chat, but it's just not doing it because I restarted the stream. So yeah. Well, I'm not sure why that is.
We will be able to inevitably improve our material conditions as a collective.
In doing so, they've also entrenched themselves in a capitalistic
gambit for the
model,
win.
I think. And not totally, right? But to an extent. And I think to that extent, it was a great benefit to them.
I need a dingus gambit. I need a dingus gambit like emote. Because I want to put the dingus gambit sound on Discord. Oh yeah, Discord is a thing. Oh my God. And I have a Discord, and some of you may not be in that Discord yet, so let me put out the invitation. See, there's all these things that I'm supposed to do, chat, and when I'm not doing my job right, I have literally nobody to blame but myself, and that's no fun. So I want other people to blame. So join the Discord so I can blame you for something one day, which sounds like a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun getting blamed for things in the Discord. That's not really what I do in the Discord. I'm pretty sweet in the Discord. You know me. I mean, you sort of know me. You know me parasocially. Okay, it's not the same as knowing me, but you know of me. You know generally of me. You know that like I'm probably not gonna yell at people in a Discord for no reason. There we go to Twitch and to YouTube. If you're not in the Discord already, fix that. Wait, did I even I don't know if that's the right. Why do I feel like that's not the right? Oh yeah, it did go through. Okay. Yeah, there's the ad break.
To operate in that middle ground. And I'll say this, since that's happened, you know, that's when you started seeing all these Chinese billionaires, which is not a good thing, I'm saying. But like
but it's global capitalism.
That's the inevitability.
It's impossible to escape global capitalism under a global capitalistic structure unless you are forced to exist or operate outside of those boundaries in the form of like Cuba, for example.
Well, we both agree on a realistic approach. So in that sense, we agree that's why I believe social democracy is the way. But, you know.
AB wrote something if you want to read it.
Oh, yeah. We were saying about how the CCP.
It took you to Steven Crowder? The Discord link took you to Steven Crowder? Am I Steven Crowder? Dingusism, yeah. With Bandicoot characteristics, right?
Oh, I didn't see the second part. Since established in 19...
Wait, isn't there like a dingus in Crash Bandicoot? Is there a dingus in Crash Bandicoot?
21, CCP has proclaimed itself to be a Marxist-Leninist party and has consistently referred to its system as socialism with Chinese characteristics.
Seriously, though, that took you to
in
Steven
essence, CCP
Crowder?
views itself as overseeing a transitional socialist state working towards the eventual realization of communism. Because communism is a bit different. It's not like when you have like a strong central leader.
No, communism is when
you have a strong central leader. That's what makes it communism. Literally a state of socialism so advanced that the leadership withers away. That's wow. Wow. Is that what communism is? It's like really, really hardcore socialism. Like we need the big daddy. We need the big daddy in front telling us what to do to make it or otherwise it's not communism. I need to be dad bossed, right? I need to be dad bossed or else it's not communism, I guess.
And after a successful stage of development in a transitional socialist state,
I was like, wait.
where the scarcity problem has been solved and there is no interest in like capital accumulation, and the state eventually withers away. Yielding a borderless, moneyless, stateless society.
It's the Star Trek future you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But not
China's well
entirely,
away.
Just basically Star Trek, except that Star Trek probably has a few inconsistencies in it.
To point to the gap between the party's rhetoric and the realities of it, noting the prominence of capitalistic practices, wealth gap, and the absence of political freedoms as challenges to their characterization as a transitional socialist state. But isn't that just like, okay, but we kind of agree on that. So let me ask you this. One of the reasons that China is able to govern so effectively, and we agree, they get shit done fast.
Yeah.
And that's how part of, again, how their economic growth was so quick and strong.
Yeah.
They can act. They don't have to be bogged down by Congress and shit.
Can I cut in here really quickly? That's a dangerous prospect that capitalist countries are also reckoning with, for the record. And under a capitalist country, if they want to continue consistently competing with China, for example, one of the things that the EU did recently was talk about the government-backed subsidies in the form of EVs and how Chinese development is impossible to compete with because they're offering insane subsidies that offer Chinese EVs and is like basically destroying the EV marketplace for European car manufacturers. So they want to create an investigative team and stop that from happening somehow, or possibly even implement tariffs.
By the way,
that, in and of itself, makes the Chinese centralized planning structure significantly better than capitalist ones in the form of global trade. That will create, in my opinion, a very scary future for Western liberal democracies, where how do you implement that kind of central planning, which already exists, but how do you make it worse?
I think I have actually a video of that scary future that somebody sent me. And since I haven't done any derails, I feel like I owe you at least one, just because... otherwise, it's really hard to watch 3 hours of a debate with like 2 hours of NCC commentary over that debate all at one time. It's not easy, right? Let me take a look and see if we can give you an example of what we're talking about here. Oh my God. What is that? It's the future that we're afraid of here. What? It's a glitch cameraman! No! Seriously? Another skivity? Okay, I think we're good now? Are we good now? Nice. Okay, that was scary. Yeah, that's an example of the dystopian future that we have ahead of us if you get caught in the ad break. That's what it's literally like.
Fascism.
Okay.
And that's what I'm genuinely afraid of.
Well, I mean, China's not that far off from it in its current state.
Tim Allen reference, I'm out.
With they have basically a all-powerful leader. Everything's owned by the government. The only difference is they're not at war. Basically, that's
the Siren Head's cousin, the Speaker Man.
Factor. They are building their military.
Oh, Cold James Cash. Wait, who are you talking about? Anarcho-communist? She's what am I missing? It's chat having a conversation, but I'm like, yeah, generally anti-toilet. I feel like we're an anti-toilet chat, for the most part, right? Wait, who are we talking about? Her argument with Sam. Wait, are we talking about like? I'm so lost. I'm trying to read it all through chat here.
Threatening countries like Taiwan. They're pretty close to fascism right now. I would say.
They're building their military.
Government rules culture.
But what they've done with that military is very different than what the American military is.
Okay, whatever. They have a large military and they're threatening.
It's always a hypothetical.
I'm just saying, China's not that far from fascism.
It's the same with.
It's like
China's not that far from fascism. America is literally 10x the Nazi Germany fascism. Though
I disagree.
We're talking about Jamie from Majority Report, and now As far as Cole, are you talking about like with the allegations and?
It's closer because they have
built the military.
This is something I definitely haven't talked about, although I did talk to Cole a long time ago, right?
But they haven't even fucking used it
many years ago.
They have a government control of business, manufacturing, of social life, of the press. Okay. They have one strong.
These are authoritarian. Yes, these are authoritarian constructs for sure.
And then
but fascism
the only thing missing from that is basically they have strong nationalism.
I agree with that.
And and the only difference basically now to go full fascist is if they were invading countries, which they're threatening to do right now.
So on that same metric, you realize that the only difference in America is the simple feeling that you are free and that you have all manner of different freedoms. Whereas
we do have freedoms of expression. We have freedom to say, freedom of
I agree.
Religion. We have freedom of assembly. Those are big deals.
But
I know you don't think you don't want to.
Yeah, I didn't actually know why Jamie left. I just I knew that Jamie did leave. Jamie Pack we're talking about.
No, those are a huge deal.
Big deals, yeah.
Of course, of course, it's something
I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, of course, it's something I willingly recognize. That's why I say like I'm not living in fucking
my own fault, though.
metric. You realize that the only difference. Military is very different than what the American military is.
Okay, whatever. They have a large military and they're threatening.
It's always a hypothetical.
I'm just saying, China's not that far from fascism.
It's the same with.
It's like right
China's not that far from fascism. America is literally 10x the Nazi Germany fascism. Though
I disagree. China's closer because they have
they built a military, but they haven't even fucking used it. That's not the only thing I said.
They have a government control of business, manufacturing, of social life, of the press. Okay. They have one strong.
These are authoritarian. Yes, these are authoritarian constructs for sure.
And then
but fascism
the only thing missing from that is basically they have strong nationalism.
I agree with that.
And and the only difference basically now to go full fascist is if they were invading countries, which they're threatening to do right now.
So on that same metric, you realize that the only difference in America is the simple feeling that you are free and that you have all manner of different freedoms. Whereas
we have freedom. We do have freedoms of expression.
We have freedom to say,
freedom of
I agree.
Religion. We have freedom of assembly. Those are big deals.
But
I know you don't think you don't want to.
No, those are huge deals.
Big deals. Yeah.
Of course, it's a,
okay.
Of course,
sorry,
it's something
I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, of course, it's something I willingly recognize. This is why I say, like, I'm not living in fucking China right now. It's not like there's. It's not like they're on cities
to say.
Zero, that was incredibly fast. How is this even possible? Are you a time traveler? Can we start a conspiracy theory that Zero is a time traveler?
The Dingus Gambit. 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 The Dingus Gambit.
Wait, somebody give me a beat.
The Dingus Gambit. 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 The Dingus Gambit.
You got a Dingus Gambit. Thank you, Zara.
Well, America is. Yeah. And I'm not being an American simp. I'm just saying that
the idea that like
American fascism, like China fascism is better than
okay, here's the difference, because fascism, okay, fascism is supposed to be a
Do we really want to get into fascism? Yeah, whoever said that Ethan doesn't understand fascism is 100% correct.
Means of control with a oftentimes capitalist understanding of the economy and effectively to organize the economy and continue organizing the economy.
Capitalism doesn't have a lot to do with fascism, I don't think.
Capitalism has everything to do with fascism. I mean, capitalism.
You're striking on one of the biggest political philosophy debates of the 20th century.
Fascism is restoring order by
I don't think,
whipping the fucking masses.
A lot of people define fascism as capitalism in crisis.
Yes.
So I think about it more about like, maybe it's like capitalism gone fucking totally off the rails. Maybe, yeah.
Because it's fascism. If fascism had nothing to do with capitalism.
Fascism is capitalism off the rails. Okay.
Then all of these supposedly populist leaders like Hitler and Mussolini, who started off as like supposedly quote unquote socialists or even like, interested in higher levels of socialization, would not have worked alongside capital owners and destroyed trade unions and communists in general. Those were the first people that they fucking butchered.
Okay, fine. I don't care about capitalism. I mean, I'm a social democrat. So, or in terms of like how I just saying, I don't think
about social democrats in Germany. There's also contention there, but
I don't think Chinese fascism is better or worse than American fascism. Why is that funny?
Because I do not think that China is fascist. I think that they are authoritarian. I don't think China is closer to fascism than America. I mean, because the hypothetical, because the most significant part,
but like
the most significant part.
I think what's he getting hung up on here? Because he didn't just pull this out of his ass, did he? It's like I think he's hung up on the idea of the corporatism, which has something to do with the concept of fascism. The dual control over the businesses and the government.
Mentioning is like,
is that where he's getting this from?
Like, they're building their military and they don't have freedom of assembly or freedom of speech. Well,
they control the culture.
Yes, this part is correct.
The manufacturing.
Nationalism is the best part that you can actually identify.
They are nationalistic.
In the problems with China. You can absolutely.
Yeah, you're right. Ethan is looking at this from from a position where he's not seeing a lot of he seems to be minimizing a lot of oppression.
Absolutely push that.
I don't see where
push that part where it is nationalistic. Okay. However, the Chinese development and Chinese military action is either irredentist in nature, which is different than imperialism, where it's more so expansive in its own limited area, rather than global imperialism, which is
China's
done with the express effort with the
Tibet, Taiwan. They're always expanding.
Well, if we're going to talk about Tibet, if we're going to talk about Tibet and Taiwan,
you think it's like okay because it's their territory. Seems.
Do you want me to? Do you want? No. Do you want me to describe it?
I don't want to get into the Taiwan thing because I don't want to get
into Tibet and Taiwan and then not expect me to explain the nuances.
I'm not ready for this tangent.
Because Ethan, but like,
why did you bring this up? This is inherently complicated stuff, right? And look, bringing up Taiwan with no historical concept of what we're actually talking about, right? Where the current, government of Taiwan came from. Spoiler, it's not Taiwan, right? It's even worse than not bringing it up at all. We're all, wait, what is that? There's like a soundbite that we're all less knowledgeable for having heard, what you said.
Go ahead.
Tibet was literally a fucking feud.
This is a liberal stream. Wait, what is a liberal stream?
Slave mandate
leftovers or me?
Like so autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and
so China unilaterally took over Tibet.
Like these are
their culture. They basically are trying to, you know, homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
they're trying to spoil the religion and the identity.
The part of feudal warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
I think that yes, I will be on the record
just like America did it.
That while the Chinese government,
I'm not going to say it.
Well, there is no equivalent in American intervention that you can point to in a similar capacity, unless you're talking about.
Okay, so
and I think this is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going into the fucking South and killing, unfortunately.
I love that description of Ethan. He's like Vegeta with good intentions.
Not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery.
Yeah, he's like a nice Vegeta.
This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government that squashed. Okay,
Tibet is the South.
Well, look, like Michael cites, if you're talking about in terms of doing as a debate, bro, yeah, Ethan's actually doing quite well, especially considering how little understanding he has of what he's talking about. But yeah, we're all worse off for hearing it because it's not a very enlightening debate when Hasan isn't able to really finish a thought. And not that I'm excusing like Hasan's performance here either. There's a lot that he's doing that's just like playing into Ethan's hands. But
Civil War,
yes. Tibet in the time frame where Chinese intervention happened would be the South. Yes, so they were doing slavery.
What was the moral aspect of the war of
Taiwan was like Chinese Vichy France. China. Okay.
The interests are obviously like national security or whatever the fuck they claim, but ultimately the reality was that beyond the material benefits, that yes, they were a feudal, oppressive,
but not as a political debater. Agreed.
Slavery-backed state, autonomous region.
Mm-hmm. So just like Russia's denazifying Ukraine.
No, I don't agree with that. For the record, I don't think that Russia is denazifying Ukraine. If anything, they will end up nazifying Ukraine in the long run.
Mm-hmm. If you want to point to a modern country that you could probably fairly characterize as fascist, I would point to Russia before I
agree 100%. I think that Russia is a significantly better example of a fascist nation state, given its modern Russia, contemporary Russia, being a capitalist nation state built by oligarchs that were.
If you want to be specific, it's a more of a Eurasian national Bolshevik kind of influence than a fascist influence per se. But yeah, if the jackboot fits.
Anti-Soviet and anti-communist that made deals with Western bankers and Westerners originally, leading up to the dissolution of the U.S.
Maybe it's because I started drinking soda pop instead of coffee.
So they could literally pick apart the entire country, Vladimir Putin being another primary example of this.
Okay, good. They're fascists.
I would agree that Russia's interests are significantly more fascist than the outcomes are because their interests do not lie around improving their productive forces or the abolition of like what Russia's doing in Ukraine is no different than what America has done in Iraq. Like, oh, we're bringing democracy. Like, they're not denazifying Ukraine. It's fucking bullshit. Mm-hmm. Whereas I will not say the same thing about Tibet.
Like, no, I'm not saying
I think it would be a disservice. I think it'd be a disservice to Ukraine to make a comparison between like modern Ukraine and feudal Tibet.
You can create a pretense to take anything you want, you know.
Yeah, but there are also. But you agree, like for example, the federal government in the Civil War did the right thing, right? It was very violent. But they did the right thing?
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, good. So let's talk about Taiwan then. Because Taiwan in its formation is created by the KMT, or KMT General Chiang Kai-shek. I'm butchering his name.
I think that was close.
But I think it's the closest I can get to that. And in its formation, it was a military dictatorship that was fascist, openly nationalist, and there was no surprise there that the American government was backing them, right? In its entire inception.
Taiwan
now is very different than that.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about
it. But this is very important in the context of like talking about Taiwan.
Should they be invaded for how they were
Absolutely not. Right. Absolutely not. Because hey, guess what?
Everybody was
when America builds you up to be a nation as a counterbalance.
The other thing about the invasion of Taiwan is that like that's all speculative, right? It's not, there's saber rattling that goes on both sides, let's just say. And it's not like making that assumption that like, well, China's basically being, imperialist towards, Taiwan, while you've got like, real invasions like going on, it's a little bit silly, right? More of a criticism against the like modern Republican national security policy than what Ethan's saying here, but
balance or as the real China as we did originally. That's why we were in support of Taiwan, because they were nationalist, fascist, military dictatorship that was brutal, comprised of dudes that got owned by fucking Mao overall, right? At a time when, and a time when, 100%. At a time, and they were butthurt losers that believed that like...
Wait, it's called pop in the Midwest? Soda?
Mongolia is also a part of Republic of China. They have more expansive desires, more expansive territorial desires than
Mongolia.
They can't do anything. Well, their military, according to American generals.
Wait, are we talking inner or outer?
Assessments was fucking dog shit.
I think Taiwan's a better example then.
So Taiwan.
But wait, I'm not ready.
But Taiwan in its inception.
This tangent is out of control.
Wait, but like you want me to?
We'll go back to it.
These things don't happen overnight. If you assume that it's like a war between good and bad, or that it happened overnight, it materialized out of nothing, then yes, that is infinitely more susceptible to Western framing to be like, these are the good guys, these are the bad guys, they want to do this thing, and then you make comparisons to like reasonable wars or whatever, and then all of a sudden we are
like even saying like China wants to invade, that's speculative and
not factoring in the understandable, whether I agree with it or not.
And it's kind of like putting on like an imperial framework onto China. Like it's like Minority Reporting China, right? Oh yeah, they want to invade. Oh no, they definitely want to invade. I mean, yeah, they're in a situation where there's like a chain of islands that are occupied by people allied with their geostrategic enemy, and Taiwan is one of those islands in the chain. So yeah, you could come up with a rationale of why China would want to invade, but then you've also got the fact that is the U.S.'s policy of strategic ambiguity means that there's a good chance that would set into set a chain of events into effect that would start World War III. So there's a lot of reasons that they also don't want to do that either.
It doesn't matter. The understandable desires of national security from the Chinese nation state that is in an openly contentious yet still very favorable trade relationship with the Western world. Why the fuck would they want
an American
military base in a nation state that was developed?
I should be sponsored by Pop.
By America, originally a fascist, nationalistic, brutal military dictatorship. Why would they want that to be an American base 1 mile off their fucking coastline?
Okay, you're right.
So that is precisely the reason. So that's precisely the reason why the people of Taiwan who recognize that reality, while they yearn for independence, they recognize that reality that it will never happen as long as China has a military or a powerful economy, and as long as America has a legitimate interest in Taiwan being an American base of support to inevitably control China, dominate China.
Which, for the U.S., their incentive to dominate to dominate Taiwan comes from the fact that the majority of microchips at present are being made in Taiwan. The U.S. is moving to upgrade its own productions to be able because that's a contentious part of the world right there. But yeah, that the U.S. needs Taiwan for its microchips.
In some ways.
Okay, hold on. Let me go back because we did like the monster tangent here.
Okay.
I was saying one of the reasons China's so effective is because of their one-party state. Without opposition, they're able to move fast and effectively. So do you think this is a good model? Do you think the one-party state is a good model? Because
I mean, definitely before like calling other nations like imperialist or like, extrapolating this desire to like, increase their empire. The U.S. has a lot of military bases pretty much everywhere.
The outcome of that one-party state is also massive human rights violations across the board.
I mean, I don't think that. I think that America is a one-party state.
I don't care about America.
No, but it's important to understand because, like, the one-party state is an inevitability under any kind of formation of the government. The government is going to yield results that are either positive for the people or negative for the people.
Even if it's smart.
Yeah, it would be like if China had a base in Victoria, blocking the Puget Sound, and not really blocking the Puget Sound, but think of it as they have the ability to easily block the Puget Sound should they want to.
Marginal. There is still a difference, even if it's marginal. There's still a difference. For example, abortion, which I consider a human right. It's marginal.
I agree with you on that. I think that it.
But I don't know. Taiwan gets its the resources that go into building microchips from the U.S.
Talk about America. I want to talk about China.
Well, the reason why we're talking about America is to put it into a framework that is understandable. Like, that's the only reason why I always bring up. People always say, Hasan, your only assessment on the situation is America bad. It's significantly more nuanced than that. The reason why I always go back to America is to help Americans or Westerners understand Chinese governance and how it's not all that different.
You say they don't just pretend to have two parties.
Yeah.
Now, I disagree with that. I don't think it's like...
I was tempted, chat. I was tempted to not watch this whole, like, foreign policy part of the debate, just because it's such a train wreck, and it's so like frustrating. I don't know.
Super wrong. I think there are marginal differences in the parties.
I felt like we had to watch it though, because this is what's going to get talked about, right? This is what the Destiny community is going to be talking about. This is what the Fosh community is going to be talking about. This is definitely what Keffels is going to be talking about, right? This is going to be. This is what people want to see.
And I do think there's space potentially, although it's super unlikely. It's happened in American history for a third party. It's probably never going to happen again, but it has happened before.
Yeah, the Civil War.
And so, but like,
I mean, like when I was thinking of something that that has happened before, I would say the top of the hour ad break. In fact, it's happened not so long ago, about a half hour ago, meaning that we are coming up on the middle of the hour ad break. That means that you have like 1 minute or so, less than that, probably maybe even a few seconds, to try to get out of that ad break. If you've been experiencing that already, you can see that it's kind of disruptive. If you want to get out of that, you can get out of it with a Twitch Prime sub. You can get out of it by buying a discounted sub during the month of September, 25% off. Or you could possibly get out of it if someone is generous enough to get you a gift sub. But that kind of thing is more likely to happen if you're active in chat. I know Ohio, right?
The consequence
the greatest material differences. Okay, but the greatest material differences were ever represented in American history was during the Civil War.
I take back the
Okay. The greatest material differences, like genuine material differences in the form of how to produce cheap commodities like cotton, okay? Well, in the northern states, they backed the abolition of slavery. Southern states didn't. That was a major point of contention. That was probably one of the last times where there was like a real and significant difference in
it's all ad breaks from here out.
Agreement, I guess, a difference in opinion that led to a very violent conquest of the South that wanted to secede and was forced to not.
The one-party system in China does result in a lot of human rights violations. Does the ends justify the means in that case?
I don't think so.
Control.
I don't think it does.
Okay.
I think that in Cuba, which also has certain restrictions on civil liberties, for example.
Like, you're saying this from a country that does human rights violations, and it doesn't have the one-party system. I mean, it, kind of does, but not really, right? It's officially it's two parties.
There's a better argument to be made that the ends justify the means in Cuba, because Cuba is an island that has been under embargo, and since its inception, since the Cuban Revolution, after we backed Batista and wanted to ensure that Cuba was still a tourism destination and sugar plantations with slavery, and then lost, we immediately said, okay, fuck this shit, Cuba, we are going to do everything in our power to stop you from developing. In that situation, because it's a tiny island nation that is in the ass cheeks of the largest imperialist superpower on the planet, it's understandable to have certain restrictions on civil liberties, whereas we're not. And by the way, ironically, Cuba is like way better on abortion, gay rights, and whatnot, which we can get into if you want. No. But that's a consequence of direct democracy, even though Cuba is a one-party state as well.
Okay.
Like,
you don't want to get into that.
I know plenty of. I'm not super familiar with the politics, so I don't even want to speak on it necessarily, just because I don't know a lot. I do know that a lot of Cubans that I've met fucking hate the Cuban government.
Like Enrico Tarrio, leader of the Proud Boys, not a fan of the Cuban government. True.
Yeah, because they're in America.
They're not like rich. They're like
no, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so they're
like they don't have to be rich. But they're in America, which means
admittedly, I don't know.
Like they had a disagreement in the lightest terms. They either were forced to run away, or literally had, in the lightest terms, a disagreement with the Cuban government. Mm-hmm. So of course they are not going to be fond of the current Cuban government.
Isn't there, when you're looking at a country like China, who's able to act so efficiently, and if you're looking for some democratization or like some equality of outcome in terms of income for the lowest people, it seems like a potential and almost like inevitable outcome is some of the stuff that you see in China, like one cultural identity, one religion or non-religion, like this need to be homogenous so that people are compliant and they live that way.
This is state development 101. Every nation state does
so the
some
reason,
form of this.
The reason that has happened in China is why all these mass human rights violations are able to exist. Like re-educating people, mass detention for people who are religious, you know what I mean? Forced labor camps. And I know you deny that they are organ harvesting, but I do believe that they do that or did do that. Maybe they stopped.
Organ harvesting did happen in China.
Yeah.
What you're talking about is like Falun Gong propaganda, which is that they have there's two different types. What we're talking about is like, were there criminal components and certainly
it was state-sponsored organ.
No, I don't know. If it was state-sponsored organ harvesting,
evidence suggests that it was.
The state actually, but watch out.
No, he doesn't mean state-sponsored organ harvesting. I think what he's thinking of is of political dissidents, right? And yeah, Hasan's correct that one of the places that story comes from is the Falun Gong, the organization behind the Epoch Times. That very I don't know. We're getting it. We're spreading, aren't we?
She's right behind you. It's okay. If it was state-sponsored, the state would not have cracked down on it inevitably.
Well,
they did.
They realize how bad it looks. It was the evidence.
But if they're authoritarian, why would they care about how bad it looks? You said that they have labor camps.
China doesn't care about appearance.
Well,
they do too.
But if they're authoritarian, why would they care? Well, I mean, they have labor camps, you said, which is, by the way, ironic because America still has a much higher prisoner density than any other nation on the planet, and slavery is not abolished in America.
We can criticize them.
And we do, like, there's labor done in those prisons.
All we want, man.
Well, my point is, yes, it's wrong in China as well, but of course it's wrong in China as well.
Okay, forget about that. I mean, like, what about, for example?
Now you're doing whataboutism, by the way.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna tell you why. Specifically, let's use this example because it's the best one. The Uyghur, I'm sorry, I don't know how to say their name. Detention camps where they re-educated and eliminated their cultural identity and religion. Yes. And also, frankly, it's almost impossible to do that and not like think of them as others, where they also, are under horrible
mass surveillance, even including like certain representatives living with people and families. Like some of this is like people will say, "Oh, this is Adrian Zen's propaganda," and some of it is very real, 100%.
Don't you think it's Chinese propaganda to be like it wasn't as bad?
I'm not saying it wasn't as bad.
Okay, good, because I thought maybe you said that.
But hold on, no, I think that my analysis on the matter is fairly nuanced, but still incredibly critical of the Chinese state. I have never said that mass surveillance, mass imprisonment, even execution in certain instances, and China's development,
this is the outcome of their homogenous socialist society.
The reason that the Chinese nation state claims they did this, and Xi Jinping famously even, I forget when he said this was a while back, but basically said something along the lines of like, we learned how to deal with Islamic.
Good point. Bring up the Uyghurs and not bringing up First Nations people, indigenous people in the Americas. And yeah, this is like, I mean, this is like, and the thing is, if Hasan brings it back to that, it's like, okay, America bad. Oh, is that your only argument? Is that your only argument? When I bring up a problem with Chinese communism, is America bad? Okay, I guess America bad. It's ridiculous. It is Beavis and Butthead level of discourse. We are, what was that called again? Like that, we're stuck in
the dingus gambit.
We're stuck in a dingus gambit right here, right? And we can't seem to get out. We're in a dingus
gambit.
We're right in there. We're right in there in the dingus gambit.
Terror from the American nation state.
Okay.
And that is why we had to deal with the Uyghurs. I don't agree with what they did. I think that it's fucking bullshit.
Do you think it's necessary to maintain their socialist homogeny?
It's not a socialist.
Yeah. The camps that Trump Trump had that Biden maintains.
Homogeny. Now we're talking about cultural homogeny, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, but it's all it's connected.
The separatist movement within Xinjiang and some of the aspects of that did.
Thank you for subbing, Soul Life. Yeah, I think it does a sound alert when you sub too. We'll see if it comes up.
Knife attacks and the like. They don't have a lot of guns in China, luckily.
Mm-hmm.
It's a special one about communist invading radicals. It's really a callback.
The criminal component of that should have been dealt with on an individual basis rather than dragnets and collective punishment.
Oh yeah, so the influx, the whole thing in Xinjiang, is a direct result of United States foreign policy in Afghanistan.
for the entirety of Xinjiang, which is what China did.
Wait,
and re-education camps and mass surveillance, which exists still to this day. Xinjiang, or any kind of separatist movement in Xinjiang, has now been absolutely squashed, destroyed, eviscerated, and not only have they done that, but also on top.
Usually when somebody subs, like there's a guy pops up in a truck doing a truck rant, and he says, like, it used to be nice up here, but now there are communists invading radicals. So since you didn't get that, I'll say it for you. Now there are communist invading radicals.
On top of that, they basically softened, like you said, or
you're unsubbing for no sound.
I guess the term that Westerners will use is Hanified Xinjiang, and have now use their like their cultural output as like an export even. Like you could just go to Xinjiang and see how wonderful everything is, that kind of thing. You found it. God damn, that's so funny. Mr. G urged the party to emulate aspects of America's war on terror after the September 11th attacks from documents leaked in 2019.
Just to frame this for people that aren't familiar with the history, the crackdowns over there were a result of a rise in terrorism in that region. There were bombings and stuff going on, and so all those camps and the re-education, all of that was a response. It was essentially a crackdown. And
yes, but it was a completely, for the record, completely unjustifiable.
Shakespeare, thank you for the resub.
Way over the top.
Fucking,
oh, that's so sweet of you.
Dragnet, yes,
right, exactly.
Yeah.
Or what the United States did in Afghanistan after September 11th. I mean, we rocked that country for 20 years as a result of a terrorist attack.
I'm defending America or something.
That's really funny you should say that, because that is the automatic position of people in the West, though, is that like whenever I make a comparison to America, like if I compare Russia to America, people think I'm doing that to defend Russia. And it's like, no, that is the worst comparison I can make for a country's actions, because my opinion on American, the American superpower is that it is incredibly bloody and incredibly unjust. But the reason why people immediately go and say, what the fuck? Why are you...
Wait, there's like a full version of this?
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
That's the what is that, like an Adam Sandler movie or something?
Bringing up America in this situation is because they inherently, without recognizing it, will defend American foreign policy because they are under the understanding.
I agree, most people do that.
Yeah.
But so my ultimate question is: do you believe that this cultural homogeny is required in a socialist or communist society?
Yes, I think that some form of positive social cohesion needs to occur if you are going to build a nation state, and this happens in public education. I think that public education is very valuable, and I'm 100% in agreement. If it's being done in a more positive way through public education, then it's great. Right.
I don't know. It's definitely a popular clip. Oh my God, Shakespeare! Thank you for the 5 gift subs. That's really sweet of you, Alex J PG. You just got a gift sub. Crush Dupe, you just got a gift sub. JTull.com, you just got a gift sub. So you have to say it different every time. That's the game. That's the challenge that you put me through, and I appreciate it. Not... Oh no, there's probably a story behind that name, isn't there? There's gotta be a story behind... Oh my God, we hope that Katie's okay. Lexicat 9, you just got a gift sub from Shakespeare. That is a hype train. Starry VR, you also got a gift sub. What do you want for your hype train, right? Should I do something like a limited time to earn exclusive emotes, right? So if you sub right now, not only will you get to tell me what content to cover next, right? Literally the next person to make this bar go up is going to push it past 10. And that means you get to the right to tell me what content that I cover of all the content that I could possibly cover, because there's honestly too much to cover and I need somebody to make the decision for me. So I'm outsourcing. Seeing Mariah Carey. Oh my God. Wow. I wish. Does my voice sound like I could go that high? Maybe. What am I looking? Okay, so we can't use the Weasel song. Can't use the Weasel song. Oh my God. Wait, somebody, Face Cafe just got a sub from... Wait, is it gonna... Starry VR. Starry VR gets to say what is gonna come up next, right? And that could be like, I'm thinking there's the Sisyphus 55 the revolution will not be live streamed video. There's a ContraPoints video, right? We haven't heard from ContraPoints in a while, but ContraPoints is going to toilet song. Loop? Loop? Jaxie, thank you for the 100 biddies. We're at level 3. I think... Oh my god, it hits so good! I don't even mind that I have to put it faster than normal. Oh my god, it just makes me want to like fix my hair. You hate the meme. We got Skibby haters. I mean, it's pretty popular, but pretty unpopular too, I guess. Okay, I gotta do it, chat. I need to remix this. It's that song that lives in my head. Okay, but at the risk of like alienating my audience. Okay, yeah, like, look, I do own, like, the rights to certain music, and, you know... Parker Jr., here we go with Ghostbusters! Thanks to DJ Hype SJW for this remix. Yeah, like, a version where... Whoa! That's faster than it's supposed to go. No, this needs to be like a slow jam. Here we go. Go. Wait, what was that? Awesome work, everybody. We got to level 3. Thank you for everybody driving that hype train today. said no to Skibbity. Well, it's not just Skibbity, it's my special remix of Skibbity. We get the exclusive remixes here. Nowhere else. Chick videos that you may or may not have seen on youtube.com. If you're not already subscribed, that's a great time to do it. No comment chick. You don't even have to put the CC, right? That is my account. That is my channel on YouTube. Make sure to be subscribed to that because there's going to be more coming out on that. There's got to be more coming out on it. Okay. So look, I'm taking this quick aside because we have literally been just grinding this debate and we're going to grind it all the way down and we're going to go even further. Starry VR, I hope you are still in chat because I need somebody to direct me on the next content that we need to do. But yeah, we're still in this stream. Like, look, like I said, like, you know, there's this video, there's that video, but lest we forget this video that we are currently doing. I'm currently in the middle of, I just wanted to let you know kind of like, you know, where my mind is at. Because some of you noticed I took, you know, not like a huge break, right? Like less than a week, but I took some time off this week. And it's been because after that Russell Brand stream, you know, obviously, you know, kind of traumatizing subject matter, but also it made me think about like, you know, what I'm covering, how I relate to the audience or don't, right? And I was realizing that it was getting like not fun. And if it's not fun for me, it's probably not going to be fun for you either. So I've been, you know, wanting to make some changes. I've put a few of those into place. One of the things, though, is I wanted to share more of my creative process in terms of taking what goes on stream and, you know, turning that into videos. I've done it in the past, you know, not in a boring way. You're not just going to sit here with me like editing, like boring editing. I'm going to give you the good part of the editing, right? But I need to get some editing done. I need to put more videos out because that is how you grow, and grow we must. That's like, I can't continue to bring this, you know, to you unless we grow. And by we grow, I mean, like, I do the work to actually, you know, make myself grow. Cause I know I've been around long enough. I know how the game works and I know what I need to do at this point. And that is to put out more YouTube videos, right? Twitch, there's like a limit to like, you know, who can find you, you know, who's in your circle of friends and, you know, how many people are on Twitch in the first place, right? But YouTube is a whole different matter. There's this thing called the algorithm going on. And, you know, not uploading videos, even if you are doing lots of lives, is probably bad for the algorithm. Probably not the best. And also it puts all my content behind, you could see it. It's not a paywall. It's like a time wall, right? You don't see my content as segments of like, here's her talking about this, here's her talking about that, here's a 20-minute video, here's a 5-minute video, here's a 10-minute video. You're seeing, here is a 4-hour stream, here is a, in our case, like a 3-hour stream is what we're working on now. Here's a huge chunk of like undemarcated content. I feel like that's probably asking a little too much of an audience. And indeed, you know, if you keep on doing that, a lot of people who would be interested in your content don't end up finding you. So yeah, basically what I'm saying is, and it's a good thing, right? Because it'll mean that hopefully I'll be on stream more, but I'll also be getting more content done. And I know some of you, we've probably got some people in chat right now who usually don't catch me live because I'm streaming at some weird hour, but you do catch me, you know, the next day. So I want to make that kind of easier, you know, for you as well as far. And plus, I love editing. I love putting out videos. I you know, need to do more content. Like, right, I've been talking about doing a video essay. I've been talking about doing more prepared content for a really long time now. But what happens is I'm just like, okay, I stream and then I get done streaming and I'm really tired. And then, you know, the next day comes and I'm putting together another stream and another stream and another stream. So I think that one way to maybe kind of pull that together is going to be to do some stuff on stream. And if you're interested in learning how to edit videos, like, I mean, I can kind of, you know, show a little. I don't want to make it boring, right? We're not going to do a tutorial, you know, unless it's like a separate thing, right? But yeah, you know, it's a little bit of behind the scenes. It's a little bit of, you know, like the how video editing works, how the creative process works also, which I think and I hope that if you're as invested in my career as I am, which, you know, this is like sink or swim, right? As far as what I'm doing, you know, it's very much a sink or swim industry, then I think you'll like it. I think it'll be a positive change. So I just wanted to let everybody know that before we get back to, and yes, we are getting back to, we are finishing, wait, how did I like lose the, wow. Was it like, did I literally, I did, no, skibbity toilet, no skibbity toilet. No, let's get away from the toilets. We've had enough of the toilets. There we go. There. Now we're situated properly. I feel situated properly. Do you feel situated properly, chat? You need to learn. Yeah. I feel like a lot of people, there's more people having to edit video, you know, in 2023 than there probably has been so far. Time Lady Ruler of the 69th dimension. Oh my god, I feel like I'm right in some kind of dimensional crook or cranny right between Ethan and Hasan here, right? This is kind of a weird place to be. You are back. Oh, nice, because we were going to ask you what is the content that you would like to see after we finish the leftovers. And finish the leftovers we must, because that's the best part of Thanksgiving, I guess. I'm not a huge Thanksgiving person myself, just because, like, I always get invited to Thanksgiving and they're like, oh yeah, we got like some vegan stuff, I'm sure. Like, look, the olives are, we got olives, and we got sweet pickles. The mashed potatoes have butter and milk and cheese, so you probably shouldn't eat those. Obviously the turkey, right? I don't know. I'm used to being the like stick in the mud on Thanksgiving, and I'm like, no, you seriously enjoy yourself. I will eat these olives. These olives are delicious, and just thank you for thinking about me, because I love to be able to, you know, eat olives, and like I don't eat olives nearly enough. I really do love olives. I love anything salty. One in chat if you like salty things. We got any salty chatters today? Look, I feel better already. You know, like, I don't know. I feel like I had a lot to get off my chest. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for indulging me in that. I am sorry that I feel like my streams as of late have gotten, like, you know, less and less good. And that's for a lot of reasons, like I was describing earlier, in terms of, me feeling, that kind of insecurity, right? And when that happens, I need to take a moment, I need to check in, and I need to ask myself, like, what I am doing and what I need to be doing in order to make a good stream for you, in order to make a viable, living for myself. And just like, it's probably better to bring you into that process. That's just the kind of person I am. I am transparent to a fault. I don't have, it's very hard for me to operate like a filter and kind of be like, no, don't talk to them about that. And I honestly think it makes for a better stream too, because that way, it breaks up the content, because that's what I've been doing. I've been so focused on content. Like, we got to do content. Let me get through this content. Let me watch this content. Right. And I never take a moment to think about, like, okay, so you got the content. How is the content going to get to an audience? Are they going to find it in this VOD? I don't think so. I don't think they're going digging through this VOD to be like, oh yeah, there's content here that we really like. I need to cut up the content. I need to manicure the content, and I need to package the content together in a way that people that don't know me from Lilith will appreciate. So that's what I'm trying to do here. And I never noticed how beautiful this thumbnail was, though. Let me show you this. Let's make this bigger. Look at that. Who does these thumbnails? Ethan. Connect me with your... No, I couldn't afford them. That's the thing. Ethan's probably got a really good thumbnail artist, and they charge they charge more than I make in a decade, Like, I don't know. It's probably beyond my means. Let's see. Let's get back to this.
Socialist or communist society.
Yes, I think that some form of positive social...
Have I de-edged you long enough?
Cohesion needs to occur if you are going to build a nation state. And this happens in public education. I think that public education is very valuable, and I'm 100% in agreement. If it's being done in a more positive way through public education, then it's great.
Right, but not like erasing their ethnic identity.
Yeah, if they're doing it in a negative way in that situation where, like, education...
Ethan's thumbnail artist is working in a Chinese sweatshop. Oh no!
It's a positive
moves to re-education. A positive component would be something that we
What? Let me take a look at that.
Unfortunately do not have in America either, would be to have regions that still have their own ethnic identities preserved through their own board of education and are allowed to exist.
Wait,
this is a major problem with the USSR as well. This happened.
I didn't even see this. Shakespeare, you gave 100 biddies and said, read a quote from Mao's Little Red Book. Any quote in particular? Or is that not the... There's like a highlighted thing too? Sorry for missing... I don't know why it didn't show me that. Oh my god. I need to get whatever that program is. There it is. I have to say something that has been bugging me since I first saw this. Why is Ethan harping on the Uyghurs, Turkic people, when Hasan himself is Turkish? He does. I think he does mention that. I think he actually does mention that. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Yeah, no, it's super strange and super ironic too. Yeah, absolutely. No quote in particular. It just came to mind.
In the USSR, where there was a Russification of all the nation states that were
Why are you so tired? Probably because you've been watching this debate with me, and it's not easy.
Under the banner of the USSR, which ended up creading
content, though, unfortunately,
ton of division, and also like suppression of religious freedom. Religion is something that is so personal and so important for human.
Wait, pickles? I missed some chat here. Pickles to stir coffee. No, but that's a really good idea. Oh my god! And the ad came up.
beings and their identity.
Isn't Mark's theory around like we have to get rid of a...
But yeah, everybody who's not seeing an ad right now, you have Starry VR and Shakespeare to thank, I believe. Let me make sure. Yeah. Thank you for getting people out of that ad break.
Religion?
That's no. I mean, no, and also I don't even care what Marx's own personal perspective on religion is ultimately, because I'm saying
something like that. Religion is the heart in a heartless world, right? I mean, I feel like people read a lot of like malice against religion into what Marx said, which was basically that, like it was serving almost like a palliative function.
I'm looking at real implementations of socialism throughout historical materialist socialist nation states.
So you don't believe,
and I'm saying that that's bad and wrong. It is demonstrably bad. It was bad in Afghanistan. It was bad in the USSR, and it's certainly bad when China does the same exact shit.
So you're saying yes, it's required, but nothing different than what you see in countries today. That's considered good. By
yes,
people.
Allowing people to have
a national identity.
Allowing people to have a national identity while simultaneously reinforcing their.
What are the options again? Good question. So there's a ContraPoints video that just came out. That's ContraPoints, and I'm trying to remember who the other creator is. A collab between ContraPoints and another LGBTQIA creator that is talking about conservative LGBT. That is, so you can imagine it's a discussion of Blair White and wait, is it Jeffree Star? Yeah, Jeffree Star, right? The person that had all kinds of hate for non-binary people. I'm trying to think. Dave Rubin comes up. It's that kind of stuff, right? And then the other one is there's a video essay by Sisyphus55 that is the revolution will not be live streamed, and it's about live streams and particularly like lefty live streams and where they fall down. So there's that video, and then like I don't know, there's like a lot of stuff going on. There's a Trump interview. I don't think anybody wants to see the Trump interview, right? Trump did do an interview and ended up saying some stuff that's probably going to come back to bite him, but
their ethnic differences.
How much longer is the debate? Good question. 30 minutes.
Differences or their diversity of culture is absolutely.
Wait, less than that, right? Because I've got it. Oh no, I don't. I reset. That's why it was going too fast. Yeah. So now there we go. We're back.
A necessity for nation state development if you want this nation state to succeed. And okay, I'm giving an example of why it didn't work in the USSR.
By the way, I would urge you to look more into the organ harvesting thing, because I do believe that did happen by the state. They were harvesting the Muslims' organs, man. Like the wait time on the
you're saying in modern China?
No, not modern China. I don't think. Well, it was modern China. It wasn't that long ago, but I don't think they're doing it.
You're saying the state was harvesting the organs of Muslims?
Yeah, who were in that detention camp to give to their citizens. The wait time for organ here. Listen to this. One of the most cited pieces of evidence is the rapid growth of China's organ transplant industry in the early 2000s, with much shorter waiting time for organs than other countries. Chinese government has attributed this to the use of organs from executed prisoners, but the critics argue that those numbers do not.
You can go for some ContraPoints.
Match up.
We haven't seen it in a really long time, and I feel like it's a pretty good video by Natalie.
The prisoners of conscience. Yeah. So
also that sounds crackdowns literally came.
I'm sorry, if it was in the early 2000s, it would have been before the crackdown on the Uyghurs.
I don't know when did.
So it sounds like it was just the general prison population.
There was a criminal component. I'm not saying that organ harvesting did not happen. Organ harvesting certainly happened. There was a black market for organs, 100%, not just for Chinese citizens, mind you. That is like literally massaging the narrative to fit the Uyghurs being harvested for organs.
Ooh, I like
because
it.
Well, that's Uyghur is how you're.
They're Turkish, so yeah.
They're fucking Turkic.
Yeah.
Like it's called East Turkestan. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it's not like my the other side of my family, my mother's side, is literally, their last name is Uyghur. So this is not like random individuals that I have no affinity to.
So I think, okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but what's confirmed as far as organ harvesting in China is like the Falun Ethon. Nice. What's confirmed is it that there were like the like it's not confirmed about the political prisoners being, you know, having this happen, right? Although that's the Falun Gong claim. The Falun Gong claim is kind of wild, right? Let me let you know a little bit about the Falun Gong. They are a group in China. Many people would say cult, but I will leave that to you to decide. And they do what they would call qigong. And, you know, if you've seen qigong, it's, I mean, there's a bunch of different types of qigong, but it's essentially like the conscious practice of you know, moving you know, energy. Like there's a concept of qi and you know, like that gets moved with qigong, and it's just like, you know, it's just like these little exercises, like, you know, that and like that and like, you know, like it's like this kind of like, I mean, that like I you know, the kind of like, you know, imagining pushing and pulling, and like, you know, as far as what it does, like, I don't know, it's a active moving meditation, and it has a pretty long you know, history. The Falun Gong practice something that they call qigong, but it's different than anything, you know, I've ever seen as far as like the traditional, but regardless, right? They their religion probably consists of practices that they would say have a health benefit, right? That's one of the main selling points of any kind of qigong, is that you're doing qigong and you're going to be healthier. Where are you going to be healthier? Well, maybe your organs, right? And so the whole thing about the Falun Gong being victimized by organ harvesting is like a weird flex by that group, saying that we have excellent organs due to our practice of qi. Yeah, that's you know, everything about this story is sus, and
towards that. I'm saying like the Chinese nation state should oppressively fucking crush
I'm just
them.
saying.
It's always additionally funny when some fucking dumb fuck from Iowa is trying to tell me about fucking Muslim oppression. Why don't you care about Muslim oppression in Xinjiang? It's like, what the fuck are you saying? Anyway, sorry, I get very heated about this because like people are so merciless. Just like people are merciless with you when they say you're a fucking tyrant or you're a capitalist pig dog or whatever the fuck. People are infinitely more merciless when you deviate from the foreign policy norms that have been mandated by Americans through our mainstream media.
Okay, so in short, I think I got my answer on that, which is, you know, the China Tribunal. Okay, whatever. I want to move on to Taiwan. So last time
I just want to point out it's 1 o'clock. We're pretty far over already.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's fine. We can. I
actually do feel bad. Like people were joking earlier. They were like, Dan should seize the means of production, but now I'm not so sure it's a joke. Like, right? Dan's being held here by this unwieldy and unfocused quasi discussion that just is not really.
This is very valuable and very good. So I'm perfectly fine talking about this.
Okay, great. Love that. So last time we were talking about Taiwan, you had mentioned one country, two systems. What did you mean by that? Because I didn't know anything about that when you said it, but I've read it now.
So since the Nixon era of normalizing relations with China, America's understanding of China has been that it is one over-encompassing nation, and that Taiwan, which certainly does want an independence movement or has a robust independence movement, is simply Chinese Taipei.
Somebody in chat is bringing up that organ harvesting does not just happen in China.
American understanding and the global understanding is the same, that there is a different autonomous organization inside of Taiwan, an autonomous government inside of Taiwan, but it's still under the Chinese umbrella. My opinion on the matter does not deviate away from the American foreign policy on the matter, and the reason for that is because it also does not deviate away from the collective Taiwanese understanding on the matter, which is that if there's two different forces here at play. Taiwan independence is not something that even Anthony Blinken or the American state backs. Why? Because it would be incredibly disruptive to our largest trade partner. Great. The people of Taiwan want independence in the future. possibly in the future. The reason why they take that position, well, if you were to ask them without any sort of Chinese influence, like without any sort of like mainland China influence, would you want independence tomorrow? They would say, yes, that is the majority opinion.
Well, what they say is that we already have the independence.
They say
China
we already...
China has no influence over Taiwanese economy or government. And
yes,
they don't
and yet from a global perspective, they are still considered to be Chinese Taipei.
Right, because people doesn't want to rock the boat.
Exactly.
But the Taiwanese people
and that is my perspective as well.
That we are already independent. So, but you believe that this is China's statement,
so
one country, two systems.
So then there's no additional need for state intervention from Western forces then?
Well, but China is
China is what?
It is being provocative.
What are they doing?
Towards the Taiwanese.
What are they doing that you would consider to be provocative towards the Taiwanese?
I mean, they have military stationed around. They're doing war games and shit like that.
You know where Taiwan is in proximity to mainland China, right? It's 1 mile.
They were acting provocative. China was being provocative, right? Look, this is like... China might invade Taiwan, hypothetically. It'd be in their interest to do so, right? And countries that invade other countries are bad, okay? No, thank you, sitting there from the United States talking about China as being provocative.
Off their coastline. Okay, so whenever people say China is
obvious though,
China is violating their airspace.
We know what China says it. The government even says
China, yeah.
That we're gonna fucking take Taiwan if y'all don't play ball.
Yes,
so we don't need to pretend like they're not doing
China, no matter if I agree with this or not, right? Because I want autonomy for the people of Taiwan. I want them to do whatever the fuck they want, self-governance, right? So I understand that. And I also simultaneously understand, one, the history of the Taiwanese nation state being propped up and why it was propped up. And more importantly than that, I understand that the Chinese government, which is a different government than ours, right? They are human beings over there.
Good point, Shakespeare. Sitting in California, nonetheless.
That have their own concerns, is not going to want a fucking American military base 1 mile off of their coastline. That is a perfectly reasonable thing to never want. And given the historical reasons as to how Taiwan has been created as a separate nation state with its own expansionist interest in the Republic of China, the entire mainland China, including Mongolia, that's like its founding mandate, that it is understandable for China to not want that to happen, which is why they constantly counter American saber rattling with their own version of saber rattling. This does not mean that the Chinese state is nice. This does not mean that the Chinese state is genuine or wants to implement communism in Taiwan. What?
30 U.S. troops are stationed in Taiwan.
There's no way you think that is the only material support that America is offering Taiwan.
30 U.S.
Taiwan's
troops.
entire standing army would not exist without U.S. support since its inception.
Okay, but America...
Taiwan. I mean, that's true. That's true. There's not like a lot of troops in Taiwan because the United States putting troops in Taiwan would be a major destabilizing, provocative, kind of action, right? It would probably force China's hand at that point, right? That's a really bad idea. However, throughout the entirety of the South China Sea, like every nation that makes up that chain of islands is either allied with the U.S. or the U.S. has a huge military presence in the South China Sea. This is like, and yeah, like somebody brought up before. I mean, this would be like China, taking, what is it, like? Is it Victoria Island? Is that the island that's like in the middle of the Puget Sound, right next to Seattle? It would be, yeah, it'd be like, an incursion, like really close to the coast of the United States. It's
you say America has a military base there as one of the, and that would be a good mission, but I don't.
I'm saying I don't want it to turn. I do not want further conflict. The people of Taiwan do not want further conflict, which is why the overarching assessment is like, we're independent, we want to maintain independence, we want to be fully independent, but we don't want to rock the boat.
But it seems like if China was to just invade Taiwan and like, look, we're over it.
It would be devastating. It would be awful for Taiwan. It would be awful for China. It would be horrifyingly bad. It would be disastrous. We are in agreement right there, right?
Yeah,
like, okay, so we both want no further bloodshed to happen. And that's what the people of Taiwan also say they want as well.
You also kind of see where China's coming from.
I absolutely understand why China would feel like this is a major issue with their national security concerns. The example I will give you is this. Let's say, just like England and France tried to do during the Civil War because they had material interest in the cotton trade continuing with chattel slavery, let's say they offered material support to the southern states that wanted to secede, right, in order to continue slavery, okay? And they were actually successful to a certain degree because third parties like Imperial Japan were also invading mainland America, okay, in this process. So the Civil War ended in a way where chattel slavery continued in the South, and every abolitionist was executed, and they called it, instead of white terror, let's say they called it black terror, okay? They executed mercilessly and ruthlessly any abolitionist that lived in the South. And then after years and years,
like, I get what he's saying, but I'm not sure that Ethan's audience does. Right? He's not being specific about like what's, tracking with what. And there's also like it's like he's almost assuming that there's this knowledge of Taiwanese history that I don't think is really present in Ethan's audience, right? Right. So, yeah, there's stuff that he's skipping. There's stuff that he's not explaining, like to make the metaphor make sense, right? In terms of
this fascist white supremacist implementation, hyper-nationalist implementation, these southern states that had successfully...
People in the U.S. don't understand the Civil War in China and the different parties and how people that how that ended up happening, right? There's a massive lack of understanding about the basic history here, and it's just making, like Hasan's point, I'm afraid it's just getting lost to the majority of that audience.
Succeeded, okay, kept building a robust military apparatus through surplus military supplies and weapon systems that other countries...
They don't even know when the Chinese Civil War started.
That were foreign adversaries to the United States of America, started giving them even more and more of this, and then also said the real America is the South America, southern.
Well, I mean, like, I'd be surprised if they're even thinking of the Civil War here.
States are the real America, and they will one day take over the rest of America.
You're saying,
and that they will inevitably take over the rest of America, and that's going to be the real America. We're going to help them do that. And then
you're saying Taiwan is comparable to the South seceding.
Taiwan in its inception is identical to the South.
How long after the South seceded did the war begin?
What do you mean?
How long between the South seceding and the Civil War happening?
I mean, there was a period. There was a period of time. No, there was a period of time leading up to that where there were abolitionist movements that happened. That's why people say that John Brown's execution.
But Taiwan was independent
like a pivotal point.
I mean, they've been separate for a long time now.
Yeah, no, I understand. Which is why I'm saying, imagine if the South was able to successfully secede, right? And
America wanted to take it back?
Yeah, I get what he's trying to say.
No, Northern America is we're worried about our own shit. We can't fucking deal with South America right now, right? Like Northern America, the Federation, let's say, okay, is now working on improving their own productive forces, doing trade deals and whatnot with the rest of the world, and they start rapidly urbanizing, rapidly developing, okay? And, the New Deal only happens there or whatever the fuck. Meanwhile, the Southern states are entirely propped up by a foreign adversary, okay, that is infinitely more powerful than Northern America.
We've got like 20 minutes left of this.
And they keep saying, we're going to take over the entirety of America. It's one America, okay? And because the northern states are able to improve their conditions, have favorable trade deals with the rest of the planet, they inevitably get to a point where they want to maintain their hegemony, they want to maintain their security, their national security. Do you think it would be appropriate? To rock the boat per se and allow the South to continue?
God damn! Look, I can't be the one to make this criticism of Hasan because he's doing what I do all the time of just getting stun locked, right? In a way that people are not tracking with. And I don't know, I guess if I ever do that, you have my permission to let me know in chat, right? I won't take it personally if you say stun lock, move on, right? Because I probably need that. But yeah, he's definitely in that point where nobody in the audience is tracking with what he's saying, even to the extent that there is a parallel there. I don't think they're getting it.
developing and continue having a massive military and inevitably like you send envoys like Nancy Pelosi to Southern American states to fucking say, hey, look, they're democratic now. Like, yeah, sure, they were designed around slavery, but they have a democracy now. And I think that it's okay and appropriate to fucking keep building their military, make it as robust as possible.
The South was seceded just because we were talking about it. It was like 3 months between the war and the.
But leading up, the build up to that was significantly longer.
Yeah. Okay, so I understand your position on Taiwan. I get all that. You know, from a.
Oh my God.
I don't. One country, two system thing is silly though. But
living in California, you personally understand it, right? Like living in a blue state, you understand why that would be like genuinely like you would understand how blue states in America would have security concerns if like southern states had seceded successfully and kept saying like, no, the rest of America is ours. After they fucking
you're gonna clip that and upload it to our whoosh.
Lost too.
Well, I mean, this was 70 years ago. That Taiwan,
Taiwan now is not a fucking fascist nationalist military state.
I don't think that how it was founded matters at all.
70 years is not significant in development.
That's my point.
No, it's. What do you mean?
I don't think that you should be like, oh yeah, Taiwan was a bunch of losers that went and started their own country and like so they're not entitled to a national identity. I don't think that matters.
70 years is a blip in time in as far as talking about a fucking empire or a history that spans over like.
I don't care, but that doesn't matter, right? We're talking about human beings.
Yeah, and now they are democratic, which is great, and I understand their want in autonomy and not being under like.
Yeah, it's funny because there are a lot of people in the audience here that, and I mean the audience. I'm talking about like, so if you don't know, Ethan's chat is member only, right? So you literally have to have a membership to Ethan's thing to be in the chat. I think people get like gift memberships and stuff like that. So, you know, I mean, like there's a large chat, right? But they have to keep it members only to kind of keep it from just running away with them. Yeah, that being said, like everybody in the chat, it's at least 50-50 Hasan, Ethan at this point. So there are people in, you know, the H3 audience that either they are Hasan fans and they've spent enough time, you know, hearing this stuff where it's not unfamiliar to them. Right? There's definitely people that are agreeing with Hasan. I just don't think he's getting, because what they seem to be doing, if we take it at the, you know, best way, is through this debate, through this conflict, through this drama that's getting lots of attention, they are having a discussion in front of 31,000 people, that's the concurrence in the stream as this is going on, that actually, you know, teaches them something that they wouldn't normally get. And I've pointed out the issues with that. A debate is not a class session. It is not a time for learning. You're not likely to convince somebody of something in a debate, and I'm both in terms of, you know, your debate opponent and anybody that's, you know, sympathetic to your debate opponent. You're not going to be able to teach within the debate. And if there's like massive, you know, parts of history, theory, you know, just basic economics that they're like missing, then yeah, you're not going to be able to. It's going to be difficult if that's what you're trying to do is sway opinion, but.
Some form of I mean, I will give crushing them civil liberties that the Chinese state will bring.
One country.
That they did get 31,000 people to listen to this conversation, as flawed as this conversation is.
Two systems isn't real. That's not a real thing.
What do you mean?
It's not a real thing. It's one country, one system. Like at Hong Kong, that's what they want to do. They say Taiwan, we'll do the one country, two systems, but that's propaganda.
No, but that's the American policy, which they did with China. They have
Why
America.
Why is it starting to feel like a discussion with XQC? Anybody else getting that? That just felt like XQC.
Said that they would not support an independent Taiwan and that Taiwan is a part of China. But internally, Taiwan still has autonomy, which is what is currently happening. And the Chinese state sees it as a autonomous region that is still under the Chinese banner that ends up getting military support from, you know, Western forces.
Let's talk about Ukraine, and then that's my final one.
Okay.
So we were talking about Ukraine. And your position was that the support for Ukraine is 100% manufactured.
No.
That's what you said last time.
No, I think all matter of American foreign policy is greatly influenced by manufactured consent because of our interest in you know, doing whatever the fuck we want to do there, whether it be like bringing Ukraine into the Western sphere of influence or you know, it's not genuine because they want like genuine emancipation for Ukrainians.
So last time you guys compared it, you said, well, nobody gives a fuck about Georgia when that got invaded. Therefore, you know, the fact that anyone cares about Ukraine feels like manufactured.
It's not even just Georgia.
But you guys know that. But you guys realize there's like a massive. I didn't know anything about the Georgian War. I learned about it. There's a huge difference. You guys understand?
Well,
that.
I mean, the scale is.
It was a 5-day war.
Yeah, it was 5
They
days
expected Ukraine to drop in 5 days, and if it did, we probably wouldn't be talking about it. Because
that's true. That's true.
So like, what happened was Ukraine mounted this miraculous defense, and they've got Russia, a fascist country, on the back foot. And we all like when fascism.
I don't think Russia is on the back foot. I think it's just like extending the harm and only furthering conflict.
We inflicted so much, and I stand with the Ukrainian people because I think Ukraine is a force for good in the world. They're on.
Can I just stop you for a second? Because you said 100% manufacturer consent. Like
that's what you said.
Nothing is genuine. I said 100% manufacturing consent is a like leading role in this.
If you want to amend
and the reason why the reason why I take issue with this is because it's like stating like I don't give a fuck about Ukraine. Of course I give a fuck about people in Ukraine. I want the war and the bloodshed, the unnecessary bloodshed to end. Okay. My assessment on the situation might deviate from, NATO, like bloodthirsty NATO defenders or whatever.
Actually, Shakespeare, I was thinking the same thing.
Like we shouldn't even be doing anything in Ukraine.
No, I don't.
Nothing.
No, I don't. I think
you don't think so.
I think that of course there's a necessary intervention that must happen. I'm not saying that at all. I mean, I fucking raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for Ukrainian refugees. Like, I'm sorry, this is such a silly fucking thing that like not from you, but I hear so much from dipshits online.
Well,
let's want to fucking cut propaganda.
So you can say exactly
suck my dick. You know.
So you do believe that America's actions in Ukraine are the right ones?
I think that America's actions to a certain degree in Ukraine is understandable. It's reasonable, certainly what the Ukrainian people want. But I think America's interest in Ukraine is not genuine. It's not genuine emancipation. It's more so a continuation of the bloodshed, which is demonstrated not by me, but by American politicians like Chris Murphy, who have openly said on the record that for 5% of our military budget, we've been able to cripple a foreign adversary's military budget without a single American service member dying in the process. I would say that is profoundly successful. What are we doing in Ukraine? We're sending our refurbished old weapons and weapon systems to Ukraine. We have to replenish those weapon systems. It's a never-ending cycle.
Because the reason I ask is because there seems to be somewhat of a sentiment in the left circles or social. I don't know how to even describe it now. I don't know, but that the proxy war people say in Ukraine is unjustified.
It is a proxy war.
No, I know, but they're saying we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine and the whole thing.
Yeah,
Russia should just take Ukraine. And
I can't speak for other. I can't speak for other leftists. I don't know what the fuck they say, but plenty of those.
See, I don't have any faith in Ethan, like knowing the difference between a leftist and like a infracell. You know what I'm saying? Like a MAGA chud. MAGA communist, right? I don't really trust Ethan's ability to we've already seen that Twitch can't disambiguate these people. We've already seen that Twitch poll does not recognize the difference between, somebody calling himself a tanky performatively who is actually more of a Nazgul than anything, and like a Marxist-Leninist, right? I don't really have any faith in Ethan. Like, I don't know who Ethan's talking to. In other words, there's a lot of people out there calling themselves communists that are actually kind of right wing.
Those people also despise me and say that I'm like not pushing Z or whatever, so it doesn't fucking matter.
I thought I heard Richard Wolff have some kind of thing like that.
I can't speak on Richard Wolff either. There's disagreements that I have with Richard Wolff. He had
so you're down with what's happening. Down with what's
I'm not down with what's happening in Ukraine because I want the bloodshed to end, and the only way to do that is by bringing China to the table, bringing America to the table. The real actors here.
You think Ukraine should make some secessions to Russia?
I think the original 6-point plan that was a continuation of the Minsk Accord.
Yeah, like in other words, Zelensky thought that there should be. Zelensky was, apparently willing to make concessions
that were tried twice and failed twice.
It depends on what he's calling that, right? It's
a far preferable situation than like endless bloodshed over, inches of territory where, people are being fucking slaughtered endlessly.
I don't think the Ukrainians would describe it as inches of territory.
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, you're saying they're fighting over inches of territory.
He's just saying in the context of how stagnated the war has become. Like the back and forth is...
Yeah, he's saying it's a slog. It's trench warfare, right? It's
pretty much ground to a halt at this point, and
this is what I mean. It's like a very cynical interpretation of what I'm trying to say. It is inches of territory physically when we speak about it.
But I think Ukrainian people get angry when they hear you talk about it because they.
That's understandable. I mean,
they
I get
feel
it.
Like you're
they want full-throated support. They want and expect full-throated support, right?
Like, they understandably want that, and they want more than that. They also wanted Article 5. They wanted full NATO protections and NATO nations.
They don't like that you say that they should secede territory to a fascist invader.
It's not even secession of territory. It's like prior agreements that neither party has held on to. The real Ukrainian criticism in this situation comes from people who say, well, Hasan, how can you say that when Russia has not held on to their obligations? And that is true. Russia has not held on to their side of the bargain on the Minsk Accords, but neither has Ukraine. And my point is, ensuring that with international cooperation.
I don't know anything about that accord. What is that?
The Minsk Accords were, so this again goes deep into fucking history. And
again, look, you don't have to be knowledgeable about everything, Ethan. You do a podcast, people enjoy that podcast, but if you're gonna have such a strong opinion on it, like, you know, like, right, and you're like, oh, Minsk Accords?
You can't always say like, oh, I don't know the history, so I don't know, and then repeat like mainstream media propaganda, you know?
Well, I don't.
Okay.
I don't know anything about it.
Ukraine as a nation state has even predated, or some form of like Ukraine has predated even the Russian nation state or the Russian Empire, I guess. And its nation state development project has always hinged on excising Russian influence. However, under the USSR, Ukraine, which was called the Ukraine originally, which just means like the border, okay, was seen as had plenty of Russian sympathetic people that lived in the eastern regions. And that sympathy only grew the further east you went, the closer you got to current existing Russian territory. Now, that is no longer the case. Make no mistake, I'm not saying that at all. And that is no longer the case almost entirely due to Russia's actions in that area. Like, blowing the shit out of Kharkiv is going to make sure, is the fastest way to make sure that there is no sympathies for your government whatsoever, fucking ever again for the rest of your life. So that's all gone away. But originally the contention was LPR and DPR through Russian influence, and this is the Ukrainian assessment of the situation, these two areas wanted autonomy and were getting backed by the Russian government, and Western involvement that wanted to keep Ukraine in the sphere of the West did not want to give the actual protective assurances to.
Yeah, like I said, it's really hard to teach during a debate. There's the imperative that you're imparting knowledge to the audience, which is not normally a thing that you would need to, debate's not a class, right? And you've also got the imperative to be snappy with it, right? You can't go on forever and ever. You're going to lose the attention of the audience, and you're going to sound like you're talking over your debate opponent, right? So he's stuck in this situation where he's trying to explain a pretty nuanced standpoint that he's saying, and I can see even in here he's coming off as Z to some people, right? It's not what he's saying, but it might just be the pressures of trying to describe his viewpoint in a venue that's just not spacious enough for something that detailed and nuanced.
Ukraine, but wanted to play the delicate balance of like saying, you know what, yeah, maybe we'll get you into NATO, with no real interest in getting them into NATO, maybe we'll get you into the EU,
so how did
with no interest in getting them into the EU. What?
How did Ukraine violate their agreement?
There was mass shelling on both sides, like back and forth shelling. No, back and forth shelling that has been happening.
So we're talking 2014 now.
Since 2004.
Okay. So it was a non-aggressive agreement.
13 or 14,000.
Maybe even before that.
People dying.
Okay, so
in totality. So at the time there was a agreement called the Minsk Agreements. There were two versions of this, which neither side agreed upon, which meant that LPR and DPR would still remain under Ukraine, but would have autonomy. Okay, and Ukraine understandably did not want this because that would mean that Russia would have an outsized control on Ukrainian affairs and Ukraine politics, which it already did through Russian loyalist leadership that they had. That was obviously squashed because there's always been this back and forth between Western influence in Ukraine wanting to move them into the Western.
He's talking about before the invasion of Crimea. I think we're going back. He said going back to 2004. So the invasion of Crimea would have been 2014.
Sphere of influence and Eastern influence, Russian influence in Ukraine, which wanted to maintain Ukraine's status and wanted to change Ukrainian affairs.
Okay, so they were both attacking each other, and you think the attacks were equally provocative? And again, I don't know anything about it.
I think that this was another instance of proxy war, 100%.
Okay.
Like there are people who wanted to be a part of Russia, and at the end of the day, though, like the reaction from the Ukrainian government to that was understandable. They wanted to protect their own interests. They wanted to protect their own borders. They wanted to protect their hegemony and national security interests. But there's a difference between like what they did in Crimea, for example, and what they did with LPR and DPR. What did they do in Crimea? There was a referendum. People say it was a bullshit referendum. It was under gunpoint, which is understandable to say that because that is what happened in Crimea. But Russian territorial claims to Crimea Russian territorial claims that Crimea had more historical prescience and the highest level of support for Russian expansionist policies in Crimea, specifically because of its military base that the Russian military operated out of. Okay. And what did Ukraine do in that situation? They cut the water supply. They immediately fucking broke a dam, a USSR era dam that was offering supply, like water for the Crimean citizens that they said they cared about.
You're talking about that recently?
No, that dam has been destroyed when Russia invaded Ukraine.
But essentially, I wanted to clarify.
Like they cut Crimea off, and not in the same way that they wanted to deal with LPR and DPR.
I wanted to clarify your position.
Yes.
Because it seems like there's a lot of confusion, so it's good to clarify. You do support...
This will not clarify my position. In the eyes of people who want to say that I'm like anti-Ukraine, people are still going to fucking yell at me.
But you said that you believe what America's doing in Ukraine is right.
I believe that Ukraine has a right to emancipation. What America should do in Ukraine is offer security commitments and assurances, and you can only get that by arriving at a table where you don't fucking destroy the bargaining chips, and instead allow the original security commitments to continue. I
don't know what you mean by that. You mean at the table
Ukrainian envoys and Russian envoys got together in Antalya.
There's different things that each side wants, right? If you make it so that if you cross a bridge where you can no longer offer that, right, then that's what he means by burning the chips.
Yeah, and put a 15-point security plan together as they were negotiating the terms of a ceasefire agreement.
Russia, we need to get them, and I mean that it's not that easy, I would assume.
Well, there was moves that were being made to arrive at that.
Seems like Putin,
like a year ago,
kind of like a fascist leader, is.
Yes, Putin's interests are
take the whole thing.
Putin's interests certainly are nationalistic. There's obviously material benefits to Ukraine because Ukraine would be a competitor to Russia as far as like oil and gas.
You think the Ukrainians should go to the table and make concessions to the Russians?
I think that Ukrainians went to the table and made concessions to the Russians originally, and it was actually a very clever move by Zelensky to, like, for example, push the Crimean referendum 15 years down the line in order to not deliberate on that aspect right now, because Ukrainians want Crimea back as well. They want LPR and DPR to be Ukrainian. And Zelensky knew that was going to be an impossible thing to deal with, because he's right now, on the one hand, you have Ukrainians with interest in emancipation, ridding the Russian scourge from their...
I feel like he's not doing a good job making the case for himself. But for anybody concerned, he does he does say that there should be negotiations, but he does acknowledge that there have been negotiations, and the Ukrainians were not the ones to blow those up, right? This is Russia's invasion. He's not denying that.
Borders and taking back all of their territory from Russia, which includes Crimea as well. So he has a delicate balance where he has to make sure that those guys are not pissed off and overthrow him, and then or that America somehow gets involved and overthrows him, while simultaneously ending the war.
I'm assuming where people get mad at you is just the suggestion that Ukraine should make concessions to an aggressive fascist invader. Because, as we know, European fascist invaders, people often wonder, if we didn't make concessions to Hitler, would the war have happened? People wonder that.
Yeah, there's a difference of there's a difference of talking pre-World War II and post-World War II, because we do have mutually assured nuclear destruction.
I was about to say, unfortunately, the nukes change all the calculus with that.
So that's the difference there, and that's a very significant one, because Article 5 dictates that any kind of NATO nation that Russia tries to attack, okay, because NATO was developed against Russia, USSR, communism, it was an anti-communist institution in of itself, immediately means that all other nations, according to Article 5, are drawn into war with a nuclear superpower like Russia.
Right.
So there's a difference. Plus, one other aspect of this is that Russia kind of showed its ass and its capabilities, and where those capabilities end as far as ground war goes, which is the reason why you see Finland and Sweden, which previously had long-held neutrality, not like direct agreements, but long-held neutrality. I wouldn't say treaties, because it's not an official treaty, but just didn't join NATO.
An understanding.
Immediately joined NATO. Why? Because they realized They don't have any fucking power. What are they going to do? Go to Finland? Get the fuck out of here. They can't take over Ukraine. They said it was going to be a day. They suck. They don't have the power.
So also, I don't know the exact name of it, but I know Ukraine surrendered their nuclear weapons, which is one of the best things you could hope.
Worst things you could do. Never give up the nukes.
But like in terms of like a humanistic, a political move, it's bad. But like as a humanistic thing, that's
I mean, obviously we should get rid of nukes. Yeah.
Some say Ukraine had no way of utilizing those nukes because like the control mechanism was in the USSR, so in Moscow. But but you still shouldn't have given your nuclear stockpile.
So your point is that they should never have done that.
No. I think we'd be looking at a very different world if, for Ukrainians at least. If
with the benefit of hindsight, how could you say that? I mean, I don't think they would get invaded right now if they had nukes, right? I mean,
well,
if you have nukes, you don't get invaded. That's just kind of how it works.
Anyway, we made a guarantee to them that you give up your nukes and we'll got your back. And so I do feel like that's a pretty important agreement to uphold. I mean,
what? You're talking about American promises to Ukraine in exchange for
surrendering their nukes.
Yeah, America never actually followed through on any of their promises. America's still not following technically their promises of defending Ukraine. They're just giving.
The one thing I miss about Haas, about infrared, the fact that he's banned, the fact that Twitch, I don't know if I can cover him. I mean, people do cover him. Like I've seen people cover him, but like I try not to cover any banned streamers because there's always that chance that like Twitch might not be okay with it, right? And the one thing that really sucks about like him being banned is that I don't have a proper example of what a Nazgul actually is, right? And it's not in an arguable way where it's like, because there's like a continuum, there's like a pipeline, right? There's different gradations of Nazgul, which usually start with class reductionists or post-leftists, like, right? But like in terms of actually understanding what it is, because I feel like it's not what a lot of people think it is, right? I feel like there's a lot of misconceptions out there about what Nazgul is, or what we're talking about when it's not just like the national Bolshevik Party, right? And Russia under Lemonov and Dugin, right? It's like that is one formation of it, and probably maybe even one of the less like concerning ones. There's Eurasianists, there's a lot of different takes on this, right? There's a lot of different ways for people to formulate their third position, but formulate their third position they will. And, it's important to be able to recognize that and be able to disambiguate that from somebody that you feel is like too authoritarian for your taste, right? There is a difference. There is an important difference, and you can see it usually in their regard for one or more marginalized groups within the society, right? That's kind of the that's one of the red flags right there, is like if they look at marginalized group within the country as a problem to be taken care of, right? To be then that's kind of
Ukrainians.
It's an important distinguishing feature.
Weapons. Ukraine is currently sitting in a very unique position that I see happen in the same cycle of violence in the Middle East all the fucking time. America goes to a militant group and says, hey, we're going to give you weapons, you want autonomy, specifically Kurds, right?
You think every country should have a nuclear bomb?
I think every
citizen should have
one.
Every citizen of America?
Yeah.
That's Tim Pool's.
Yeah, if you're CTV, every citizen should have one.
I think in the current formation, if you have a nation state, you have to have a fucking nuke. Otherwise, America will come and fuck you up.
So you think every nation...
Did he get that from Tim Pool? Or wait, did he get that from... Yeah, did he get that? Did CTV get that from Tim Pool? Like, I almost think that it almost sounds like legit. It sounds like it's possible. Like, seriously.
Should have a nuclear.
I think
program.
either every nation has a nuke or none of them have it. And I would obviously want none of the nations to have it.
But less
which is why I was in support of the Iranian denuclearization agreement. I thought that was good, which, Donald Trump fucked up.
This is so bad,
I believe an individual citizen in this country has a right to own.
You believe every person should have a nuclear bomb? That's the socialist vision
Yes,
of
I think
America.
everyone should have a nuclear bomb.
I mean, that's the only equality that we can really... Everyone should have a nuclear silo in their garage. So, okay, in short, you support Ukraine. What the Allied powers are doing to support them is right.
No, because America's interest in Ukraine is not one that is genuine. America's interest in Ukraine is just fucking
I don't care about
withering.
The interest. I don't care about America's interest. I'm asking what you think.
Because no, America's interest in Ukraine is incredibly important.
What do you think is the right thing to do in Ukraine?
I told you what I think the right thing to do.
Then I asked to clarify, and you said no.
Instead of fucking up the deal that Ukraine had with Russia by Boris Johnson fucking showing up in the middle of that, going to Kyiv directly.
Dude, do you think what's happening there is right? If not, why?
Do I think what's happening?
The Allied
you
power.
ask me a question, I answer it, and then you move on to something different.
No, because I asked you.
I'm telling you what I want.
The Allied powers is what they're doing. They're right. You said no, but I just got done having this whole conversation where you said yeah.
I think what the Allied powers are doing, as far as giving weapons to Ukraine with no end in sight, because they see it as a great way to fucking great way to continue the harm done to a weak Russia that they can simultaneously claim is like really fucking powerful, is only going to continue this war rather than try to fucking implement security commitments and get to a unilateral agreement or a bilateral agreement where and not just fucking Russia and Ukraine, but like bring China to the table and put an end, like do a ceasefire and put an end to this war is infinitely better for Ukraine and Ukrainian development, Ukrainian economy, Ukrainian citizens not fucking dying senselessly under a artillery shelling campaign that's literally happening. You know what's really
like? Look, I feel like he's doing a horrible job explaining it, but from what I've pieced together about Hasan's take on this, it's that the fighting in Ukraine, even with support from other countries, right, like Ethan said, is not like decisive and swift. It's trench warfare, and it's gonna continue, right? Now, like, I don't know if that's true or not. I am not a military expert. I am not very well versed on the current state of the conflict and who's winning and who's losing and how it's likely to go. But like that's his take, is that this is a slog. There's not a lot that's being gained or lost. And so instead of continuing the conflict, like right ad infinitum, it would be better if peace could be made, right? Maybe not ideal, but better for the people there, right? Because this is what's happening while this conflict goes on, is this war. So I mean, I don't think that it's like because I've heard this characterized in a variety of ways, like, right? I don't think that he doesn't care about the people in Ukraine. I just don't think, like, and I don't know whether to agree or disagree with that, because like I don't know if I agree that I don't know if it's true that the war is in that kind of stalemate, right? But that's what he seems to think. And so given that, his best solution is that they would come to the table and I don't know. I think at this point, given how the war has gone, probably find terms that are more favorable to Ukraine. But yeah, that's also a speculation, right? Because it takes two to tango, and both parties have to agree. Ukraine has shown that they were willing to come to the table. They were willing to have this discussion and make a agreement. Russia did not. Russia was like, no, we would rather pursue our war of aggression and see how we do there, right? So, given that, right, the term should be to Ukraine's favor. But yeah, I don't think it's that Hasan feels like Russia, has any right to Ukraine's sovereignty. It sounds like the argument that he's making is a more pragmatic argument than that, based on what he sees as a stalemate in the fighting.
What are you fucking insane about this? Russia is getting artillery shells from North Korea, and America's telling South Korea to give artillery shells to Ukraine. It's fucking nuts. Both sides are just fucking shelling each other.
Shells.
But it's so stupid. Ukraine is now also using depleted uranium as well on its own fucking soil.
Okay,
that
so
is going to have damaging implications.
Is that
that's going to have damaging?
Helping Ukraine is good, but that Ukraine needs to be more willing to make concessions to.
Somebody in chat is saying Hasan is Chamberlain, confirmed.
Not just Ukraine.
You know what I first thought when they said that? I was like thinking, what is that puppet thing like from the 80s with the vulture dudes? They're like, ah! And stuff. The Dark Crystal. I was thinking the Chamberlain from Dark Crystal. And then I was like, oh, Neville Chamberlain. Okay, I got it. Yes, I'm not that pop culture headed.
No, allies need to be.
I'm not that Netflix headed.
More willing to some in certain instances even push Ukraine to make understandable concessions. Because
like
the
giving
idea
up land.
What?
Like giving up land.
Not giving up land. No, it's not giving up land. But pushing a referendum 15 years into the future for Crimea is a really solid middle of the ground approach that Zelensky's own team actually put forward, which I thought was great.
Do you think Zelensky's a provocateur?
No. What?
Oh shit! I have a doctor's appointment.
What the fuck? Wait.
Oh, I'm just asking because that's a position. I'm not saying that you ever said that. What?
You said it like I've said it.
No. I was just getting your opinion on it, just because I've heard people.
Zelensky, the provocateur. Yeah, I'm always seeing Zelensky doing one of these numbers. Yeah, definitely.
Say that, and I was just checking your opinion on it.
No,
what time is it at, Lena?
It's at 2.
That's my last part, though. Basically.
No, I don't think Zelensky is a provocateur. What?
Like a bad faith actor.
No, I think Zelensky is certainly a self-interested politician who definitely wants emancipation.
Self-interest, literally, yeah, meaning his. Anyway.
Yeah, no, he wants Russia to no longer have control over Ukrainian territories, which is perfectly reasonable. He also has to strike a delicate balance because, as I correctly pointed out when the invasion first happened, whenever an irredentist or imperialist power makes a move on another nation, you embolden some of the most reactionary forces.
And irredentist just means expansionist in this case.
And they are seen as liberators because in that moment, they are the liberators. The ones who have the violent means to push back are going to be seen as protectors. That only grows nationalism.
Well, look, I mean, that's what's so tortured about this discourse, right? Is that there's a speculation on like, how is the war going? Right? Does Ukraine have the ability to, retain its territory, to recapture its territory, or are we in a battle for inches that's going to go on years for years? There's that question, and then there's the question of, even with a Ukraine that's shown that they're willing to come to the negotiating table, would Russia be willing to do so, or is Putin just going to like hold out? These are things that we don't know. So having like a It's kind of hard to have a position on a situation with so many unknowns.
Like hyper nationalistic sentiment, and that is never productive. That is never good. It's not good for workers' rights. That's not good for future prospects of Ukraine. And I think that blowback, who knows?
Why doesn't Ukraine rejoin Russia? That is a question. I mean, like you're going back to Euromaidan, with that, or even before that, with that one. That's a complicated historical question.
Knows what's going to happen, but is terrifying.
I have to leave, bro.
And with that being said, there are some Ukrainians who wanted to, not a majority, but in certain regions. What Hasan said also was that in those regions, the support for Russia is not there anymore, right? And due in no small part to the Russian invasion of those areas.
All right,
but it's 1:30. I thank you for going so long. How long have we been going?
No, you know who needs to leave? 3 hours. Vladimir Putin.
That's right. That's right. Get out of there, Vladimir.
Hey, Putin.
Get out of there.
Those people.
And I know that's controversial, but he's got to leave.
This is probably our longest episode, and we did it not even mentioning a single current event.
We did mention that Rupert Murdoch died. That turned out to be misinformation that we're spreading.
We got through it. We got through it. Holy crap. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hey, look, we do have a video that Shakespeare has suggested. And I'm going to try to get to the video that Shakespeare suggested, as well as there's 2 videos, aren't there? Yeah, as well as the video that Starry VR picked. And because I feel like I haven't given, I've taken a sort of a break. I'm strong enough. I'm refreshed. I'm recharged. And I really appreciate all the support that everybody has shown. And so, yeah, I'm going to get into that. Unfortunately, Rupert Murdoch, not actually unalived, but rather has just passed on his company to what it sounds like a possibly more MAGA-friendly relative, right? So, yeah, this isn't going to get better. That being said, Fox News, if you don't know, has been ordered to pay almost $1 billion already on the Dominion stuff, and is being sued for, what is it, like 6 billion more? I don't know, some ridiculous amount, right? So yeah, Fox News may not be long for this world. I don't know. It has not been going good for them. You cannot continue to do massive payouts like that. especially in a world of diminishing returns when it comes to the viewership and the advertising dollars that cable news gets, right? That is also a rug that's being pulled out from under them. That being said, obviously there's a prodigious and probably worse right-wing media ecosystem that is developed online, and that's probably what we're going to be dealing with going forward, more and more of that. But yeah, thank you for sticking with me through that hellacious debate. Like I said, it didn't go well, and I mean that both in the sense that Ethan, I mean, like, yeah, he was bad faith, but like, I understand he's doing a debate and he's supposed to pick a side, which, I think he honestly agrees with that side, and try to win with it. And yeah, he won in some ways that were both due to missteps by Hasan and the fact that I think he is kind of a natural when it comes to debate. And there's some drawbacks to that. There's some not so great things about being a natural at debate, as I myself can attest to, having won some debates before, where I can say now I think I was legitimately wrong, right? It's not, it's not really the test of which idea is correct or incorrect, because it so much depends on the interlocutors. You didn't find him to be bad faith. I mean, he wasn't trying to be, but yeah, he was, he was getting by on a lot of bullshit. I mean, like when you see somebody, and yeah, like to just a normie, just somebody with no background, Hasan looked pretty silly there. To a lot of us, Ethan looked pretty silly as well, and the whole thing is a little bit silly. That being said, I guess I do have to give them credit for having 31,000 concurrent audience members listening to 3 hours of discussion of socialism, but just not a very quality 3 hours, but 3 hours nonetheless, right? That is kind of amazing, kind of unprecedented, and yeah. You like Hasan more? Well, yeah, that's definitely agreed with Hasan more in that discussion. But yeah, like I said, I wanted to take a look at what Shakespeare has sent us in stream suggestions. So if you have just joined the Discord, we have a channel in there. It's called Stream Suggestions, and it's where you post videos that you want me to take a look at and consider reacting to, and I will do the best that I can. There is so much that goes on, and I have so little time to actually, relatively speaking, to actually stream and cover content, but I said that the people that put us over the line on the sub goal would get their videos watched. So
going back now to our top story, and that's, of course, the situation in Nagorno-Karabakh. We can bring in Ruben Vardanyan, a former state minister of the enclave. Thank you very much for joining us here on France 24 today. What is the situation on the ground where you are? Because yesterday we saw those images of people getting onto those trucks, worried, confusion reigning supreme. What's the situation today?
Thank you. The situation is very bad. We had a full humanitarian catastrophe. No electricity last 4 days. Tens of thousands of people live in street, in airport, because they left their homes. The kids cannot get normal food, no heating, no fuel. And also people in a big depression after 32 years living independent and building their own country. Now it's all destroyed, and people very worried about their future.
Azerbaijan says it's sending food convoys and fuel to Nagorno-Karabakh. Can you confirm that?
I cannot confirm. And by the way, you need to realize it's 10 months already we are in the full blockade. And it's a couple trucks will not help. It was every day 400 trucks was come and left Artsakh before. And now a couple of cars just will help a little bit, because we have 120,000 people, 30,000 kids. That's a lot of people injured, a lot of people lost, and we couldn't find it. That's why it's a couple of trucks. It's just a couple for nothing. Okay.
What can you tell us about the population and yourself? Do you feel abandoned by officials in Yerevan?
I feel abandoned by officials of Yerevan and the world also. I think and I will be very straightforward, all international leaders use the double standards, and we're accepting with the country with the no democracy, autocratic regime, who've been managed by one family 44 years, who their own nationality people have no human rights, now needs to provide some rights and some security for the people of other nationality, with which when we have a 30 years war, and a lot of people was killed and died during this war. How are you joking? Are you joking about this is the normal? But who will provide the security and any human rights for people? Never people being part of Azerbaijan. Nobody speaks. Most 99% don't speak Azeri. Again, how you see this process can become more peaceful if one of the heroes of Azerbaijan, the person who killed the officer in Budapest when he was asleep, and this is and become hero again. People don't realize. I think you're playing game, and this is a dirty game against the 20,000 people, and it's the Armenian government and all international big players who just think, "Oh, don't worry, everything will be normal. You can live. Is okay."
So it's Doug Herbert in the studio.
So this is an invasion by Azerbaijan of what used to be an autonomous region, and
after the last war, 2020, Russian peacekeepers came in, truce brokered, mediated by Moscow. Our reports suggest that those Russian peacekeepers did little or nothing when Azerbaijan launched this military offensive. Can you confirm that? And if they did nothing, what's the reason they just stood by?
I know you used to ask me, but yeah, it's a peacekeeper tried to help humanitarian help, but they didn't try to stop the war. By the way, we've been killed also. 6 or 8 of them have been killed by Azerbaijan army also, and it's
Shakespeare, you mean the whole of Azerbaijan, or are you talking about these regions?
Strange, because I understand 2,000 people who represent peacekeeper cannot stop the army of 60,000 soldiers who attacked Artsakh.
Oh, I see.
A couple of days ago. But what we've been doing, we tried to do this humanitarian, but didn't stop the war at all.
In the aftermath of this military operation, which Azerbaijan launched this week, they say they've been claiming it as a success. Can we now assume that Azerbaijan is in control in all of Nagorno-Karabakh?
Yes, they have full control, and it was part of the agreement. But they lost a lot of troops also. It was a big fight, and I can just say how I respect and admire people who give their lives from Artsakh side, and it was 10 times bigger army against the small army of Artsakh, but they fight like heroes. And just needs to know we lost a lot, but other side lost much more people.
So it was a separate oblast under the USSR.
And I just want to inform everybody in the world what this is. It was really heroic fight for their own homeland people in Artsakh, and I respect and admire them.
Under the ceasefire agreement, which was reached on Wednesday, Armenian separatists agreed to lay down their weapons and hand them over to Azerbaijan. Given that, who is going to ensure the security of the ethnic Armenian population, considering the Russian peacekeepers aren't doing enough? Will people have no choice but to flee to Armenia?
It's a good, very important question. People really worry about their security because everybody see how Azerbaijan many times violate what they promise, violate all the human rights, all the decisions of international court, all the decision of UN Security Council. That's why nobody has inside of Artsakh trust that anything would be promised will be delivered. It's why without significant guarantees from international Russian peacekeeper, whether this will be secure environment, which is now under big question because everybody saw it, how it can be changed. People really, most of them want to leave and don't want to stay here. It's true, unfortunately.
Ruben, what would you like to see from the international community? Because as you are aware, must be aware, the Armenian prime minister seems to have his hands tied, even though pressure is mounting on him to go.
But sorry if I may be rude. Okay, the prime minister of Armenia did the wrong decision, wrong statement, wrong behavior. Not put under sanction the Azerbaijan leader. Why they not threatening, saying it's unacceptable what you're doing? Why they allow this military operation continue being happen? Like they allow the blockade. Why the all the big players understand big real politics requests sometimes being very cynical, look so ignorant about the 30,000 kids, thousands of pregnant women, and now they basically, oh, it's horrible how we can live now. It's something which people will never forget.
Ruben, Vardanyan, I'm going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much for joining us on the program today.
Thank you.
Yeah, and like, I mean, this has been going on for a while in terms of Azerbaijan and Armenia. Okay, so the next thing we need to watch is Starry VR's request. ContraPoints. Conservative. $40,000 refugees trying to get out through the Russian base. And it sounds like the Russians are just like completely, and
Hello, I'm Matt Bernstein, and welcome to A Bit Fruity, the show where we try to have some self-respect, even if having none might get us a show on Fox News. I am so happy and grateful to have you listening today. If you like this podcast, feel free to follow us on Spotify or Apple Podcasts or wherever you get your podcasts, so you'll be notified when we release new episodes. You can also find us on Instagram at A Bit Fruity Pod and on YouTube. All of those links will be in the episode description. So a while ago, when I was way earlier in the journey of making content and commentary for the internet, I would have these really all-consuming panic attacks where I would stay in bed.
Yeah, Fox News, like I would think they'd be trying to get jobs at the Daily Wire.
For like a day.
You want to be part of the future of the conservative movement, not the past.
A day or two at a time. Because
this is just a joke that, like, if you're any kind of marginalized identity, there is a conservative donor out there looking to pay you lots of money in order to say bad things about people like yourself. I
was really anxious about what people on the internet thought of me in this very debilitating way. And one time, about 2 years ago, my good friend gave me this piece of advice, which I return to all the time, which is that instead of caring all the time what everyone thinks, make this imaginary table in your head of 10 specific people or less, and value what they think. Today, I am so honored that we're joined by someone who is truly at that table for me. You might know Natalie Wynn by her online handle ContraPoints.
Wait, how long before this show ends up on Cozy TV or my show ends up on Cozy TV? I haven't, oh my God, I don't want to make jokes about, I unfortunately know people who have made appearances on Cozy TV against my advice.
She dropped out of her PhD program in philosophy in the 2010s and started creating video essays on YouTube about gender, capitalism, feminism, and philosophy. In 2017, she transitioned publicly through her content, and I have recommended her videos to truly everyone in my life. And every time I recommend one of her video essays to someone, I always tell them, I promise I would not recommend a 2-hour-long YouTube video to you unless I thought it was 100% worth your time.
Forward a little bit to get into it.
To A Bit Fruity.
Thank you. And thank you for your very generous intro.
So I wanted to start today by showing you a video by one Jeffree Star. So Jeffree Star, how would you describe Jeffree Star visually?
Visually, Jeffree Star is a femme queen. Like there's not really any ambiguity about the gender presentation of someone who's in a full face of makeup, fake lashes, long nails, often like some kind of like Gucci tracksuit. Like his visual aesthetic does in no way shy away from signifiers of queerness. It's loud.
It's very loud.
100 yards, right?
I feel like he was one of the first people to really do the like non-binary alien thing.
Yeah.
That's how I think about how Jeffree Star presents. And so Jeffree Star was on a podcast a few months ago, and he was asked about his feelings about pronouns. And so I'm going to show you a quick like 30-second clip, and let's watch it.
I'm not into all the other bullshit. I think.
What other bullshit?
The they and them.
Yeah.
And all that extra shit that we added during the pandemic because everyone was so bored on their fucking houses. They just started to make up more shit and more shit.
More stuff.
Yeah. That's why the conservatives like me, because I'm just real.
Yeah.
That's why conservatives like me, because I'm just real. I don't put up with other kinds of pronouns.
Do you have a conservative vibe to you?
Them. You're trans.
Do you have a conservative vibe?
You're male or you're female.
And you're standing on that.
And like,
I'm so mad when I say that. How are you a they? What the fuck does that mean?
Okay, that's just
it's stupid.
Super meanie butt.
Is what it is.
Yeah.
But you need someone like me that looks like me to say it, because if
yeah, so like she's literally describing what I was talking about earlier. You serve a function to transphobia by virtue of your own, presentation, and by virtue of your queerness, and like, right, that's what you're saying. You're very useful to that is such a weird flex. That is such a, I mean, she's just like, this is like saying the quiet part out loud.
If you say it, it turns into you're homophobic, you hate trans people, you hate gays, and it's just how you feel. You don't hate anyone.
But it can't be possible that you hate trans people, you hate non-binary people, you hate gays, because there's certainly no such thing as like internalized self-hate, right? That sometimes manifests as attacking, elements of your own community that you view to be marginal, right? That's not a thing. That's not a age-old.
You just think it's stupid.
So what do you make of that?
Yeah, exactly. Where I think they comment on that.
Well, I just know for a fact that he doesn't believe the things that he's saying, because I remember 2018 or so, Jeffree Star was saying that they were any pronouns. Like, there was an era of like basically non-binary Jeffree Star. I think I made a video in 2019 that referenced Jeffree Star, and I referred to him as a man, but a bunch of people in the audience corrected me. They're like, oh no, Jeffree's non-binary. You shouldn't say that he's a man. And so I think it's a pivot. So the idea that all this new stuff, quote unquote, the pronouns and the they, thems, it was invented.
I mean, I've seen this before. I've seen somebody pivot right out of their pronouns, right? Like literally pronouns deleted from bio in order to suit the conservative set that they were hanging out with now. Yeah, I've definitely seen this.
During the pandemic, I know that he knows that that's not true, but he must feel that saying it to that the audience will believe that it's true, or the audience, at least, even if they don't believe it's true, will still like hearing it.
Right. And I mean, this is not going to be an episode about Jeffree Star, but it is worth noting he's had this like kind of conservative nosedive rebrand thing where I feel like it's less about the makeup now and more about like he has a lot of guns and lives in Wyoming and like farms yaks.
I saw the pink Beretta.
Farms yaks. I'd forgotten about the yak farm, but yes, there's a yak farm, much like Xanderhall farms quails. I guess Jeffree Star farms yaks.
What is that gun? Is that what that gun called? Sorry, I don't know.
Peter Coffin
guns.
I think it's a Beretta.
I'm gonna Google it.
Yeah, you should fact check that one. But what's so fascinating about that too? So the pink Beretta, is that the name?
Yeah. Speaking of super meanie butts, how's Peter Coffin?
Yes, I'm correct. Yeah.
Jeffree Star, when he shared that he got this customized gun, which I guess in the gun world is like a big deal, that like this gun company made him a hot pink handgun. The gun company posted it to their Instagram, and there were thousands of comments being like, the gun world has gone to shit. You know, we're like caving to the woke mob and the fags and the this and the that. And it's like, wow, like Jeffree Star, as much as you're trying to appeal to these people, this is their reaction.
Guns have gone woke. Sad.
The wokest of assault weapons. So today, as you, the listener, may be able to tell from the title, we're going to be talking about queer.
First, we're going to be talking about Peter Coffin and why Peter Coffin is a super meanie butt. Wait, are there any dream characters in chat? I gotta ask. Any dream characters? It is a strange night. There might be dream characters. I might be asleep, chat. Any dream characters in chat tonight? I never did anything to Peter Coffin. I've triggered the Nazgul vortex into action. I'm the bastard child of Zoe Quinn and ContraPoints. Where's the lie? Are a super meanie butt. Super meanie butt. Super meanie butt. Super meanie butts. I'd rather be a butterfly than a super meanie butt like Peter Coffin. So yeah, that's my experience with Peter. And that was that wonderful drama cycle where Peter Coffin took a clip of me and sent it all around the Nazgul vortex, and I got to deal with all kinds of weird, sussy right-wingers LARPing as populist, talking shit about me.
Conservatives. And that may sound incredible.
What is going on with the stream? Okay, good. We're back.
Incredibly niche.
Super meanie
And
butts.
a lot of times when I bring this topic up to people who are not as online as you or I probably are.
Like, I feel like that's like my early ContraPoints era or something. I don't know.
They often are like queer, like, gay Republicans, trans Republicans. That
I'm literally in cosplay throughout all that debate bro bullshit.
That doesn't make any sense. And I agree, but they do exist. And we're in a moment in time where I do feel like there is a genuine fracture.
Wait, if I say super meanie butt too many times?
Among different political groups of queer people.
Jeffree Star is making a lot of money grifting on the right. Yeah, a lot of these people, I mean, this is a tried and true business model.
That is worth talking about.
And we just found out, at least according to Graham Elwood, right? So this is allegedly, Jimmy Dore's lawyer, don't sue me. But according to Graham Elwood, Jimmy Dore is on the take, has super wealthy, but he has his super wealthy mega donor to him that is giving him money to deny the pandemic and to say, anti-vax stuff, like supposedly, right? And this is not just Graham Elwood. The Vanguard actually confirmed that they think that they had the same donor, and this person pulled out from their Patreon the moment that they made fun of Jimmy Dore by morphing him into BoJack Horseman. By the way, somebody find me that clip. No, somebody actually will.
Have these.
Can anybody find me the clip? I want to see Jimmy Dore morphed into BoJack Horseman. That's so good.
Hashtags that are popping up lately. Good. Hashtag gay, not queer. Hashtag LGBT without the T. I almost said LGBT. LGB without the T. This group called Gays Against Groomers, which are just gay people whose entire political identity is furthering.
Now, wait, didn't something happen with Gays Against Groomers? So here's the deal. Like, if you watch Jamie, oh my God, what is Jamie's last name? I'm trying to remember. The main person for Gays Against Groomers. I'm thinking Mitch. Is it Jamie Mitchell? I can't remember this person's last name, right? But if you watch them, like they come across as like, look, I'm a centrist person. I'm okay, but I just don't like the stuff where they're teaching the children the thing, and that's really bad, and it's bad for all of us gays, and yada yada yada, right? But when you look deeper into, her history, you will find her doing far right stuff. Like I feel like there's some, like people don't realize that is it Jamie Mitchell? Why am I forgetting the name of the Gays Against Groomer person? I don't know. Whatever Jamie's last name is, right? Jamie has been hiding the power level for a very long time, and that information came out. So I think that maybe a bunch of the people left Gays Against Groomers because they were like, hey, I was here for the self-hating gay stuff. I am not here for the actual Nazi stuff.
The kind of like groomer libel against us. And I do think it's worth talking about, not only because I disagree with who these people might vote for come election time, but I think the idea of a conservative queer person, like there's a lot to learn there.
Okay. Don't let them hear this, right? But like queer-servative, I feel like that's what they're going to start calling them. No, I hope not, Chad. I hope don't spread that. Okay, we don't want them finding that out and coming up with that. Like, yeah, queer-servative. We're the queer-servatives now.
Can I say I love that you say that when you bring up the topic of LGBT conservatives, people scoff at it. Like, that makes no sense.
Have you heard this before, though? People that are like utterly shocked to be like, there's a conservative trans person?
Yeah, it makes no sense because people don't make sense. Like, when has people's political behavior ever been universally rational? Like, never. I don't know. I really think awareness should be raised.
Oh, yeah. Comments that she made about NBs when talking about. So this was a number of years ago, but this was the incident where ContraPoints was complaining about pronoun circles because she prefers for people to assume her pronouns, and that's like one of the ways that like lets her know that she's passing, and that for her it's a euphoric thing. It's a like, right? And so like, yeah, in doing that, she kind of neglected very much neglected anybody like right, the argument against pronoun circles versus the argument for pronoun circles. You're talking about like somebody being like, well, I really like it when people assume my pronouns correctly, and it's like, okay, maybe these are not the most important problems to be going after. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that. That was a while ago. She has changed a lot since then. Yeah, I don't know if she ever addressed that particular situation. Did she?
That this is a thing because it's actually not a niche thing. Like, people think that it's a niche thing, but it's a lot of people. If you add up, it's probably a significant percentage of LGBT people are conservative. And
I looked into it, and I'm trying to, like, I don't know if these were the best numbers, but 10 to 15% is my guess. So it's not tiny.
I mean, there's a long history of it. They used to be called log cabin Republicans.
We're going to get into the log cabin Republicans. Okay. They're not escaping.
But I wish I could give you better numbers than that, because seriously, don't quote me on those numbers. Like that was just from a cursory search.
This hour.
But yeah, it's very common. And like,
conservatives don't make sense in general. Good point.
Say there's a million versions of it. It kind of exists at every level, and it does seem to overlap with this desire many queer people have to create a new dichotomy between the normals and the freaks. And so these days it's a lot of LGB without the T or drop the T, a lot of cis gay people trying to throw trans people under the bus. But the distinction gets like way more fine than that. Like, I mean, if just like within the lesbian community, you have like femmes trying to throw butches under the bus. You have like, I mean, like,
okay, this one I was actually not aware of.
Any version of this you can imagine exists.
Yeah, and I feel like if you're a queer person listening to this, you've probably witnessed it in some level. Like, I know within the gay male community, like, the quote unquote like masculine gays do it to the feminine gays, where they're like, well, if you just tried to fit in a little harder, maybe you wouldn't be gay bashed. So the problem is actually you.
Oh my God.
And and gays doing it to trans people who pass doing it to trans people who don't pass, trans people doing it to non-binary people. And you know,
and that's like why I have no tolerance for this shit, because it's
not everyone within any of these groups who does this. But like you said, it's a lot.
If we're gonna have any kind of solidarity, it's gonna have to be a solidarity for all. What message do you think it sends when you're like, yo, solidarity, except for this group right here? They're kind of weird. We're not with them. Like, what kind of message does that send? What does that do to a movement, right? Like, solidarity is like a mutual like inner subjectivity of passion, right? How are you supposed to have that in the like throwing people under the bus? Oh yeah, solidarity, except for that group. Sucks to be them.
A lot of people. And the reason to me that this is worth...
She tried to explain herself back then, but for some reason it was only on Patreon. Oh, okay.
Worth talking about is, I think we can learn about why people don't behave in ways that are like politically rational. I think we can learn a lot about shame, scapegoating, the need for validation from people who will never give it to us. So I did want to lay just like a teeny tiny bit of historical groundwork, because I was doing some research for this episode and I learned that the basic thing that we're going to be talking about today has gone back to like pre-Stonewall. And that is that there have been in the gay movement, you know, now we call it kind of LGBTQ movement, but it was originally just the gay movement or like the homophile movement. There were two basic strategies for how gay people thought that we should become, you know, accepted in society. One is assimilationist and the other is liberationist. So assimilationists are people who want to integrate into social structures that already exist. And their main tactics for doing that are things like lobbying with politicians, working within the law, litigation, and whatnot.
And defending Destiny Vosh, Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland, and the Young Turks in every single issue, because we can't possibly afford to allow any sort of friendly fire on our own troops, right? That's a big way to be an assimilationist.
Liberationists want to expand.
My Twitter followers will understand
the social structures to include them.
Any NCC twit in here?
And those are, you know, involved more in protesting and demonstrations. And the tensions between these two basic ideas goes back to like the 50s and before Stonewall, when people tended to be more assimilationist. People wanted to be like, we are going to find a way to fit into society. And then Stonewall marked this paradigm shift, because Stonewall was a very liberationist act. It was, we don't care about the, you know, the fact that we're never going to fit in. You know, we're never going to fit in, and we're fighting back against that. So you're going to make room for us no matter what. You can kind of draw this through line from that very divide to what we have now, which are people who I think hold the beliefs of, you know, Natalie and myself and many other people, which are that,
oh my God,
we should be fighting for.
Which are that first and foremost, that there's about to be an ad break. I don't know, it's going to come anytime. You've got limited time to be able to get out of it. If you don't have a sub already on Twitch, you're going to be sucked into the ad break. You can get out of it with a Twitch Prime. If you have Amazon Prime, you can get out of that for free. That's a pretty cheapest deal going. You can get a discount on it throughout the month of September, or you could possibly be gifted a sub. It can happen. It does happen. It's more likely to happen, though, if you are visible in chat. In other words, benefits you if you're looking for a gift sub to talk a lot in chat.
Greater acceptance of all people. We should be learning more about identities, expanding our ideas, being open to learning new things versus these kind of conservative gay groups that are arguing, well, maybe if we were just a little more normal, then we could fit in and then society would accept us. And really, it's the crazy gays and activists and the people who wear, long nails and 37 pronouns, and it's their fault that we don't fit in.
Well, it's always a back and forth, right, when you look at the history of these things, because pure assimilation can't work, because if you try to make yourself smaller and smaller and smaller until you fit into a society that's basically against you existing, you're going to shrink to the point of annihilation, right? And some people do try to do that. They think that if they can just try to be normal enough and just try to keep their gayness in the bedroom, and if they can just,
I always keep my gayness in the bedroom.
Try to repeat the other conservative talking.
I mean, there is lots of gayness in my bedroom, right? But it's not exclusive to my bedroom, I guess.
Points and join in with other forms of bigotry.
There's too much gayness. Is what I'm trying to say. There's just entirely too much gayness.
Then they'll be one of the good ones and they'll be accepted. And I've watched multiple people over the last 5 years very publicly attempt and fail to do this by becoming gay Republicans, or God help them, trans Republicans. And that doesn't work. But I think, and then there's another extreme, right, where like you can get so disillusioned with the homophobia or the transphobia of society that you almost kind of give up and you become, like, I would say, a separatist. And so I've met queer people like this. They think, look, there's no place for us in this society, so we need to go our own way and we need to become separatists. And they often think of this as like a very radical position.
Unless she's like really stretching this definition of separatist, I don't think that she's talking about a lot of people. And furthermore, like, I don't know. I would feel bad trying to make a critique of, whatever separatist there are, just because, regardless of how I feel about that as a strategic, operating paradigm, like I understand the impulse of not wanting to have anything to do with cishet society, and I don't even know like what getting out of that would look like, but I'm not gonna like begrudge somebody else because that's what they want to do. I've never met any separate. Yeah, me neither. And to the extent that they did exist, I feel like that's like like, because you're talking about the assimilationists as being a dangerous political force in our midst. That I would agree with, right? I feel like we need to oppose assimilationists, especially when they target people within our own community, right? That's how I've always operated, right? If you've been around for long enough, you've seen some assimilationists that I've got into fights with. The assimilationists do not like me very much and have often talked about me, and that's why I often found myself talking about them as well. And I feel like their laundry is always a lot dirtier than anything they dredge up on me. But the assimilationist, comparing that to like any trans separatists, are we talking? Is that what we're talking about? Queer separatists? I don't really see those people, and like, what are they gonna do? Just like not having anything to do, like try to live in trans spaces. Like I don't see, if that's what that is, I don't really see the problem with that. Like, who is she even talking about anyway?
But in my opinion, it isn't.
Sorry, Stunlock,
because
Stunlock, you're very bad.
Separatism isn't going to change society. You're just leaving, right? And
do you really want to give somebody that feels the need to leave cishet society, do you really want to be giving them shit? Like, I don't get it, right?
I mean, it's like that type of radical feminism that's like, okay, it's all the women are going to go out into like the wilderness and have a radical feminist commune. It's like, well, is that a challenge to patriarchy, or have you simply created a convent?
Well, and is there a world in which that happens?
I personally have never thought that it's an effective way of doing anything, because you sort of need to balance the two approaches, right? Someone needs to assimilate a little bit in order to get the power to change society. So, you're going to need someone like Harvey Milk to get elected, and then from that position can start making these changes that need to be made. If you're so against assimilation that you won't even engage with, government or with, any kind of existing powers.
Like, literally, who is she talking about? I just don't get it.
Structures, then you were never going to have enough power to affect the change that you're trying to affect. So that's the way that I see the history of this. Is sometimes like assimilation goes too far, and then you have to do something like Stonewall. And then, there has to be a follow up to a riot, right? Like a riot ignites a new era of activism, but that activism then has to get.
I mean, I really wish that people would understand. We talk about riots often as if a group of people got together and said, "You know what we need right now? A riot. Let's do one of those." Yeah, no, that's not how it happens. Most riots are started by the police. Stonewall is a good example of that. What happened at Stonewall was a direct result of not only what the police were doing to those people that night, but what police had been doing to queers everywhere, every night, right? This was it's not a thing that gets like, that gets planned. And like I said, when I said it's mostly related to the behavior of the police, right? Even something like Chaz was the direct result of the police attempting to use so-called non-lethal munitions in order to silence a movement, in order to get people to go home. It didn't work. They ran out of tear gas. They ran out of the things that they were using on people, and they withdrew themselves from the police station there and left nothing in place, right? So this is in general, like, most riots are not even something that you could say, well, this was because the people were just kind of feeling it that night or whatever. It's a situation in which the violence of the police towards protesters is generally what's more likely to create a riot situation. And you're talking about group psychology, right? That's the thing that I feel like gets dropped from this conversation. It's not individual psychology or individual strategy or decisions or anything like that. A bunch of people getting together, what would be really good, a riot right now? No, it's a group. It's a thing that happens in certain situations, given certain stimulus, usually dependent on law enforcement. So yeah, please, let's get over this. Like,
organized. It can't just be an ongoing riot, because a riot is too chaotic to, change. A riot on its own, that is, it can ignite a movement that will affect change, but a riot on its own is too destructive to really change anything.
Speaking of trans Republicans,
I'm sorry.
One of the most popular trans influencers, at least trans political influencers, is a Republican. I know you're probably tired of this, but
I have no idea who you mean.
Me neither. Let's go on to the next topic.
Yeah.
So Blair White is a trans conservative influencer, and I know you've both had a lot to say about each other over the years. And
oh my God. After disagreeing with her so heartily, I suddenly relate to Natalie. Having a transmed nemesis is something that I could relate to for portions of my time as a content creator.
She is just, to me,
Oh yeah, for Natalie, it's Blair White. For me, it was somebody much less prominent.
Fascinating case study.
Maybe more prominent than I was on Twitter when I first saw her talking about me. But yeah.
And so I'm going to show you.
Anybody knows who I'm talking about, please do not say her name in chat.
Another small video clip this was from a Vice debate where it was conservative queer people debating progressive queer people.
Oh, God.
And this is what Blair White had to say at one point.
Did anybody see this? Like, I watched this and I thought about covering it, but it was just like I was afraid that my head was going to discombobulate and pop off and roll all around the bedroom. That would be bad.
About non-binary people.
I think that a large reason why...
Oh, wait, no, sorry. This was... Wait, maybe we did watch this. What one am I thinking of? There's like a more recent one.
A lot of people do not understand trans people is because of non-binary and because of all these other identities that we've all talked about are constantly tacked onto the acronym that has always worked. Okay.
She says that non-binary people are the reason people...
Wait, do you hear piano? Are you serious? Do you hear, like... Because, like, I did change my sound settings. I don't hear a piano, though.
People don't understand trans people and all of these other identities that have been tacked onto the acronym.
Adidas, nice. Yes, you caught me in my gym clothes. I was so busy and so rushed trying to get the stream going in the beginning that I didn't even change for my workout outfit. So yeah, you get to see what I look like when I'm punching the bag.
That before this always worked. There's a lot there. Is there any validity to that? And, what would lead someone in her position as a trans woman to feel that way?
Is there any validity to it? No.
Right.
What would lead someone to feel that way? Well, I think it's a combination of incentives to think this way. I think that in a way, it's a way of like defending yourself psychologically, because at the moment there's a massive amount of animosity being directed at LGBT people and at trans people in particular. And when you have, very prominent political figures, Ron DeSantis, Christopher Rufo, etc., saying loudly and publicly.
Oh, that was a Vice, not a Jubilee. Yeah, I think I was thinking of a Jubilee.
Publicly, that trans people are groomers, are pedophiles. The shame and the stigma of that is a lot to deal with psychologically. So I think one thing that people do is that it's almost like trying to reassure yourself, oh, they're not really talking about me. Of course, this has, I'm not really the object of this scorn. It's because of the non-binary people. That's why they're confused, right? It's them. And then you can sort of reposition yourself where you're on the side of the accuser. And
look, being hurt by transphobia is understandable, but taking that hurt and turning it against like other trans people, that's just...
Instead of on the side of the accused. And I think that sort of helps with the anxiety of, this environment of bigotry. So that's definitely, that's one psychological factor. Another, I think, is more material. I think that when you're talking about commentators and influencers, it sounds like kind of a cheap accusation to be like, oh, they're just doing it for money. But also, like, I don't know, influencers are often motivated by what is a financially viable position to advocate for. And there's often...
Yeah, and just think about supply and demand, right? There are actually not that many conservative like if you're marginalized, you're more likely to not be conservative. And that very fact makes the marginalized person that's willing to go out there and say conservative shit, especially conservative shit against their own identity group, that makes them valuable to the kind of people that want to hurt us, that want to marginalize us, and that want to eliminate us from public life. But it's just like, I don't know, like, who thinks that like money is like worth helping somebody who wants to erase us?
There's always going to be
the only way that, like, you could imagine somebody talking themselves into it is if they really tell themselves, like Blair White, I am one of the good ones. These conservative guys, they think I'm hot. They don't care about me being trans because I am definitely one of the good ones, and I shouldn't have to put up with what's going to happen to all of the bad ones. I mean, like, that's just a nightmarish, like, mentality to imagine somebody having.
job opening for a queer person who wants to talk about how homophobia is gay people's fault, right?
Totally.
Like, there's always going to be people who are going to pay to hear you say that. And so there's always going to be some cynical person who's going to come along and be willing to perform that part.
Well, and I feel like at this point, Blair White has helped carve out this like actual field in a certain part of conservative media that like you see more and more queer people occupying, which is the conservative queer influencer, which is, I mean, there's Blair White, there's Ariel Scarcella, there's Christian Walker, this boy on TikTok, this like insufferable twink Clarkson Lawson, who they all make the same videos, which is that they just go on and they're like, well, maybe if trans activists and non-binary pronoun people, blue hair, yada, yada, weren't so crazy, they'd finally start accepting us, you guys. And it's like, they amass these really big audiences immediately. And also they immediately get put on like Newsmax, and they get these like primetime specials where they're like, so it's true, like homophobia doesn't really exist in 2023. And they're like, yes, Tucker, that's true. And that's why I made the joke at the beginning where it's like, I don't actually think for these people, for these specific like commentators and influencers, it is cheap to be like, well, they're just doing it for money. I think I think like you said, there's a number of psychological reasons why you might want to believe that, because like you said in one of your videos, you know, pointing the finger away from yourself and at like the weirder queer people, it you know, it takes the blame off you. It's like the witch trials. You just pass along the blame and the shame and the accusation. But also there's like a pretty well-defined route to like having a primetime right-wing media show at this point as a queer person.
Yeah.
Caitlyn Jenner did it. That's a stone that, you know, we're not going to leave unturned in this episode either. But the other thing I wanted to bring up with Blair White was her Blair White's pinned tweet right now that's pinned to her profile for the last several months is a selfie of her looking hot. She looks great. She's wearing a bikini. She's serving cunt. And the replies, there are 5,000 replies, mostly from conservative men who are arguing with each other about whether or not it is gay that they find her hot. I don't want to get into that conversation, but the conversation that I do find fascinating is like, Blair, like beyond money, what is in this for you? Because isn't that humiliating?
Well, it's being a pick-me girl, pure and simple. Like there's any number of cis women that do an equivalent thing, right? And there's, again, incentives to do this. If you're willing to sacrifice a certain level of self-respect, if you're willing to make yourself a little bit smaller and put up with more humiliation, there's also a kind of reward that comes with it. I think that, you know, just to talk about, you know, women as an analogous case, I think that a large percentage of women go through some stage in their life of enthusiasm.
Christian Walker left the alt-right after his dad lost an election. His grift should have been obvious when you see his ranking of hot male political commentators. When he did, that he did on Hasan's stream. I don't know if he's left the right, but maybe like he definitely wasn't supporting his father in that election, especially considering that he knew that some of the stuff that his father was saying were lies, and you know, his own experience with his father, you know, told him
drastically endorsing the male point of view, because it's easy, right? We're all kind of raised in, you know, you go to school and you read a bunch of books by men that show the male perspective, and men have generally more power than women, and there's a, you know, huge historical precedent for that. So I think, and you know, men praise you and men like it when you validate their way of seeing and you don't challenge them and you don't make demands and you don't stand up for yourself.
I mean, this is like the fresh and fit, you know, girl. This is like the pearl strategy.
And you don't be difficult, right? So much of this has to do with whether it's difficult, right? It is difficult for white people to hear that racism is real.
But honestly, you do see forms of it in not just the far right, right? You do see like a lot of attempts to be like, well, I'm the girl who will talk about male loneliness as being unique and you know, worthy of its own, you know, like a form of oppression on the line. On the level of misogyny, or right, you know, you do see like lefty people trying to go for this. It's been something that's been happening ever since I've been a part of Twitch, right? Is that the female streamers in the know wouldn't like be like, let's talk about feminism. They'd be like, let's talk about men's rights. Or let's talk about men. Let's talk about, you know, there's a whole content lane for this, right? And so, you know, if they were a feminist, they'd try to shoehorn it in under like the guise of like, you know, well, let me use this as a jumping off point to talk about the patriarchy. But I mean, it always felt so dirty.
And an ongoing problem and something that they might have.
Men's issues. There we go. There's a way that people would say it without saying men's rights, but that's what they were appealing to. And there was just this like huge audience for that, especially coming from a female streamer on Twitch.
Have to deal with and something that they might themselves be participating in. It's difficult for men to hear.
Blair White walked so that pearly things could fly.
That misogyny exists and that some of their attitudes towards women are actually really toxic and damaging and bigoted. It's difficult for straight people or for cis people to hear that they have, you know, that their point of view is homophobic. So if you can kind of flatter these kind of basic prejudices, people find that comforting, I think, right? So, you know, if you can be a woman, whether
he is still conservative, but he might be exaggerating it.
Whether you're trans or cis, and you're pandering to the male gaze and to you look the way that men want you to look, and you're not challenging any of the things that they're saying about you, whether it's objectifying or degrading, or in the case of a trans woman, whether they're, you know, doing this thing that straight men do to trans women, where they kind of are simultaneously expressing sexual attraction to you while also kind of invalidating that. They're saying, I mean, it's this like set of contradictory things that they say to you, right?
She's talking about the reaction of the right wing to that gun girl post by Blair White, right?
Right. 1, you'll never be a woman, you're a man. 2, but you're hot. 3, it's gay to be attracted to trans women, but I'm not gay, but I am attracted to you. And you know, it doesn't make sense. Of course, it doesn't make sense. They joke about it because they're uncomfortable, right? They make those jokes about you know, trans women trapping them or whatever because they sort of conceptually don't know how to deal with the nuances of gender and sexuality. And that's what trans people do, is they sort of force people to confront those nuances. Trans people blur the lines of the most fundamental human distinction. And that's something that people find threatening to their own identity. So if you can find a way to be a trans person that is minimally threatening, then you'll be given more accommodation. So there's a kind of short-term self-interest, I think, that comes with debasing yourself in this way.
Yeah, I read the replies. I was reading them last night, and I'm not going to read them here, but I was reading the replies to that thirst trap. And I was like, God, you know, I feel badly for her in some moments.
There are times when I want to feel bad. Like, it never feels good to see a trans person getting, like, abused, right? Getting dehumanized. You know, obviously this is Blair White. She does a fair amount of dehumanization herself, but...
And then I see what she says about other queer people, and then my sympathy runs dry pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But it's, gosh, just debasing yourself, your identity.
The only Pearl I like is the Pearl in Splatoon, right? That's the Pearl for me.
Identity, you know, I know people say this, and I know...
the Pearl in Steven Universe, sure.
It's, like, probably cheesy. But when I see queer Republicans, the queer conservatives, whatever, pandering to these swaths of, you know, white cishet men or the Republican Party or the RNC or Fox News, and they're just like chipping away at everything that makes them special as queer people just for like a fraction of attention or congratulations or pats on the back or validation from these people who will never really see them as like fully human. It's upsetting to me, but it is complicated, like you said, because I think to just write this off as like, oh, well, they hate themselves and they'll do anything for attention. It's like, I mean, like you said, it's more psychologically complicated. There is something to be said about that validation. And also in the case of Blair White, money.
Yeah. I mean, once you commit to this as a career path, then it sort of becomes less interesting to me to analyze it in terms of like, what is this person getting out of this? And it becomes, okay, well, this person is doing, you know, I mean, there's always been people from marginalized groups who engage in, you know, a debasing form of entertainment because it's financially remunerative, and it comes at, I'm sure, a certain cost in terms of your own self-worth and self-respect. But, you know, everyone's got to pay rent.
Everyone does have to pay rent, even Blair White. I was listening to a podcast a while ago, and there was a Black woman who was talking about Candace Owens.
I was wondering when Candace Owens was going to come up.
Yeah, Candace Owens does come up, and because it's there are parallels here with her being like the face of Black woman conservatives. And this woman on this podcast, who I believe her name was Africa Brooke, she had a really interesting point of view, which was not, she didn't agree with Candace Owens' politics. And she made this point, which I did find compelling, which is that, for white, cisgender, heterosexual men, there is not a political position that they could take where anyone would ever accuse them of being politically at odds with who they are as, in their identity. And it is something that is afforded to like specifically that group of people that women don't get. And then as you get into the intersections that people of color don't get, that queer people don't get. And so that was like one of the most compelling arguments that I've ever heard, to be like, yes, queer people should be allowed to be conservative and still be queer. And I'm not going to like strip them of that, but also I'm still going to unfortunately think less of them. Like, I don't know how else to put it.
Well, I think that you can't even understand what they're doing without reference to their queerness, right? Like the fact that they're saying these things and the reason that they're saying these things is inextricably tied up with their queerness, right? So no, it doesn't mean like, oh, you're not gay if you're Republican. It just means that you're a sort of self-annihilating gay person.
Yeah.
So privileged people can't really sell themselves out as much as marginalized people. Yeah, I guess. Is that what
that's too cunty of a description, honestly. These people don't deserve that. Self-annihilating gay person.
Speaking of self-annihilating, we've got an ad break coming up on Twitch. If you're on Twitch, if you've been experiencing those ad breaks, they're going to continue, right? They will. The ad breaks will continue until morale improves or until you get yourself a sub. You can do that with an Amazon Prime sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you do get a free sub with that. Not a Subway sub, but a Twitch sub to give it to the stream of your choice. So if that's me, you get out of the ad breaks and you get all the emotes as well. You can also sub for 25% off, I think, of the normal $5 during the month of September. That's another way you can take care of it. And the other possibility is that if you're active in chat, you might just get a gift sub, right? F around and find out. And in this case, finding out is good. It means that you get a free gift sub due to somebody's generosity to you and wanting you not to experience that ad break. So
kind of something that I would like to be.
There we go. Also, if you're on YouTube, don't think I'm letting you off either. You got to hit that like button if you have not already.
Well, there's many methods of self-annihilation.
There are.
So I want to talk about Ron DeSantis and specifically an ad that he put out recently.
Oh God.
And some reactions to it. I know. Okay, so
I mean, Ron DeSantis knows self-annihilation well. He did a good job annihilating himself by slurping pudding off of his fingers.
We're not going to play the ad, but basically, Ron DeSantis, who anyone who's listening to this from outside of the United States.
So we've seen part of this ad. I watched part of this ad on stream. There was a part that I did not let you watch because it's literally Nazi iconography. That's how the ad ends. And the rest of it is just a bunch of funk music and like 4chan bullshit and just garbage.
Ron DeSantis is bad.
Yeah.
And he is also running for president. And he's also not going to win, but that's none of our business right now. Ron DeSantis, his campaign, like one of the pillars of his campaign is transphobia in a way that is so extreme, and homophobia in a way that's so extreme that like it is even alienating most conservatives at this point, I think, which is part of the reason I don't think he's going to get ahead of Trump at all, because he's just leaning into this like chronically online anti-gay shit, which doesn't actually resonate, I think, with the majority of even Republicans. But he, lending itself to that image, he just put out a campaign video where he essentially just brags about how homophobic and transphobic he is. And he positions himself as opposite to Trump, who this ad claims is gay-friendly and trans-friendly.
Yeah, as we all know.
And he's like, I would never see a trans woman.
Yeah, Donald Trump, the peace candidate, and also the LGBT positive candidate, Donald Trump.
As a woman, I would never let them talk about sexuality and to little kids. Trump is so gay friendly, but I'm a real fighter against this cause. And it was like, I don't know, Trump isn't exactly like a crusader for gay rights. But he put out this video, and there are a couple responses from gay conservatives, from prominent gay conservatives on Twitter that I would like to read off to you and to get your thoughts on. So first, Caitlyn Jenner, who we could do a 6-part series.
Wait, so what did he do like a tier list, Medplay? Did Christian Walker do like a tier list on Hasan's stream?
Just about her if we wanted to, which I don't.
No, prefer not to.
She said, hey, Governor Ron DeSantis, watching your interview right now, you're still defending your bizarre anti-gay ad. Which bathroom should I use? And it's like, Caitlin, you know which bathroom he thinks you should use.
I mean, the thing is that they've gotten so phobic that it's not even that they think that Caitlyn Jenner should use the men's bathroom. They just think that if you're trans, you just shouldn't exist. Like you shouldn't use any bathroom. You shouldn't be in.
I had to remind you of the pudding. I didn't realize what a visceral quasi experience that was. I'm sorry.
Society. And the bathroom thing.
I didn't imagine that just by bringing up the fact that he ate the pudding with his fingers, that you'd literally be imagining the sounds of him slurping the pudding from between his fingers. Like I didn't realize it would be that visceral, that much of a.
Is just a kind of easier way for them to say that. I feel
it's like reverse ASMR.
We're watching as the collapse of euphemism, right? Where bigotry in.
So death of the euphemism, that is a Innuendo Studios video. I think that's what she's referring to.
Politics has traditionally relied on a kind of ambiguity that I guess is usually called dog whistling, where the right-wing politician will say something that they know that bigots will hear as in support of them, but that sort of centrists and moderates will think is maybe something softer than it is.
Innocuous.
So instead of saying, we hate gay people, you say, well, we want to, protect the innocence of children from indoctrination in schools. You say that, you think that kindergartners should learn about gay sex. And a lot of, centrists will hear that and they'll be like, oh, no, I don't think that kindergartners should learn about gay sex.
And then you grab a book that you found in like one high school and you make a claim that this is being taught. Like this is the textbook for like much younger kids. That's the game that they're playing, right? That's the game that they're playing. They can find a book about the queer experience that exists, and then they lie to you about, where it exists, like what context it exists in.
Because the centrists are missing that's not really what he's talking about. This is like a front for homophobia. But so Trump has done that. Although Trump, I think, is more of a sincere racist and more of a passionate racist than he is a homophobe. I honestly think that Trump, in his heart of hearts, doesn't really care one way or another about gay people. And I think that's what DeSantis is trying to exploit. But DeSantis's recent ads are kind of, it's not a dog whistle anymore. It's a foghorn. He's not saying, of course we support gay people. It's just that we don't want these children to learn about sexual. He's not saying that. He's saying, oh, we don't like gay people and we don't want them in society. And the problem with Trump is he's too pro-gay, right?
That is the problem with Trump. Is he's?
Well, I mean, like there was an attempt on the Trump side to make Donald Trump look more gay friendly than he actually was, because back in 2016, the issues of gay rights were settled and didn't have the kind of resistance from the right wing that they had now. So they were trying to pull people over who wouldn't normally vote Republican. And, there's images of Donald Trump holding up a rainbow flag. He apparently, I don't know what is the story behind the YMCA song, right? I mean, like that's just sad to imagine that somebody was like, oh yeah, I guess Trump is pro-gay. He danced to YMCA. Just, no homophobic person would ever do that. But yeah, people were able to convince certain voters that Trump was the candidate of peace. People were also able to convince certain voters that Trump held no antipathy towards the gay community, when, it's pretty clear that at best the gay LGBT people are a football to Trump. And if he can kick us to great effect to win votes, he absolutely will.
Pro-gay. I was thinking.
Yeah. Famously, all he ever does is he's just constantly passing legislation that helps the homosexuals. That was his entire presidency, right?
So this tweet is also in response to the DeSantis homophobic video. It's from David Leatherwood, who is another one of these kind of Republican gay influencers.
He was the first Republican to acknowledge pride.
He wrote, I spent the last 7 years of my life working with Trump to make the GOP a more welcoming place for gays.
What's weird is that the Republicans were selling that back in 2016, but now when it's like not, popular, the pride flag is a red flag in the Republican Party. They're kind of like not buying that Trump did that. Like they're right there. This DeSantis attack on Trump is having little to no effect,
while also being anti-groomer, anti-woke, and pro-religious liberty. I've even worked with DeSantis on this agenda. This ad is a slap in the face and makes any LGBT person supporting DeSantis look like an absolute idiot.
You look like... Really? You just look silly?
Yeah, this one's my absolute favorite. You're making pro DeSantis gay people look like absolute idiots. Bro, I don't think that's the ads. I don't think the ad was making you look like an idiot. Like, it's very funny to me. But I also think that like that's the tweet is a great example of showing like the difference between the euphemism and the reality. So what are the euphemisms? It's anti-groomer, it's pro-religious liberty, it's
anti-woke.
Anti-woke. Oh, woke is their like catch-all euphemism. It means
it's free speech, and free speech meaning that I get to call you slurs.
Everything. And so, I mean, it sounds like this person, I mean, he's like latched on to the euphemisms as, again, the way to sort of separate himself from the accusation. He wants to believe in the dog whistles. He wants to take them at face value because that means that he can, well, I'm not the target. It's not about me. It's about the groomers.
Right.
Like groomer means gay. Like when these people say it, right?
They literally do use it like that.
I mean, it seems like he's not even now realizing that, but he thinks that this is some new thing. Oh, suddenly, like shockingly, there's this turn of events where DeSantis is no longer just attacking the groomers, but attacking all gay people. And it's like anyone who's paying attention knows that it was about all gay people the entire time, right?
Yeah, that was really well said. I'm kind of floored. And then the third response is from our friends, the Log Cabin Republicans.
Are they still kicking around?
Are they?
They are still kicking around. And for anyone who doesn't know what the log...
You'd think they would have moved out of that log cabin by now. You'd think that they would have run out of syrup for their pancakes and moved out. But no, they're still in that log cabin.
Log Cabin Republicans are. They are a group... I was doing some Log Cabin Republican history, which is truly like pulling teeth yesterday. But they are a group of Republicans who are gay. They're gay Republicans. That's their whole thing. The group formed in 1977 in response to the Briggs Initiative, which was a bill in California where Republicans were trying to...
I always imagine log cabin Republicans as wearing flannel. I'm pretty sure it's not true, but...
to make it illegal for gay people to teach in public schools. And so the Log Cabin Republicans were like a bunch of gay conservatives who formed around making the Briggs Initiative not pass. And they were successful. And that was one of the last times they've been successful. They have made basically this, over the last 5 decades, they've just latched on to every, Republican candidate, endorsed this person, endorsed that person, and, made all of these pleas to prominent Republicans, like, we're supporting you. And then every single time the Republican in question is like, I don't really need your support. It's okay. Thanks, though. They made, I forget the politician, but I think in the 1996 presidential election, was the Republican candidate Dole?
Yeah.
It was,
they 96.
Yeah, where the Republican who ended up losing to Bill Clinton. But the Log Cabin Republicans, I don't know if you know this, they sent him a $1,000 donation as, an endorsement, and Bob Dole returned it, saying that he literally returned the money, and he said, I 100% disagree with everything that is on your agenda.
Yeah.
And the Log Cabin Republicans have also been barred from having a table at the Texas GOP convention for the last 20 years. So it's a really sad case.
Yeah,
that is a sad form of pick-me.
Amazing dedication to believing that Republicans will accept you if you just do enough things. I mean, it reminds me of, I feel like my favorite gay Republican...
Wait, they were trying to decide on a mascot, and all of a sudden Bart and Lisa's pink elephant balloon? Wait, I remember there was like an elephant, right? Didn't Bart have an elephant, or the elephant had Bart?
Republican to hate on is this guy called Dave Rubin, who used to have
I feel like I mostly know The Simpsons through memes.
Political debate show on YouTube.
Tell us about him.
Well, he used to be with the Young Turks, a kind of left-leaning YouTube political show. And then in 2016, I think it was, he split from them to do right-wing, we're talking 2016, so at the time the big issue was anti-SJWs, anti-social justice warrior content, a lot of complaining about campus activism going too far and free speech on campus.
Wait, so he was liberal to begin with? He was on the Young Turks?
Yeah. So he started out as liberal, and then he decided that in 2015, like the left went too far because they were protesting like Milo Yiannopoulos or something. And
so he was always one of the more conservative members of the Young Turks, but yeah, he did. That was his narrative. That was his selling point. I am a liberal who we'll call out liberalism. We'll call out liberals, right? Because liberalism has gone too far. It's getting worse and worse. And right, he would be that. That was who he was, right? And a lot of the videos that Sam Cedar and the Majority Report did on him were specifically because they thought it was harmful to let that myth sink in. It's not true who Dave Rubin really is, versus who he sells himself as are two different people.
So, I mean, what's funny is that this is the Obama administration. So I do definitely wonder if he would have gone this way if he knew that 7 years
Pancakes is a nice addition. Yeah,
later it was going to be DeSantis.
They're big fans of a hearty breakfast,
and not Milo Yiannopoulos, who was going to be the
person he's fighting for.
The person that he's fighting for. But he's really dedicated to the cause.
Yeah,
this is amazing.
TYT has had some. Well, I mean, it's not just at first it was a joke that you get the Jimmy Dore. You got Michael Tracy and you've got Dave Rubin all tracing their roots back to TYT, but now it's Jink and Anna. Now it's the founders.
Clip of him on stage at some conservative event where he talks about how, he's moved from Florida to California to get away from those libs. And, sometimes his neighbors look at him and his husband skeptically, but he always pulls out his wallet and shows them that he has a picture of him standing next to DeSantis. And that's my governor. And it's my guy, Ronald DeSantis is never going to be your daddy. He's never going to say that he's proud of you. He's never I don't know. The delusion is just incredible.
He's not allowed to. He's occupying a lane in the Republican Party where he's making his name by distinguishing himself from Trump, in that he's willing to not just be transphobic, but to be outright homophobic. So yeah, that he wants nothing to do with Dave Rubin.
Dave Rubin also have a conversation on Ben Shapiro's show at one point.
It was actually on his show. Ben Shapiro he invited Ben Shapiro on his show. Yeah,
where he was like, Ben, we're friends. Would you come to my wedding?
We're friends, right?
And
right?
Ben was like, no.
Will you bake Rubin a wedding cake? The answer is no. And the reason I won't is because as a religious Jew, I do not participate in activities that I believe are sinful. But again, we live in a free country, and Dave knows this. He doesn't have to care what I think about sin. Does Dave have a husband? Yeah. I mean, okay. And are we friends? Yeah. And are we going to go out to dinner sometime in the near future? Yeah. I mean, but there's a difference between me just being friends with Dave and me actively participating in an event that I feel is religiously sinful. And while that's awkward, we're still friends in spite of it, which is why we're friends. If we couldn't be friends in spite of it, then it would be a bad thing.
Well, look, when I
celebrating your marriage would be a religious sin.
Did your interview show, you said that to me, and I truly mean this. If you think what I'm doing is sinful, I don't, it sounds glib, but I don't care.
And then my view is you don't have to care, right? It's a free country.
That's the thing. And it's look, there's, of course, someone's going to go, well, wait a minute. If you really think his marriage is sinful or something, of course, there may be a place that in the nature of our friendship, maybe that we can't quite get to, that I would be able to get to with.
That is the closest thing that Dave Rubin is able to do to pushing back, right? Well, I guess I won't be best friends with you ever then, since you're not able to see my marriage as anything other than a gross sin. And Ben's yeah.
Someone that didn't think that. Sure. Why is it that we're able to do this and most people can't do this? Because that's what I'm curious about.
We go home at night and we can have our own lives.
Because underneath that mask of you having a smile is a crying face. You are literally the meme, Dave. That's why.
I mean, that's really, and I think part of friendship, by the way, is that.
Well, I think that Dave, on some level, is in a state of genuine. I mean, this is part of the reason why I find him a compelling and fascinating figure. Is that with him, often the delusion seems to be genuine. He's
just very stupid.
Yeah, I think he's just kind of a himbo, and I don't know, that makes it more endearing than a more sinister manipulator. But he seems to think that he can negotiate with Ben Shapiro this kind of we have our differences, but we can still be friends, and that means you'd go to my anniversary with me and my husband, right? And Ben's well, no, of course not. You live in sin.
He's wanting to say I'm one of the good ones, right? It's really those degenerate gays that you're against, right? The ones that are really promiscuous and that have pride colors all over the place, and this is the kind of gay that you're really against, not the kind of gay like me and my husband. And Ben's no, I absolutely think you are living in sin.
And Dave is just okay, well, but at least we can have this conversation. And isn't it great that we can have this conversation? And Ben is yeah, whatever, I don't like you. And Dave's we're such good friends. It's I don't know.
And then, right, and they have this conversation that ultimately amounts to Ben being I will never see your love as real love. It will never be valid to me, and I think you're going to hell. And then Dave Rubin, kind of shrinking in his chair, is but at least we can talk about it and have such a great podcast about it.
I can be your best friend. We can be pen pals. When you go to heaven and I go to hell, we can write each other as pen pals.
And it's Dave, stand up.
Yeah, it's like so spineless that it's like amoebic. Like it's amazing. Like I love like watching him like I don't know, just like sway in the water like seaweed. Like as Ben Shapiro sits there saying like your marriage is not valid, you're a menace to children, and Dave is like, yes, but we can talk about this in a civil way. And it's like it's the virtue of civility taken to such like a comical.
Yeah, and in times like this, it's hard not to feel bad for Dave. It's even hard not to feel bad for Blair.
Extreme that it requires like the complete.
When you see the way that the conservatives actually treat these pick-me's, right? You almost feel sorry for them.
The absence of any kind of self-respect, where you won't defend yourself, you won't defend your relationship.
He's in recovery for so many I forgot about that meme. Yeah, so many high-level ideas. My brain's just in recovery mode.
You won't defend your family or your own relationship to your children. You'll just sit there sort of quietly nodding as Ben Shapiro just completely trashes your entire personal life. It's amazing.
It is amazing. So swinging back to the log cabin Republicans and this DeSantis video, after the video of him bragging about how homophobic he is, and he's the most homophobic presidential candidate, comes out, the log cabin Republicans tweet, Ron DeSantis and his team can't tell the difference between common sense gays and the radical left gays.
Common sense gays.
He, sadly, sees them all the same. His naive policy positions are dangerous.
That's so fucking camp.
And politically stupid. And it's like, yeah, Ron DeSantis can't tell the difference between common sense gays.
Seriously?
And radical left gays.
Seriously?
And also, no politician that you have ever tried to make yourself available to has seen the difference either. And they never will. Yeah. And that's the thing that is so wild to me, is we see this happen again and again and again and again and again. It's that like famous old tweet that's like, I never thought the leopards would eat my face, cries the woman who voted for the leopards eating people's faces party. It's like, the leopards are going to eat your face. They are eating your face. Why are you acting surprised after you voted for the leopards eating people's faces party?
It seems like what's going on is people vary in how we interpret the euphemism. When the leopards eating people's faces party say, we're going to eat people's faces. Like there's some of us who say, oh, that's bad. They're, no one's faces should be eaten. We won't vote for them. And then there's the people who hear that and somehow like translate it in their head into, we're going to eat other people's faces, but not yours.
Yeah. If you just support them, right, they're going to eat the other people's faces, right? But if you're supporting the leopards eating people's faces party, certainly they're not going to eat your face too.
And I think it's like, I don't know, they get excited about some level of face eating maybe, but I also think that it has to do with this euphemism thing, right? A lot of times I
mean, it's just pick me behavior. They just really want to be picked.
For example, a homophobic politician will find it expedient in a liberal society to argue, like, of course I'm not homophobic. Of course I support the right of gay people to exist. I just think there needs to be a few like reasonable restrictions on, whether gay teachers are allowed to teach certain things, or whether we want children being exposed to information about homosexuality, right? So that's the kind of smart way to play it if you think that the voters are not as homophobic as you. But it seems like the log cabin Republicans just take that at face value, and they think like, oh, so I'm fine.
Oh, Shapiro's kind of in a similar situation to Rubin. Yeah, I could see that.
But it's just the bad gays. Okay, well that's good. But I don't know. I never took that at face value because it shouldn't be taken at face value, right? They're never going to stop at the radical left gays, whatever that means, right? When they take away your rights, that's all of our rights. I think they just look so delusional when they say this, because it's not like it was always going to be this way. The more power you give them, the more power they gain, the more they're going to push the line, right? And that's why you have to fight back against them and not make concessions and not do this like appeasement stuff of like, oh, okay, well, we'll agree with you about getting the non-binary people and about getting the radical left gays and about getting wokeism, whatever that is, right? Once you get rid of all them, you're next. And that's what the log cabin Republican types don't seem to get. They don't seem to get that they're next. Once they're done helping the reactionaries, destroy the people more marginalized than them, they're up next. Read the poem.
Yeah, I mean, this is why breakdowns of solidarity are so hard to start. It is a domino effect, right? If the larger group gives up a smaller group within it, it's just going to cascade. And it's really, once that's started, right, it's really hard to stop that, because then nobody has any faith, nobody has any trust, nobody has any solidarity, because they've seen somebody get thrown under the bus already. So yeah, it's
first they came for the wokes, like
so it's why I'm kind of like have a zero tolerance about this shit.
Is that how it starts?
And you should have spoken up.
But I didn't, because I was not woke, and I was anti-groomer.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
I think when it comes to people who behave like this politically in the LGBTQ community, a lot of people online and in real life that I've seen have this conversation, just basically the conversation, their analysis of it starts and ends at like, oh, well, these people just hate themselves and that's why they do this. My thing with that is that like there's probably some self-hatred in there for sure. But also I think most queer people have at some point dealt with self-hatred as it pertains to our identity. Some people deal with it for a really long time. And yet the bulk of us don't turn to self-hating politics. And I also just think that accusing people in this derogatory way of hating themselves doesn't really leave the conversation with any room to go on. It's like, well, you hate yourself, so fuck you.
Okay, look, as far as that conversation, I have literally had that conversation in my DMs with somebody who is the mirror image of my views on, somebody who's, kind of trans-elitist, trans-medicalist, just like horrible in every single way. And on an individual level, maybe some sympathy and some understanding of where they're coming from might break through. Okay? In my situation, this is like somebody who harassed the fuck out of me for years and years and years. Okay? So, there was like there was a bit of relenting, when I pointed out that where they were coming from was fundamentally a place of self-hate, but they never really stopped. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is your mileage may vary, right? That's a lot of emotional labor. I wouldn't ever want to put that on somebody. I wouldn't want any queer people to feel like that's your responsibility to have that patience, with somebody like that, when their whole thing is selling you out, is or they look at you as being deficient for not wanting to sell out like a subgroup, right? This is not an easy thing to deal with, and I don't know what the solution is, because I've never brought somebody back from that precipice, right? I've never changed the mind of somebody who is like either, trans and hates trans people that don't pass, or trans and, hates non-binary people, or any other kind of, trans and conservative, right? I don't know. Is there a way back from that? Maybe, but it's a lot to try to deal with.
Yeah. And like, there's got to be more there.
Yeah, I think that it's reasonable to have a level of animosity towards people who take their self-hate and then use that to hate other people and use that to bolster politics that's going to hurt all of us.
Thank you for the follow, Richard.
I also think that, when you deal with your self-hate, say as a gay person, by being an enthusiastic trans basher, well, at a certain point, self-hate has become other hate. You're passing it on, you're sort of projecting it outwards. And I think that's just how bigotry works. Like, I think that a lot of bigots, every bigot, every abuser, every dictator has their own issues. They were deeply wounded in childhood. Like, Joseph Stalin was beaten by his father. Every common domestic abuser has some kind of sad backstory. Like, sure. The question is like what you do with that trauma, and because we all have some degree of trauma. And I do think that some level of self-hate is probably a near universal part of the queer experience. Like, who among us has not had times in our life when this was like the most salient emotion we were experiencing? I think that it's very common. I remembered when I was doing research for my video on cringe, like reading all these Reddit posts from people posting to like r/confessions, where it was like, I'm trans and I hate other trans people. Or like, I'm gay and I hate other gay people. I remember this one post from someone who they lived in a very homophobic country and they came from a homophobic family, and they described this experience of seeing a pride parade and feeling this like horror and disgust because there were scantily clad people and people kissing in public and wearing, rainbows. And it was everything that like my homophobic family would say they were. And that's why my family would hate me and why I can't come out to them and why, right? Not to get all Freudian on it, but like a lot of times the wound comes from the family and from early in life. And I think a lot of conservative influencers probably have like a homophobic father or something. And the desire for approval from your parents is a long-lasting thing that even if you no longer have a relationship with your parents, is still somewhere inside of you. And if you feel like, you want your father's approval, like you'll kind of seek out that type of approval from other right-wing men. And I think that is, so it is like self-hate in a way, but it's more complicated than just self-hate, because it touches this like yearning for acceptance and love that we all feel. And that I think queer people in particular, a lot of us have this basic wound of the shame of like years of hearing, ourselves disparaged, whether it's like seeing like derogatory depictions in media, or it's hearing homophobic talking points within your own family growing up. And so that like yearning to be accepted and for the shame to be reduced motivates a lot of this kind of behavior, I think. And I think there is a grain of something sympathetic in that. That's not just like, oh, this idiot hates themselves.
Right. I mean, I remember like being one of the very few out gay people in my high school. You know, I've always been feminine. I was in the glass closet, as they say. Like, I was never really, like, I came out as gay and people were like, yeah. I carried so much shame, as, you know, most queer people do for whatever reason. You know, there's like very few queer people who have like a universal experience, a universally just like accepting great experience. Like,
it's hard to even imagine.
I kind of wonder like how much I was ever hiding. You know what I mean? Like in terms of
it's hard to even imagine. And I remember going to college. I moved to New York for college and seeing other queer people who
I feel like a lot of people in my family. Yeah, I know that for sure. Like my mom, for instance, could tell there was something feminine about me before I could tell that there was something feminine about me. And not in an accepting way either. It really was something that she tried to suppress in me, even though like I didn't even see it. But
were way more outwardly queer than I was, who, you know, other gay guys who were way more feminine, who were super into drag before I had really accepted an interest in that within myself, all this stuff. And like seeing people who were like, quote unquote, weirder or freakier than me, it was like, oh, it like soothed a part of me that I was like, I've always wanted to be on the other end of thinking someone was weird. Because we all deal with that, like, oh, everyone fucking thinks I'm a weird. Everyone thinks I'm a faggot. It's a dangerous thing to feel good about, because then that could lead to me forming actual resentment towards these people, thinking that it will stop other people from having that resentment towards me. I feel like I'm in a therapy session right now.
Well, it is kind of a...
I mean, you are talking to Contra.
Therapy session that we all kind of constantly need to be in. But yeah, no, I have the same kinds of experiences. Like when I first came out as trans, there was this kind of mix of elation that, okay, I'm actually doing this thing. But also,
I don't know why that makes sense. But...
terror, because it's like, I don't know if there's going to be a place for me in society after this. And so you look for some kind of anchor. And I ended up kind of like latching myself on to this other trans woman who seemed to have her shit together. And so I thought, like, look, if I stick close to you and I do what you do and I take you.
I low-key think I know who she's talking about, but I'm not sure. And it almost feels invasive to posit a guess, so I won't.
Your advice, then I'll be okay. And in some ways that helps me, but in other ways, I think, she was someone who was very much still working on this kind of self-loathing stuff and who was a little bit obsessed with passing and, introduced these like terrible, like cruel dichotomies that trans people make. Like there's all these kind of like fake dichotomies that trans people make between the true transsexuals and either the like Shrender uwu too cutes. Sorry, there's a lot of jargon, or the like pervert fetishist Huns. Like these are like sort of cruel categories that trans people have to distinguish. Like, oh, there's the real trans people, the good trans people, and then there's like, oh, the weird fetishists, or oh, the blue-haired teenage people doing this just as a trend.
Right. It's like Blair White versus like the 37 pronouns he, they, it, zero.
Yeah. That's a common way of setting up the distinction. But I definitely had a couple years where I was kind of like getting dangerously in.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? Yeah, there are definitely queer people like this. There are definitely trans people like this. Just some of them grow out of it. I hope so, but it does seem to be a pipeline, and there may be a point of no return in that pipeline.
Invested in the idea of myself as one of the good ones, because it was like I needed to believe that to feel.
But yeah, I mean, it's literally like, if somebody's ever love bombing you about your marginalized status in a way that feels like, oh, you really are one of the good ones, right? Like you're not like those other trans people, like you got this, that, and that, and it is a love bombing. It is a it comes. The invitation to join that exclusive group of self-hating elitist asshole trans women, it does cater to one's ego, let's just say. But I mean, you don't be a sucker, right? Like recognize that before it goes too far, because just being friends with people like that, right? In my experience, everyone that was like that I was ever friends with, I wished I had pushed away later on. And that's either because they made things awkward with others of my friends who they were like horrible to, or they tried to pull me into their sort of elitism too. I mean, it's like I want to say it's a social contagion, right? Because that would be ironic if I called it a social contagion. But it is they are recruiting. Let's just put it that way. The self-hating, trans medicalist, conservative LGBT are recruiting.
Like I was going to be okay. Like I was lovable, basically. But I also kind of noticed that the way that my thinking was getting uncomfortably cruel, and I was sort of fixated on disparaging the kind of person that I was rejecting what I thought was unacceptable in myself, right? It's like your shadow self, right? The thing, the unbearable parts of yourself that you have to sort of project out of you, and you rage against it when you see it in someone else, because you're kind of trying to kill what they represent to you. You're trying to kill some part of yourself that you're trying to shove down, and you're doing this like by projecting it out onto other people. And I feel like I was able to come out of this and just be self-aware enough to realize that, oh, I'm like starting down a path that leads.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I could see that. I could see that. And people remarked before on the comments that she had towards like pronoun circles, and that's definitely an example of that. I don't think I ever got anywhere close to that far, but I definitely did have friends that turned out to be of that ilk, and that I felt like were trying to kind of bring me into that, right? Like it's
to acting
so I can sort of understand, I guess, what she's talking about. Like with in Contra's case, I think we've got somebody who wasn't in too deep, because I feel like at a certain point, somebody does go, if they're on a panel with Lauren Southern, they're probably in too deep, right? They're probably not coming back.
A bully. Right. And so I think that video cringe is the kind of my reckoning with that in a way. Like it's me noticing, that like probably a section of that video I wouldn't do now has to do with me describing my intense reaction of like anger and hostility to this like trans woman behaving poorly in public and not passing, or and like.
Oh, that was in the cringe video. Yeah, she's talking about actually. That's Tiffany. I'm trying to remember Tiffany's last name. I don't remember Tiffany's last name, but I interviewed her at one point, and like I just felt horrible. This is the woman that was filmed in the GameStop incident, right? That's who Natalie's talking about, and was really pissed off about being misgendered, and that got basically that clip got sent around to transphobes everywhere. We actually talked to Tiffany, and Tiffany's a really cool person, a really one of the most interesting people I've ever talked to online, actually.
Sort of processing the fact that my like rage and disgust towards this trans woman had to do with my own like terror of anyone seeing me like that. I don't know, maybe doing that in public, maybe doing that in a YouTube video was not the right way to do it. Maybe it should have been done in therapy, but I don't know, it's hard to find a good therapist. Sometimes it's easier to just tell YouTube.
Oh my God, no, I don't know. I don't think that's a good idea, Natalie. I don't think that no, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't use YouTube as your therapist.
So yeah, I think that this is like work. It's work, right? That we all sort of have to do to kind of learn a more compassionate way of seeing and to find ways of healing your own damage that don't involve, projecting it out of yourself as cruelty.
Right. The same cruelty that you experience, pushing it onto other people. And I honestly feel like that is unfortunately just like extremely common. I mean, it's within the queer community, and like you can go to extremes where you have people like the Log Cabin Republicans who are like, I'm going to wield political power against my own community because that's how much I want to, unload my own shame onto the people who theoretically I'm going to go down with. And that's kind of why I wanted to round out the conversation here, because I don't want to I do.
If she'd continued to debate alt-righters, that might have been different. Yeah. And that was one of the controversies, actually. I don't know if many people remember this, but there was a picture taken with ContraPoints at some kind of Politicon. I think it was like Politicon. It was some kind of political, content creator event. And she was there with like Shoe on Head, Armored Skeptic. Maybe Blair White was there. I don't know. I can't remember exactly. But, they were having some kind of meal after the con. And a lot of people were disturbed by the idea that these people who they see argue on social media are like kind of like behind the scenes, like going and getting drinks, right? That doesn't really, sit well with a lot of people. And, that is kind of the issue with debates in general. You're ending up in a position where you're doing content, with right wingers. And like, look, I don't know that, like, I don't like, condemn everyone who's ever debated against a right winger. It's just like you gotta be aware of the incentive structure and where that's taking you. And if you start to look at somebody as like, you know, if a right-wing person becomes instrumental to your content creation process, you're kind of in a not great place. I'm not going to name the exact parallel I'm thinking of here because I feel like I've talked about that person well enough, but
I think compassion is the word. I do want to empathize with the people who end up there politically to an extent, because those feelings of shame and the feelings of wanting to scapegoat that shame onto other people in the community that they think are weirder or less acceptable or less able to fit into society than them. Like, Natalie's experienced that. I've experienced that. Like, I think we've all had moments of that. And I think it's extremely human to have experienced pain and then not know what to do with it and sometimes do the wrong thing with it. But also, like we're saying, it's the slippery slope.
Look, it sucks when your enemies are people who should be your friends. But let's be real. Like these, you know, if your business model or because of your self-hate or something like that, you end up attacking your own community, like, you know, we've got to be ready to fight back.
Where you have to like catch yourself as you're falling into it. So
I don't know, like, you know, as far as empathy, yeah, I guess.
To not hurt other people.
Yeah, it's a situation that we're all in, right? And that is the point, I think, where we can sort of have some understanding for the log cabin Republican types is like, yep, they're processing the same shame that we're all processing. But if you have the strength and the self-awareness, you can choose to make the cycle of shaming and cruelty stop with you. And I think that that's a very powerful choice to make. And that's a choice we should all try to make.
Yeah, totally. I mean, the last question that I kind of had for you was, I have people who follow me online who are ostensibly not conservative, because I just don't accrue that kind of audience, generally speaking. But, you know, there are these very social media savvy groups like Gays Against Groomers and, you know, these other influencers, some of whom we've talked about today, who create this content that is very compelling. It works really well on social media. And so sometimes I have people who follow me who don't really know what the cruelty is behind these groups and the psychology behind them that we've talked about today. They just see, you know, oh, Gays Against Groomers posted this thing of, look how crazy this non-binary person was behaving, and this is really bad for our community. And they send it to me, and they kind of know that maybe it's not something that I would say, but they're not sure, and they find it a compelling piece of content. And so I get these messages from young people, you know, high school age and younger, being like, hey, I'm not really sure what to think about this. And it's like, they're really vulnerable to, as you and I both have, being like scooped up into that thought process of like, well, they'll accept me if I, you know, throw the wrench at all of these weirder gays and all these weirder trans people. And
that's a person you can definitely talk to. That's a person that it's worthwhile to talk to. And don't be, you know, afraid to push back on the self-hate. Don't be, you know, afraid to draw the line.
37 pronouns. And how do we stop that cycle of, you know, and that's a big question, but how do we stop that cycle of like transferring our own pain? How do we make it end with us?
Well, I think that one way is to just be very public and vocal in deconstructing the workings of it, like showing what's going on, what Gays Against Groomers are doing, how it works, why, even if you aren't a cruel or bigoted person, you might still feel a strong pull towards this, as most of us have at some moment. And I think that that probably is the strongest way to fight it. And then the other part of it is just kind of accepting
I didn't even realize that. Yeah, that's the acronym for Gays Against Groomers is GAG.
Difficult fact that for a lot of young queer people, this is kind of just a stage that they're going to have to go through. Like, some people will just have to learn for themselves why this is not a good path to go down. And, you know, you can kind of show people the way out and you can show people the flaws of that thinking, but ultimately each individual person has to kind of come to the understanding of their own and see why they need, what they have to decide what choice they're going to make for themselves. So we can guide them, but we can't do more than that.
Yeah. And if you find yourself sitting on a podcast.
Yeah, and understand that that's tough emotional labor and you might not be successful, right? That is, I think, the hardest thing about any kind of de-radicalization. I've talked about de-radicalization before. I believe that de-radicalization happens not en masse through like content creation. You see a Hasan video, you see a Vosh video, and you're de-radicalized. I think real de-radicalization is happening on an individual basis, usually through discussion between the person being radicalized and somebody that's a friend or a family, a personal, real life friend or family member of that person. And it is difficult work. Not everyone is cut out for that work. It is heartbreaking work, and there is no guarantee of success, right? There are some people that, you know, no matter how much you reach out to, they're going down that pipeline one way or another, and that's what makes it so difficult. But yeah, if you're inclined to do that, and obviously if it's your friend or family member, you're gonna be more inclined, to want to try to do that work. Yeah, it's absolutely worth it to reach out. Just understand that, you gotta be ready for what that process is going to be like. Don't delude yourself into thinking that it's going to be quick or easy or that it's certain, because it's not. It's none of those things.
With someone who's politely telling you that they won't come to your wedding because you're burning in hell, but hey, at least we can talk about it. Leave that podcast chair. Leave it immediately.
Yeah, if you find yourself acting like Dave Rubin, this might be a good time to rethink your life.
If you've made it this far in the episode, I want to thank.
Oh my God, we've made it this far in the episode. You've made it this far in the stream. Chat, how are we doing? That was a lot, and almost out of time here. But yeah, for anybody who's just getting here now, I'm going to be changing up the way that my content works. I'm going to be changing up the way that my content feels. I'm going to try to bring you in on a lot more stuff of just the process of myself and what I'm doing in social media, and like what I'm doing to grow and to amplify my voice, because I feel like overall it's going to make for better content than trying to kind of keep that stuff just like on I feel like some transparency in terms of what I'm doing, what my goals are, and how I plan to get there is in order. So look forward to more of that in the future, in terms of going to be doing some editing or some even discussions, because like I feel like there's a lot of good feedback that I can get from people watching my live stream, even in terms of what kind of content you want to see in prepared content and video essay form, or in terms of stream videos, right? Because I don't always catch those good moments. I don't always streaming, you can see I did, oh my God, I don't even know, did I do like 8 hours today? I did some ridiculous amount of hours today, and there's a lot that like I don't exactly see. So thank you to anybody who can take the time out to make a clip or even just mention that something connected with you. That really helps me know what to put front and center in terms of YouTube videos. And there's a lot of content. I can't make it all into a YouTube video. It's nice to know when something really connects with somebody, so that I know that like that piece of content might need a broader audience than I'm giving it by just burying it in a VOD. We're going to do less burying it in a VOD. We're going to do more videos. I'm going to try to get back into the swing of putting out TikToks regularly, because it'd be nice to be able to stream on TikTok as well. But Ethan and Hasan were poo-poo, but the stream was great. I'm glad you enjoyed it, right? We got through it together. Yeah, thank you, everybody. That the support means the world to me. Like I said, there's a big difference between me doing content where I am, kind of insecure and unfocused, and me, having a sense of a community and the support that you give me that lets me know I'm at least going in the right direction. Wait, let's see. What am I trying to do here? Okay. I don't know what Breath of Fire 2 is, but I'm gonna find out. Because Willow, it looks like, is up to some RPG action tonight. So I would encourage you to go over there and say hi to Willow for me. Everybody all aboard who's going aboard, it's your last chance to get in the raid. And I will see you, I think, on Sunday. Sunday and Monday and all these days. Okay, anyway, much thanks and much love. And I have streamed for long enough. Good night, everybody, and have a good weekend. Meow. Good night, buddies. Good night, YouTube. Make sure to hit